through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb. With a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the top, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine on
motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them try to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Fire a line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no.
non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm inner scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you D-I-E. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
Let's go. I got big dreams.
Hey!
Hi, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day again.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. So the with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on for our lives, not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Not only do we have one last ticket to London up for grabs this week and today, but a spot in the finals as well of Stage 1. So welcome everybody to VCT EMEA, where we're going to be deciding the fate of both of those teams today. With some incredible Valorant that I know will be the highlight of your weekend and mine as well. We had some crazy upsets last week, and who knows, this week might not be any different. I'm your host, Ginny, and I'm joined with Billy and Minnie. Last weekend, it went by so fast.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, and I'm just excited for today, right? I think that we've got some great teams going to London already. We finally get to find out that third today. We might even get to see a Turkish team in a regional grand final here in EMEA. It's a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, there's a lot of great stories, and I think the Valorant keeps getting better, and I'm really excited to see who we're going to crown the kings of EMEA at the end of this week.
Yes, and today we're going to be sending one team to the finals. But before we get into things, we have a little bit of a bingo that we would like to discuss with you guys. Because besides, of course, crowning some of the teams today and the players, it wouldn't be EMEA without an absolute checklist of things that are bound to happen. I went to Pilates this morning. Okay, I'm laughing. Don't worry. I prepared for this. So
yeah, this is cute. I like this. Let me just help you here.
Really? Do you want to do it? Wait, let's do a height check. Okay. Get out.
Just block. It completely blocks me, by the way.
How's it going back there? All right.
No, but it's exciting, right? I think you've already kind of touched on it. We had such an exciting week last week that we thought, why not bring the excitement and have the fans play along, have the Twitch chat play along? We saw so much that we have a couple of things. Yampy barking, Rien's obviously insane last week.
Ones?
We can't reveal them right now.
I like the tech pools in the middle. The free square is a tech pool.
Would it be EMEA without a tech pause?
Exactly.
We almost escaped it, and then last week was the opposite of that. But in terms of today, we're gonna have to like fill these out ourselves. Minnie, do you want to take ownership of any row in
the
particular?
barking one, I think, is going to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be watching out for some barking today.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think play our game is probably a guarantee in there at some point as well. Our players and our coaches love to tell us how much they're playing their game. So yeah, I think that's a guarantee.
We got Sop. That was this.
If he can, outdo last week,
absolutely.
then fair. Like the way that he stood up across the stage and just stared at a town of fire, if he's going to be able to outdo that this week, fair play to him.
I would love to see that, but we also have to look at the brackets specifically in terms of the games that we're going to be having a look at today, because they're going to be the deciding in terms of how the rest of the week is going to play out. So first things first, Vitality. They're going to be going up against Foot.
Yeah, I think there's a really big opportunity for both these teams now. They've qualified to London, now show what you're made of. Vitality at the start of the year, we said that this was supposed to be a super team, they're supposed to be great. They had their troubles in the group stage, but now is the time to show how good they are and go for that top spot.
I love how you put supposed to in there.
No, but it's crazy. Like we're looking at a discussion now where they're like potentially going to put themselves in a position where they can actually win regionally in EMEA, which at the start of this group stage certainly wouldn't have been an option for them, I think, given the performance that it was. And I already touched on Foot, right? Being able to make that grand finals, first regional appearance for a full Turkish team, potentially lifting the trophy. It's exciting times.
Yeah, and I think the other big story of that the bracket is no Santiago teams making it even close to London there, all going out in that lower bracket. It just shows us what kind of times we're in at VALORANT with the meta and how other teams are developing after those Euro nerfs and changes.
Yeah, it's constantly evolving and the teams have to be able to adapt to that. But with it, we still have one slot available for London that will be decided on our second match today when we have Eternal Fire going up against Heretics. So that's an exciting one as well. But today, specifically, this first game, we really need to look at Vitality and Foot in terms of how their play styles going up against each other and what that actually is going to be bringing out on the server. So far in playoffs, both of these teams have looked phenomenal.
Yeah, I think the story for this match for me is the stylistic clash. Neither of these teams, I believe, have played against a team of the opposing caliber in their recent run. So Vitality in the group stage might have done, but since they've hit that playoff form, they were going against those mature kind of Team Liquids and Fanatics that aren't going to run at you every single round. And this game is now going to be that Foot firepower just being very aggressive. And I'm interested to see how Vitality deals with that. And on the flip side, I don't think Foot have played a team quite as good as Vitality yet either, on the kind of more mature side. So I think it's going to be that clash of styles coming together and seeing how that goes.
Yeah, I think definitely Vitality are a more structured team, at least we've seen that coming into the playoffs versus this kind of firepower and aggression from Foot. But honestly, I think what's allowed Foot to get to this point of being able to qualify to that Masters is the variation in which they play. They do have that firepower, but they're also able to have discipline in moments where they can condition that aggression against their opponents, but then pull it back. I think on the Vitality side, however, you have Pal, Yampi, they played for BBL Esports last year. They used the puzzle pieces in the way in which they did, where they're very used to this aggressive style. So I think coming up against that today, they shouldn't really be a stranger to that.
I do think that narratively, I think they have struggled with it a little bit this year, and I think that Durka in particular is a player I'd like to highlight. I think Durka has been very good, and he was very good in that Fnatic game against a team that's a bit more slow and meandering around the map. But I want to see how Durka does against a team that has that full firepower, because I don't think that he, this year, has shown he's dealt with it very well.
Yeah, historically, when we're looking at it, we have it on the screen as well. Vitality going up against Turkish teams doesn't always, or if ever, really go in Vitality's favor. We do have that game at the start of the year, but again, that Ulf roster wasn't the full-fledged roster that they were going to play with, so it does make things a little bit more interesting. But in terms of us sitting here and speculating about Durka and how his performance will be against Turkish teams, let's just hear from the man himself.
Durka, last week, you guys had a phenomenal performance. Again, congratulations on qualifying to London. But coming up against Foot today, I want to ask, historically, you guys haven't been the strongest against Turkish teams. Is there a reason for it? What is it about that region and their playstyle that you think you struggle against on Vitality?
I think we struggled a lot in the first weeks of group stage against them, mostly because our comps weren't good enough, and like people know, and when they play really aggressive and fast, it's like a bit hard to adapt on top of having like issues with the comps. But now I think we had like 2 good practice weeks. Like last week we showed amazing results, and now today just keep improving, and we'll see today.
Yeah, and it's been a while since we've seen you in a grand finals for VCT. You know, it's been even just over a year. So what do you think is going to be different, and how are you staying motivated? The fact you've already qualified, but you still have that ahead of you.
I mean, we qualified, so it's like main goal done. For me, it's like also, I think I and the team, we also want to just win the tournament because it will help a lot with the points. It will help a lot with the seedings and stuff, and also just having extra time, which I think for us it will do a lot. But also, we're not really worried because like we could have missed this opportunity like long time ago too.
Awesome, Durga. Thank you so much for joining me. Good luck
Thank
today.
you.
Compositions, aggression, a lot of things here, Mini, that have been brought up from Durga's side of things when it comes to their games against Turkish teams, but the stats don't lie.
Yeah, this is something I noticed that, like, I think that a key piece is getting Durga on momentum, and he's been able to get momentum in his games and playoffs so far. But I would argue against Foot, this is a different challenge now for this this renewed vitality. Can they keep up against a team that is going to be running at them? Can Durga face against that pressure against a team that has members like Sop that is going to be running at him every single round and not going to give him the time or space, or even the time to even mentally reset after a round?
The stats don't lie, yet they were manipulated for this narrative, which is actually crazy. It didn't include the little win that they had against Ulf with the subs in kickoff, where I think Derek had something crazy like 12 first kills and 4 first bloods.
If he wants to claim beating a team with 2 subs counts as like a counter narrative, then he can.
Yeah,
he can
manipulate the stats all you want, Minnie. But I think that it's fair to say that the vitality that we saw against that BBL, being the last Turkish team that they played, is a completely different roster from then to now. So I have a little bit of faith in the terms that they've been able to figure out the comms in that structure. And you mentioned Sop here as well, Minnie. I definitely think that coming into this matchup today, these are the kind of spearheads that we're looking at when we think about that aggression from both sides.
Yeah, the thing that impresses me about Sop is he is the one that gets the most amount of first kill or first death engagement. Like, he goes for the most amount of first engagements in the league right now, and that usually means that you're being reckless. But he is coming out on top in most of those interactions. In this meta right now, we're giving grace to some of these Neon players, saying, oh, maybe they died, but they created a lot of space. But with Sop, that doesn't exist. He just goes in and gets the kill and makes the space at the same time. So he is built different right now.
That's a great statement to be coming out. But from Saab, the aggression in general also, and how Foot as a team has been able to play around him, has really allowed them to propel their organization for success. But without further ado, we had Saab himself as well standing by with an interview with Nat.
Sop, it feels like you kind of do everything from showing up for your teammates, coming out to interviews, giving us some good quotes, but you're always what feels like winning these first duels, these opening duels. What about you makes it so easy? How are you able to stand up above the rest?
I mean, I play the game a lot and I know all the possibilities, and that's how it works for me.
So it's just running a lot of different iterations and just having that practice?
Yeah, practice makes you perfect. That's what I can say, actually.
Well, it feels like you guys are partway there, but you're going to have to come up against a new look Vitality, right? They've done a lot of improvement in the last few weeks, so how would you rate your chances against them today?
I mean, we're just going to play our own game and we're going to win easily.
How would you describe your own game?
In game, I'm not gonna lie, I think we just only listen sociable and we shoot our guns. That's it.
I like it sometimes it's just that straightforward.
Yeah, I take entries, he calls something, and we win the rounds.
That's it, that's the formula, the recipe for success. Well, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck
You're
today.
welcome. Thank you so much.
Well, there's our first play our game on the bingo.
Let's go.
We're already off to a great start. But
wow.
Jokes aside, looking at Sop coming into this, the confidence that he has, we already kind of saw glimpses of that at Ascension last year, right, Minnie? And I think the story for him is so great this stage. Coming into this Foot roster, deciding to leave his old team that he once ascended with, was grinding in Premier all throughout last year, and now he's off to his first global event. And the marker out to knock off the bingo. And for me, like, to continue the point, it's the confidence that comes through from him.
Yeah, we're losing some of that from our other Turkish teams like BBL at the moment, but Sop is the person that has been having that confidence the entire time. I hope to see it even if they go on a little bit of a loss. I would hope to see that still. It seems like he still has that about him. And he was the player that I was most excited to watch this year. I knew he wasn't going to be old enough at the start to come in and play straight away, but he has delivered time and time again in Stage 1 so far.
So sticking with the bingo theme, play our game, we already ticked it off because that's what Sop just mentioned in the interview. So I want to actually play off of that.
Was that enough aura farming, or is that still?
No,
okay,
we're not there yet. We're just at the play our game stage. But Billy, when it comes to playing their game, we've already highlighted the stylistic differences of both of these teams. What is it about Foot's game or Sop's game specifically that could make it very difficult for Vitality to actually win here today.
I think I already kind of mentioned it, right? It's the conditioning with that aggression, but then also being able to strip it back and have that discipline in key moments. I think that that's probably a key part for Foot, and like I mentioned, has allowed them to kind of qualify to that event, because I think that that's a real strength for teams now, being able to dip in toes in different kinds of paces.
Yeah, we also have a skirmish because those are back since we don't have seeds anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see which team is going to be coming out on top.
Bro, they will again put me that I'm talking alone, but last time Westside was giving me some rubbish about it.
What is he peeking right now?
Fight!
AF! Yadasha!
Yadasha! Yeah, sit down, bro!
No, we don't take this. Oi! Nice, yeah!
Oh, it's 4-4. You shot well. Good luck.
Well, I'll start with our loser of the skirmish, Yambi.
Loser. Yeah, loser. Yeah.
You acted shocked though. Was this a part of the game plan then? I know you've talked about in the past that winning or losing.
Yeah, exactly. Like I lost previous time, so we won the game, so it was all tactical.
Okay, well, I was going to go more wholesome though, right? Because last year you guys had a bit of a tougher year together as teammates, but this time around you've made it to globals on different teams. But how proud are you of each other if you want to start Sociable?
I'm proud of him. I really like him, and good luck in lower bracket.
What about yourself, Yampi?
Yeah, I mean, last year I would not have been happy that Foot make it, of course. But yeah, I'm happy for him, super proud of him. He deserves it after we couldn't make it last year.
And what about today? What's going to happen? Because this is going to the grand finals or going to that lower bracket.
Ja, Volkan abi, seni seviyorum ama bugün biraz da trash talk yapacağım. Sana yataşa söyleyeceğim ve foot yiyeceğim. Afiyet olsun ben.
And in English that would be?
Good luck, Volkan.
Good luck. Let's see how that's going to handle out and who's going to go to grand finals.
It's desperate to do it himself. The Vitality against the odds. 13-6. It's been a drought for Foot.
I don't believe in super teams. I think it's just a gimmick people used to hate watch. It's not about the stars you have. But when a team goes through rough times, that's what makes them super.
Do I believe in super teams? No, I don't think they exist. But if they do, I'm on the super team. Vitality are okay. They're a good team in paper. But they still didn't reach their full potential yet.
I respect Foot. They also went through rough and good times together as a team. But today it will not matter because we will be better.
Fight now, that's great damage.
People always bite off more than they can chew.
From Song, right after the timeout.
I will always think I'm the best on the server.
Ready to fight them into the ground.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Esports. Keep falling. Take a risk even though my head with the fire and the stress keeps burning. I'm a crew out of sight. But it won't be falling. Vitality. 'Cause keep falling.
ticket straight to that grand final or a knock into the lower bracket gets decided by this one best of threes. Both of these rosters had downs and are now on the upside trajectory in terms of their performance here in VCT EMEA. Question remains, after they won the skirmish, what would Foot like to eliminate? Starting off with Breeze.
Yeah, interesting here that Foot leave that pro open. A little bit of a surprise, potentially. Vitality looks extremely strong in their previous showings, getting like 10-2 defense halves and not being able to see much on that attack side at all. So Foot must have something prepared if they're letting that open.
I think looking at the bans here as well, right? Foot banned Fracture last week, and so Vitality coming in, this has been their insta-ban. Almost opens up for Foot there to just be able to take that Breeze away. And like you mentioned, Pearl coming in, it's been left open. Vitality going to pick into that. Does feel like a little bit of a surprise. Then we have Ascent. I feel like that's no surprises there, Benny, considering how dominant Foot looked on it against Eternal Fire.
Yeah, interesting here. We get Pearl, Ascent, and Split. I would argue maps where it might be a little bit harder for SOP to get active on that Neon. I don't think these maps in particular are the 3 maps you would pick if you're a Neon player to main. But that being said, I think Pro is a map where we expect him to do some damage. For me, it's all going to be about, can they stop this Vitality game plan, which I'm sure is going to be the same as last week with that chamber, going into those deep extremities and dislodge Chronicle out of those extremities early.
Yeah, and let's not forget, these were the 3 maps that Foot actually played against Eternal Fire last week, and they were pushed to that 3rd map, double digits on them as well in the end. So they've definitely had a week to kind of chill out and coming to this one to prepare to potentially get to that grand final spot. In comparison, you have a Vitality that have played 5 maps so far throughout this playoffs and really needed to come in prepared to this one. I think starting off with that Pearl Mini, I like that you mentioned Chronicle, especially starting on that defense for Vitality here. The chamber looked so good, able to take those deep lines, but also the micro-aggression that was coming out with Yampi on that KO.
Yeah, the players are getting comfortable on their Razor chairs, but I would like to discuss further is the comfortability when it comes to how the first map's going to play out, especially because we already touched upon the fact that Foot was pushed all the way to the decider in that series against Eternal Fire. Vitality has had a chance to sit back, so is a week enough time to give Foot an opportunity to improve or maybe even come up with something new?
Well, they've already been switching between ideas on Pro already. They were playing that Waylay before and then switched away from it towards a Phoenix. And that didn't work too well in the previous game. But you'd hope they go away and go back to the drawing board and figure things out. Truthfully, in this veto, we would expect Vitality to take this one. This is the map where it's not bad for Foot if they lose it in terms of the 3 maps. I would expect them to rise up more in the 2nd and 3rd. But it is going to be, what have they changed? What can they adapt to? Vitality have got a lot of footage on that defense side. Is there any weaknesses there that they can
look to exploit? Yeah, exactly. And I think as well, when I'm looking at this Pearl composition that we saw from Foot come out last time, it's not too similar to Team Liquid's, and we saw how Vitality were able to completely dismantle Team Liquid's composition on Pearl last week. I'm looking at the adjustment to see how are Foot going to be able to clear out that operator that we highlight on B Long that we're going to be expecting to see Chronicle on.
It looks like the Phoenix is staying in the race, and I think this is something that we have seen from Foot, and that has worked, because the Waylay, there were a couple of question marks in terms of how that played out. Vitality also sticking to what we're used to seeing from their side of things. So again, both of these rosters, Mini, should have enough footage to be able to come up with a game plan to counteract one another.
Because Vitality's game plan worked so well before, and that was having Chronicle set up deep on the extremities with the chamber, and then after that, having some interesting trap plays with that KO, the aggression coming through the KO Flash and Durka. Foot, they're going to probably keep that. And it's now down to Foot to see what they can do to react to that. They need to push out Chronicle early, and they also need to make sure they're not getting those KO flashes to the face and just running into a Durka, basically.
Yeah, I think that you're looking at what tools they have to be able to do that, right? I'm looking at the Phoenix flashes here. I'm looking at the Fade Prowlers, depending on how close up Chronicle can get propped up on here on defense. And the reason that we're rambling on about it so much is because that was a key component of Vitality finding so much success. Really intriguing, though, that Foot actually decided to start on the attack, considering how strong Vitality's defense looks.
I think another thing to look at here is Yesterday on the Cypher. I think Cypher is a little bit underrated on this map. We see a lot of Killjoys usually. The Cypher camera being used to scout out those extremities, seeing what's happening on Vitality's side, see if there's any of these trap plays happening. I think Yesterday will play a pretty big part in seeing what Vitality's intentions are early in these rounds.
Is there either one of these Asian compositions that you prefer over the other, or are they both so streamlined and in line with the playstyle from either of these teams?
I prefer Vitality's. I think it's just because with the Foot composition, it's very difficult to try and fight for that B-long space.
I like Vitality's, but Foot suits them.
All right, well, this is it. A ticket straight to finals or unlock into the lower bracket in this best-of-3 series between Vitality and Foot starts here on Pearl with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, two teams stood head and shoulders above the rest, and Vitality have already beaten one of them. Now it's time to face off against Foot. It does feel like Sisyphus reaching the summit. Foot have been the unstoppable factor when it comes to this stage, Tom, but Vitality are heating up coming into this matchup.
Well, it's sort of two teams at a different stage. One team went 4-0, then had a slight drop, came back, make it through. Vitality, it didn't even look like they were going to make it out of the group stage, and now they're here fighting for a final. And for both of these teams, this is a huge opportunity. Having a victory in Stage 1 and Stage 2, well, there's only been two teams that have ever done that, Liquid and Fnatic. Stage 1 and Stage 2 have belonged to them for a long, long time. And with the trophy just a couple of games away, potentially, for one of these teams, it's a good opportunity.
Well, we're kicking off Pearl. Vitality's map pick with Foot on the attack side. And although the pace probably wouldn't change regardless of which side we'd see them on, Sop is going to be the one invading, taking down some utility and putting question marks at the back of Vitality's minds. But the attackers are converging in the very spot that Vitality have put numbers into. The strength about to be tested, and Durka, in fact, about to take the test to them. Off the flash, he swung in, but they dodged it. Peeking out after for the pick, and now the pressure onto the defenders, numbers falling. They had so many players here just moments ago, but a sea of red has washed them away. Sayonara's got to get out surely, and the Shock won't make it for the kill.
Yeah, that felt like the opportunity, and now it just seems like the flood of Foot. It's already going to put Sayonara out of the round. A 1v4 needed to take home this pistol. First goes his way, but it is Sop's round. A victory in the pistol. And one I think is going to be fairly important, because I'll be brutally honest with you, Mitch. I thought this map was going to be banned by Foot. I didn't think they'd want to go here at all. I think it's one where they've had some pretty nasty defeats. Eternal Fire losing 13-5, and then the two dominant victories we saw on the other side when Vitality played it. I genuinely thought they'd avoid this map, but evidently they'd rather play it than others.
So is that you telling me that Foot take this and we're looking at a 2-0?
Yeah.
And if it's close, you know, where does the margin need to be for you to believe it's a healthy game for Vitality?
I think the fact they let it through, it's going to be closer than the last couple of games. I don't think they would have just not fixed any of the issues they have. Also, a lot of the pressure is off in terms of making it to those internationals. There's still a lot on the line, but yeah, I'd say if Foot win this, yeah, I think the momentum will take them through Ascent. If it's close, still a chance at a 2-0.
Well, that's the thing for Vitality, and we've heard it in these pre-game interviews as well, that the hard work is done, right? The challenge is behind them for the most part. They've made it to an event when, you know, you wind back 2 weeks, it looked like they weren't even going to make it to playoffs. And even then, it wasn't by their own hand that they made it here. So those factors taken into consideration, I then start to think for Vitality, does this lack of pressure sitting on their shoulders mean that they'll take the foot off the gas a little bit? Obviously not intentionally, but
I don't think so.
It's not survival anymore. Now we move from can they survive to will they thrive? And I think there's a good chance.
I think a lot of teams like to tell themselves that the pressure is off so that then maybe they can believe that the pressure is off.
Sure.
I think that for an organization, especially like Vitality, silverware holds more value than a lot of other things. So you want to be the ones that won that stage, and especially the stage where both Fnatic and Liquid are gone. You want to be the ones to be able to take that home. But also I think for Vitality especially, they even mentioned it, that skipping that group stage over at Masters holds a lot of value for them, more time. Whereas I think for Foot, honestly, it might be better to go into the group stage. They're a momentum-based team.
Yeah.
I think getting some confidence early might help them, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, for Foot, not really any contention in this round, and if the last victory is anything to go by, an early start for Sop is something that Vitality definitely should be worried about.
Yeah, most definitely. He seemed very confident. And you know, especially when you're looking at this map, this comp, he is going to be the one taking a lot of aggressive stances towards you in that early round. It gets worse when you think about Zeus being the one to either be there with him or get him in there with those Phoenix flashes too. So there's a lot of aggression coming your way, and probably starting in this very round where, thanks to the way that Foot got here, they've got a very healthy buy. 2 big rifles, 2 bulldogs alongside them, and a Spectre. It's not exactly going to be an easy round for Vitality now that they've got the full buy out. And already we've seen some dangers. I think in particular that double door, Foot taking control of it, removing that trap that's usually on the close right. It's exactly what's going to happen, but it looks like Vitality were ready. The thing is, they've traded that damage onto Yumpy for the ult of Zeus. Foot are still happy. In fact, they're coming out of that with their head held high. A trap gone and damage done.
It's a little bit of an awkward fight, though. It almost seemed like they got almost stuck on the door as they tried to re-entry. So Foot have had to slow down at least a tad. It doesn't seem like they're over-aggressing. Maybe expecting Vitality to put the pressure on them a little bit, and especially with how many rifles they come into this round with. Foot don't really need to do anything too direct.
It's a strong round start, like we said, taking out that chamber trip, fighting for control, and maybe you would have liked to really knock Durka off that angle that he's holding right now. It is still some information. It will stop over rotations, but it doesn't stop all rotations. 3 players towards B now as Foot pick up the pace on A, and yes, Chamber's able to get out of there for free at least, but he's very quickly going to be challenged. In fact, towards Art, taken and cleared out. That's leaving the players on backside with a reveal ready to roll, waiting for that second tap. No, in fact, sending it early. There's one. That should be a kill, and it will be. Vitality putting themselves into the lead. Now Foot come back onto the site. 15 seconds or so to get that plant in. They've got to start putting it into play, and the spam's coming through. Close, but not close enough.
He picked a slight off angle to plant, and I think that was just enough to keep him alive. Even still, Vitality have the man advantage, but this is a bonus for Foot. A lot of rifles still in play, and the time now acts as their 6th man, starting to bring things up, make things awkward. And already Yetishay turning things back to an even scenario. In fact, it goes a little bit wrong for Vitality. Zeus in that back corner. He's going to finally be taken out and leaves it all on to one. It is going to be the weaker weapon from Crostali. That time has been ticking a while, but not enough. Profek, he's really just going to stick this the entire way. He's going to just defuse in front of his eyes. What a way to get your first round on the board. A little bit of disrespect, and Profek not sweating at all.
Oh, that one's got a sting for Foot. They're still in the lead, and it was a strong start to this map. A great fight for them there, but knowing how close they were to get that one across the line, to lose it in that fashion is tragic. Especially when Zeus got so much done. They knew he was in this corner. He put the wall up. They went in to deal with him. They sent so much utility that way, and him buying them that extra time.
Nice, bro.
It put the pressure on, but in the end, the stick is what wins it out for Vitality, flipping the table.
It's just straight up disrespect. And for Foot, it's obviously a little bit frustrating because they could have won the round, but you do have to bear in mind that's their bonus. Look at the damage that's already been done to the economy of Vitality. They now come in with, well, enough credits to buy an Odin going into this round. So that kind of tells you where they're at.
Yedishay's gone down. That A-long fight, they haven't been poking that area all too much, and now finding out that's not just where Chronicle plays in the late game. They were able to pressure him off that angle before, but still around and still has that crucial TP. It gets him out of that second fight. The Molly, though, could be dangerous. He's got to move, and might be in the open when the peek comes through. Zeus easily able to manipulate that frag, but with Durka now showing the shotgun up close, they've got to be very worried about this push through. Getting a plant hard, they really want to clear out that lower space, and the judge is taking them for a field day! Crostali with everything on his hands, and, well, he made a damn good try. But it's another round for Vitality. From a stuck defuse to now 2-2.
This is just where Durka has been so scary. Like, he talks a lot about making jokes, maybe not liking the Neon personally, but when you watch the way he plays it, I would say that Sociable, that might be one of the most optimistic attempts at a kill I've ever seen in my life, but...
Especially against the judge up close. I mean, he kind of has an arrow pointing to where you are.
2-2. Even with what was a bit of a vulnerable buy in the last, Dirk has bailed them out. Had some incredible games for them to qualify, and a weaker purchase now coming in, and it's a little bit of an awkward battle again to start, but Sayonara comfortably dealing with Sop and Zeus.
Yeah, that might have been what happened last time as well, just Durka throwing out the stun, that relay ball catching pretty much the whole team as they're trying to walk through those double doors. And now same old strat as last round. Remember, Foot, they sent Yedege creeping up on A long in the previous. He walked straight into Chronicle. Now, he sent creeping up on B long, a last-ditch attempt to take some space, and he has gotten them it. An orb is going to give them an ult on Fade, but is the Nightfall really going to change this round? Is it going to help even getting through? 2 Stingers and a Sheriff. I think we chalked this one up to a lost round already. Let's see if they've got some different ideas, though.
Yeah, with Durka so close. Unless they can get Profek with pretty much nothing in response. It's going to be incredibly difficult, and there you go.
Okay.
Not a bad shot. The Judge is the only gun nearby. He's been caught by the Seas as well, so a little bit more vulnerable to those SMGs, but that only lasted a moment. Durka's decision is just to try and hold that space, and the lineup is going to buy additional time. The spam, though, again, doing a lot of damage. They've somehow brought this back to even, but still, the weaponry hasn't been retrieved. Nowhere for Crostali to go. And as always, the Sayonara shock darts are on point.
Yeah, he did remarkably well following up in the initial fight that they had towards those double doors on the stun that Durka put through. A wonderful job on the way back in. Yeah, Foot made more out of that than I thought they would, considering the investment that they had. Very nice opening with the... Oh yeah, it's really not nice to be on the other side of that. It was a nice opening with the Sheriff that we saw from Yedege as well. But Vitality now have the lead from 2-0 down, facing into what probably should have been a lost round. They've managed to find the lead, steal it out of the hands of Foot. But the full buy is coming back up for the attacking side, and with a Phoenix on the roster, I don't think anybody's surprised by round 6, the ult is online.
Well, same can be said for the other side. A free sniper rifle available for Chronicle will help pad their economy that little bit extra. It's all the worth noting as well that versus Liquid and GX, it was 10-2 defensive halves for Vitality. Not that they struggled to close either of those games on the attack, but we just haven't seen much of what they have to offer on that side.
Well, it's been a slow game so far for Yumpy. His job has mostly been to sit around where Sayonara is right now and buy some time. But now in goes the stun alongside the Hunter's Fury. A beautiful combination, and sending some bodies at this problem as well has given Vitality nothing but success. This is the buy round for Foot, and they've been immediately put in their place. The stun, that's come out of nowhere. Just off the timing, and well, it hasn't worked out as well as it looked like. That should have been kills, conversions, and instead, Vitality are in a 2v2. They're on the back foot. Robin Hood's gone down as well. Chronicle, a man that's so reliable in these moments, well, he will be called on once again.
They shouldn't have had to be. They had such a huge advantage after those initial fights, and Sop, I'll say, it's a very aggressive position. A nice shot, but the second player doesn't actually swing off it. Yedege decides to go back. A rifle retrieved. And a hell of a lot for Chronicle to do now. If Yedege fights him, maybe it ends up 50-50. Instead, he looks to try and make it so there isn't even really a fight to be had, forcing Chronicle to go looking for it. But Chronicle seems to have the right idea! They are winning rounds that really shouldn't be going their way. But hey, Vitality fans don't mind.
And he's on his feet as well, waving to the other side of the stage. This is ridiculous. I'm pretty sure he caught it the second Yedege went
to... he goes back to.
went to check his cam or something like that. Oh, yeah, wow, yeah. I think just before that I said Yumpy's been having a bit of a tough game, but that round really added to the tally. I really want to see this in the replay, though. What was it? Yeah, the second he touches his cam, the millisecond he's put to bed. Nuts timing. And a timeout from Foot.
What did you say on that video, brother? Hello? Hello?
Oh, he's been listening. He's been listening and taking names. You love to see it.
See, the funny thing is, you see Powell with his hands together. He has got into praying because at the beginning of the year, he prayed that somehow Chronicle would end up on his team, and it came true. So now he's just got to continue doing it. Another man he's very lucky to have is Sayonara, someone who only joined, of course, this stage. Had ups and downs in some of the early matches, but in playoffs, he's genuinely been incredible. Only just 18 years of age, only just old enough to play in the league, and already looking like a seasoned superstar.
Well, I think we talked about it a little bit when he joined into the roster, right, about how he was a good teammate, a good team player.
Yeah.
Didn't really seem to care too much about the statistics, but those stats have followed as the team has heated up, as they found their identity on that server.
It's also on duelist, controller, and initiator. So you have an 18-year-old that is able to play 3 roles within your team excellently. And also it's the Viper as well, so you can kind of throw Senti in there as like a quasi role as well.
Jack of all trades and
master
of far too many, yeah. 4-2. Vitality seem to have full control over this game. Foot have been doing well when it comes to the pistols, but well, that is not going to help.
Okay.
Sayonara is there to bail them out of what looked to be a bad situation, but he has got full control, both hands on the reins, 12-4. And 5-2 to Vitality as a result.
Yeah, he's playing incredibly well. I do want to say, like, there is a very real scenario where Foot are in the lead of this game. Like, you've lost a Ninja Defuse round, you've lost a round that was a 1v2 clutch, but these are sort of the things that were the gravy to the sort of excellence that we've seen with this team. Like, they're able to win absurd rounds. The problem, though, for Foot is if they are going to compete in this map, they need to start getting onto the board. We've spoken about this Vitality defense side. 10 rounds is, well, the minimum and maximum. It's just what they've had in both games they played on this map. You can't allow them to have that.
Watch your eyes.
Oh, it looks like a much more direct strategy here. Probably Nightfall going through on this A site after the reveal pops up. They don't get long to react to that with the wall in play. They've made it close. Foot, though, breaking through the walls. Always the challenge, but not for Sup. He's made it look easy against Durka, but an immediate trade doesn't make things that easy. Nightfall going to go into play, only catches 1. And that leaves them then thinking about a flank. But that flank is already covered. Yedege on the wraparound, Zeus joining him. It does mean that on site they're a little bit lighter, but with Crystalli picking up Yumpy, I believe, straight through the smoke, that one should buy all the time in the world for this double flank to come through. It really looks like they've got all their win conditions ticked.
That's the thing. They like to take their time on these retakes. And so it gives an opportunity to wrap around. The Cosmic Divide, if anything, has helped out. And leaves just Chronicle standing. You've still got to be careful, though. You still have got to be careful. Oh, I was getting a flashback to what is every other round we've seen so far from Vitality.
That was nearly in competition for play of the game, which is saying something.
Yeah.
Even though we're only 8 rounds in, it's been a chaotic starter. And, you know, a very aggressive invasion. This is what we talked about from Sop. He's going to be the guy that's just coming swinging at you. I do think that Zeus has been a safe pair of hands in a lot of moments there. It's just Chronicle able to make it look dangerous. But in the end, Foot back to winning ways. They found their third a lot later than we thought. I love that flash. It's going to buy them that first fight. Normally you pay the price of that operator. But instead, denying it, and they get this control on B site. Now, laneway is a problem because the trap's been broken, and they put all the pressure on Chronicle. Beautiful stuff from Foot.
Or again, Crystalli's plant position denied. Means all those smokes are faded as well, so they have to plant in safer positions that they would have liked, but they have held onto control of the elbow. Run through, though, Durka only managing the first. And nobody else close enough behind to find that trade. Sop sat with the operator a little bit tagged up, so now he's using it almost as an aggressive shotgun. Instead, though, things start to swing back in Vitality's favor. That clock has been ticking. Yedege turns it down to just 1. Yumpy to try and find his ex-teammate waiting on the other side, and Sociable is more than ready. Foot start their climb back into the game. And more importantly, that economy now starts to dwindle.
I love what we see from them there. I'm not sure that they can have the exact read that Kron is playing that position. As you know, it's swapped around a lot. But after hearing the op, that's where they start to at least grow suspicious. And sending out a player, I believe it was Yedije, to the double doors, he breaks the trap. That means that as they, the trap that's in the laneway, right? So as the B site's being pushed, Kron can't fall back. He's got nowhere to go. He can run up the laneway that he knows there's someone there, or he can go to site, and well, you saw exactly what happens when Sop runs it down on you like that. A nice crunch, a nice idea, and a great payoff for the attacking side as a result. Still that buy-up for Vitality here, though.
Just
all
about.
credits put into this one, and they will very much be struggling for the cash if they lose out here.
Problem is, it almost feels like Dirk has been better with the judge, especially while having that overdrive in back pocket. Means that any sort of retake won't be a problem. The fact is, though, a more direct push on the other side, but getting through here when there's a judge waiting almost seems impossible. That door has been a gift and a curse, and while this time the push is cursed, an in-zone flawless, with Yumpy being picked back up, and Vitality return like it's nothing.
Yeah, Profek peeling away from bottom of the scoreboard with that. That was a big round for him. Confidence builder as well. The triple found, and the judge still dealing the damage we expected. And a great return to form for Foot. Again, we've seen that weakness was there. When Foot pushed down on that B site just the round before, this time Vitality looked much more around taking that mid control, having the early push on Art. And in fact, that will be an even earlier push this time. Flash set up, Art push coming through, and it's Chronicle to take point of contact. Nicely done for the double, and he can just get out for free. Nasty stuff for Vitality. And they are doing it against the low buy. This was a bit of a risk to it, but with the chamber, it's always worth taking that risk.
I think as well, we might have to start asking Captain Cal what's the record for most assists in a map, because I think currently Yumpy is on 16, which normally you'd look at KO and go, okay, he did get quite a few in the last round just using his ult, but he's had some great flashes. He's had some great nades as well, denying the plants, and it might, I was going to say not be needed for the rest of this one, but Yedije trying to turn the tide, not going to be happening. 7-4.
I love how 5v3, they get punished for overfighting the pistols. What does Sayonara do? He's given a chance to pull the round back, runs in and fights the pistols as quickly as possible.
There we go.
Consistency, the most important thing, evidently.
The funny thing is that flash had to be so pixel perfect because Chronicle literally like semi-caught by it. If he's even a millimeter further out, he's blind.
Confidence on him. Nice. Nice.
That's the key to throw above and behind.
There you go, 3, 5, and 16.
Well, 7.
His KDA is going to be crazy after this.
For God's sake. 7 on the board already and 1 left to play for. This could be a stellar half for Team Vitality. And a lot of their last 2 rounds in the early stage has been pressure towards Art. Foot try to fix that by pressuring back, by fighting for that space and avoiding the early flash. But none of it comes their way. Because of course Vitality have gone back to the start of the game. Send Chronicle to hold that A control, get one, get out, and now Foot as they take the site, already a man down with a lot to deal with. Rotations have come through, Profek's on standby, but you're always worried about that tour de force.
Oh. The swing from Sop. And the trade's back, actually relatively effective. They've done well here, and the swing out from Profek is caught. Takes away the advantage that was garnered and puts it back into a much closer situation. Durka with ult online, a chance to maybe pad the space. Yumpy, this time the fragment's only going to clear out the site.
Sociable has just slipped in. Durka suspects it, though. Even seeing that smoke should be enough. And there it is, the punish. A 2 versus 2 time still ticking. Yumpy not yet spotted, brushing shoulders with Yedije, but he's the one to fall. The finger guns overheated. Durka's down to 30, up against the wall. But he swings into Zeus, who's somehow unaware. The position is near perfect. He can stick this. Yedije knows he's gonna run, and Durka tries to catch him. 3 HP is what decides the final round of the half. And it's Foot on 5. Well, former teammates now vying for a place in the final. Let's send it over to Kukuka for a TLDR on the Yumpy and Sociable lore after the replays.
What an interesting half already. Stage 1 playoffs has been full of surprises and most importantly, full of history. Today, we see that it's only fair that we talk about two players that have not only been crucial for the success of their respective teams, but also shared a 2025 full of missed opportunities. For Sociable and Yumpy, almost was never enough. And this year, they are proving to be hungrier than ever, despite a path full of thorns. Sociable started his 2026 on a different team, where they soon realized that the direction they wanted to follow strived away from his expertise. But luckily for him, the most successful Turkish powerhouse was in need of a new vision. And so he was able to reunite with Vlad and now lead their new identity. I know it is difficult to overlook Sop's talent, but I'd say we can all agree that Sociable's impact on Foot is unquestionable. And as for Yumpy, man started the year playing Yoru. It wasn't a fever dream, it was real. And expectations, questions, and mostly doubts have been filling the headlines about Vitality this year. And in a team full of big names, Yumpy's leadership was put in the spotlight. But finally, last week, after they were gifted a second chance at redemption, they defeated their demons to secure Masters London. It really feels like things for them are just starting. And the craziest thing about today is that either Yumpy or Sociable will secure their first grand final as IGLs of their squads.
And a big opportunity indeed to secure themselves that spot in the grand finals, to stand above the rest and take a day to watch the others play. 7-5 is the score. Vitality leading at the half, but now they're on the attack. Or I should say, Foot are on the attack. The defense scales up with 3 players in A main early, but they have sent forces back, expecting this extra leg to the push coming through Art, now ready to pounce in a 3-man setup, and they will go swinging early. Zeus and Sup to find the double. And with the stun delaying and the spike in the open, this round may have already slipped out of Vitality's grasp.
I have the spike.
I have to say, a 2v5 feels unlikely. But the gamble of the defense is to all group up. Now, they've already spotted where they are with the cam. That's why they weren't over-rotating. Don't want to give them those isolated fights, especially with how good Sayonara has been in that first half. You really don't want to give him anything, but a plant is all but guaranteed. It's now, how much can they do to hold on to it?
Well, they've got a single star on Profek.
Go, go, go!
It's been placed up into heaven. They know they're not going to win this one on time. No, it's going to have to be the guns that do the talking. The defuse already started.
Last player standing.
Sociable, able to find one, another for Yedege, and that will close out the round. Nicely done for Foot, and with the pistol under their belt here as well. I mean, we're pretty much, very much expecting to see a 7-7 scoreline. In fact, between these two teams, I kind of expect Foot to be the ones doing damage on those low buys more than the other way around.
Yeah, I will say though, it's like Foot of now, this is both pistols. Yep. They're just going to be leveling up at the half. Obviously, Vitality, when it got into the buy, definitely seemed better. But a lot of clutch rounds obviously going the way of Vitality, I feel. So still an opportunity for Foot to turn it around. I'm mainly going to be looking at Sop, though. That defensive side sniper and the potential for aggression alongside Zeus, it's something I think that we see Eternal Fire do incredibly well. In fact, they really struggled against it. I'm hoping his defensive side sniper won't continue like that, because then we have some problems.
I'm glad you've highlighted it, Tom. Yes, a great example there. Can we get that replay slowed down? You can do some drawing over.
Just give me that one. Give me that one.
Show us the vision that you were looking to see today. But yeah, for Foot, you're right. It has been rounds here and there scattered throughout. Vitality have looked better in the buy rounds, better in the brass tacks of the game. So these early starts, so valuable. Sayonara, there's one, but 56 HP.
He's going to get killed from behind.
Oh,
there we go.
I thought he'd seen Sociable, but no, only the other way around. 7-7. We are neck and neck, but you know, the other thing about Foot, Tom, when they come to this defensive side is it's almost where I fear them the most in this matchup. Just thinking about the problems Vitality have had, this is the half where I see it having the best chance to raise its ugly head again, because Foot will put pressure on you. They will attack from the very get-go. They have variance to their pace, but their ability to, as we always say about Turkish teams, come in and just slap you one right in the jaw. It's not easy to work with. It's not easy to play around, and if they can put Vitality on the back foot, that's where we've seen them trip over in the early stages of the season.
I think, oh, there we go, off rip. Looking to try and put that pressure on Dirk, the man who you wanted to entry. Already low, but even still, it doesn't matter. If he's not dead, if he's still standing, you have a problem. It leaves Yedege with a Spectre. He was basically hoping that this gamble stack of the B site would do enough damage. And now, well, Chronicle is just waiting for him. I don't know how that was. That it feels like it can't have been a headshot, but it did enough damage that maybe it was just through the stairs and through the wall.
Yeah, thick box, very thick box. That's crazy. You know, you start the round out with a 140 tag on Dirk, you're probably calming that, thinking, oh, he's easy to take down now. No. Dirk is looking back like, you think that's going to help? 2 quick kills, and yeah, the trade outs after make this an easy round for Vitality. It had so much promise for Foot right off rip. They've got the numbers in the right spot. They've got a big gun there as well. It lands the tag on the danger man. Yeah, Yedege is all alone. Time's already gone. He's not getting in there, getting 3 kills and defusing, and he knows that. Instead, looks for the kills, the exits. They walk right over him on the way out. 8-7. The early half done, and despite 2 pistol rounds under their belt and the follow-ups, Foot are trailing by 1. This coming round is where that has to change, where if Vitality win, you could definitely see them running away with the game.
Well, I want to look at Zeus as well.
I did a headshot to him, I guess.
There you go.
He was confused as well.
But I think that Zeus on the defensive side, Phoenix, I want to watch, because I think we've seen a lot of other players do it better. I think Fabian especially was phenomenal. But then again, if Sob's going to do stuff like that, I guess it doesn't matter if you have supportive utility being thrown in, because he's just wrecking people before they can even move.
I mean, Zeus is just here for the retakes, really. You know, pop a flash out the smoke and get in. It's all about Sob. Just send him around to slay everybody, evidently. Fighting for an 8th and already a man advantage. Foot making the right steps to success in the early stage. Vitality, although they'll take this slow, their game has been read now, and it will be the Phoenix ult sent through to catch these players. Nicely done by Zeus. Crystalli's there with them, and they have got Durka trapped. Although the ult fades, and Durka can flee. It's Messi from Profect! Sop cleared his head from his shoulders. That is outrageous.
Delete the agent from the game. I don't care about nerfs at this point. That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Can I get that replayed? Let's cue the replay.
It's an in-zone flawless, but honestly, I don't know if we can count that one. That is straight BS. What?
Don't care.
Don't care. Like, this was a nice shot, but well I really,
Great teamwork. Who cares? Look at this. I want to see his face. I want to see his face. Oh, he's a bit more sad.
Yeah, tell him to sit down after that.
I didn't see what happened, but I heard people scream.
Oh, trust me, Profect didn't see what happened either, so don't you worry. Sob's the only one with the vision. And
oh my God, okay.
Oh, Durka.
A little bit of revenge.
Yeah, it's nice. Good early trade to find, and actually even more valuable considering there's a rifle down now. This is a round where Vitality have weaknesses, the shotgun, the bandit as well.
I thought you were going to say because he killed Sop.
Well, that more so, actually, yeah. You can have as many rifles as you want. If Sop's still alive, the round is in jeopardy.
It's definitely better than it's gone so far. Yumpy, I'll say him having a pistol is a detriment, but his assist stats are going up. His kills have not been going up for the majority of this game. He's mostly been on the setup side of things, so...
It's a very nice way of putting it, Tom.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough. The funny thing, though, is just look at the current setup. They're not even like doing a one side of the map. They're using the utility from Cypher just to basically hold B and then play it as a retake, which historically was never really the greatest way to try and play this map. B was always very difficult to retake from, but it does seem like that shift of sight has at least made things a little bit easier. And now Yedaje starts to reclaim that ground alone. Definitely a gamble if he goes a little bit too far. We've seen that in the past, but he gets the one and he leaves. Well played.
Yeah, perfect play from Yedaje. The plant, though, doesn't seem possible to deny. No, the timing good for Vitality. They get to play post plant now with Hunter's Fury. That means you go towards long, but Zeus knows that. He's waiting for them. Baiting them in, luring them in, but the trap, it ends up sprung on him. Now Foot step forward, time ticking, and a Hunter's Fury as well as a gravitational well, or an Astra Suck, sitting on the point. Now one less player to work with as well. The first tap baits out the grav well, but they need to pull the players into fights. With the Hunter's Fury, that's going to be awful difficult to do. A kill avoided for now, but the final burst has bought them so much time. It's already done. Look at that. Utility in the post plant, all Vitality needed, and 9 rounds will be found.
Yeah, I think this might actually be the perfect example of why most people don't just give up the B site completely. Yes. Because it is very, very difficult. So, nice beard. Or nice beards.
I'm jealous now.
Yeah, where's mine? Oh, nonetheless. It's good work from Yedaje, but then it's just so difficult. The second that Hunter's Fury is available as well, like, you're against the clock, and Yumpy does well to just hold on to that position, put some doubt in the minds of the remaining Foot players. Still, though, economy to play with. An overdrive on either side, and so it's right back to this battle for B-Long. The flash is unreal, and because of that, they are so blind on the other side. That question, maybe the Phoenix for him, but well, after this, I don't know if I have any questions anymore.
Well, we've had questions, right, about where that ceiling would be, and it looks like it might just be a wide open sky. For Foot, a rundown and a shutdown as Vitality look to pick up some of the steam left behind in the previous. Yedaje in there to close this out, and 9-9, we remain a close game.
I hope we have the POVs of how many people were blind there. Just look at this swing. Yeah. It's just swinging into just like everybody on the other side. I think maybe Sayonara dodged it, but then he's caught by the grab well. That's just a gorgeous setup from Foot. And this is something they speak about, that like a lot of people will look at this squad and go like, oh, they're just running down.
We'll go kill him.
They're just playing over aggressive. They're playing silly. And then you look at some of the setups that I imagine are being called like, okay, we're going to do this round. This is how we're going to play it. This is the flash. This is the, and that's just wonderful.
That is one of those things where it's hard, I suppose, at times to think like, how do people keep getting caught off by these Turkish teams playing aggressive? But they pick their moments, and then they come out with some setups like that. It's all about being disruptive. That's the name of the game.
But this is a cool thing going into this series. Of course, for Foot, it's a team that we've talked about as making it to champions. They've made it to international events before. But when it comes down to their placements, the highest they've ever placed is 3rd, which is guaranteed. If they win this game, it's the highest ever placement for Foot as an organization. And obviously, in a group stage or in a proper league format, it would be the same for Vitality. Like, they have made it to 1st place of Kickoff, but obviously Kickoff has a very different format. A lot less games, a lot less time to adapt. And as saying earlier, the only teams that have been a Stage 1 or Stage 2 champion are Liquid or Fnatic. So we will have a new champion to end this stage.
That's all coming up on Sunday night, and one of these teams will without a doubt be featured. This series decides which on the scoreline. Neck and neck, fittingly. We move towards this B side again for Vitality, but this isn't quite the pacey take we've seen in the past. You've still got mid being held on the walk-up. Yumpy still sat outside the A site, but eventually they will group up. Seeing no aggression, it's time to go pushing into Foot's 3-man stack up.
If you notice, the popularity of the Bandit has slowly been growing.
Yeah, it has been increasing.
The opportunity for those maybe slightly RNG at time headshots if you miss the first bullet. Or if you're Ordaz and you get 4 kills and then miss about 10 bullets. That's not the Bandit though. Instead, the Headhunter is there to start, but Sop with a shooting gallery does miss 1. The overdrive, however, gives him slightly more bullets, and Yedajay has just found 1 through the smoke. Make that a second. In fact, he's just cleaning up. Yedajay to give them the lead. 10 rounds now for Foot. And this is crunch time for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, the criticism of Foot was that they weren't that good when it comes to the late rounds, but now they're starting to put them up. That's 2 in a row. And if I'm not mistaken, the economy of Vitality should be pushed to the brink after the coming round. So it's 1 more chance for Vitality, a team who, as we said, you take those pistols, you run it again. They managed to find even 1 of them, and this gap is looking a lot more friendly to the French organization. But instead, the Turks take the lead. 10-9 we go, and round 20 is going to see some aggression around mid from both sides of the stage. Still walking up is Zeus. I mean, they want to take this fight all the way around, but Chronicle, he has a way out. He has a TP, but he's been shot straight in the head, shut down early, but Vitality respond immediately. A 4v3 now on the cards.
Yeah, it felt a little bit more disjointed. Like they get that opening pick, and then the remainder of the Vitality players are just able to swing. Even still, though, again, the abandonment of this B site. Foot gambling heavily into A, and it feels like after just a moment of prodding and probing, that might be a read that Vitality have as well.
It's crazy that there is a danger right now for just a walk-up like that. Mid's completely open. The only thing to watch it is a cam around Art. But they're leaving that and only occasionally checking for it with Sociable. There was a gap, but Vitality have no idea where that gap is. But the lack of noise, the lack of any attempts for flanks as well, it lets them know something is awry. Foot have some information we can't account for, and they're just about to find out what info that is. There's the trip.
The worry for them as well is if it had been a mid-push after they got those kills, they would have had no idea. Because normally they had the cam watching, but they moved it over into Art. So, yeah, they left a lot to be desired after that opening failed. Again, though, happy to just play in the retake. Durka at the back of the side with a Bucky, but of course he does have his ult available. Sociable's got very far forward, though. A gap found on the other side, and now Sop using the shorty has turned it back into a winnable position. They will finish off Yumpy. A gun maybe is all that remains. 1 man to try and hold on is Profex, and he's not going to be able to. A 3v4 turned on its head. Well, we were building that up as like, okay, this might be very difficult for Foot. All right, they didn't look it.
It definitely looked like it should have been. A phenomenal stun coming out of Sop, though. That's really what gives Sociable the leg up in that fight. The fact that they know there's a second player there as well. And I like as well how they played after this initial mid-fight. Like I said, there was a danger there of a walk through water. There could have been a timing. But other than that, they did very well to mitigate any risks. I'm not sure what was going to happen there. But playing with the numbers towards the A site, leaving the trap on B long as well. I like that little bit of flair to it. It gave them the information to get the rotate in early. And if it wasn't for that, they might not be able to catch those players in that back site. So yeah, altogether, Foot really starting to wake up as this map comes to a close. And with this being Vitality's pick, and now a 2-round gap, and also economic pressure starting to lean on Foot, sorry, on Vitality, I'm not surprised that they've gone for a timeout on that attack side.
I think as well, one of the most fun things about this series is just those 2 youngsters, Sayonara and Sop. 2 that came into this stage. Of course, Sop was kind of expected initially to be with the Eternal Fire roster. Sent them back into the lower bracket as he made it into that first international event. And then for Sayonara, the same. Like, came in to replace Unfake initially. Didn't look fantastic for the squad. For now, they are on their way, and will hope to be on their way to the Stage 2 finals in Barcelona as well. Of course, a big opportunity with the roadshow. Make sure to scan the QR code to get your tickets for the end of next stage.
You can be on your way to see some of these teams playing down on that stage over in Barcelona. But for now, We're talking about mounting the stage for a grand finals. One of these teams has that on their mind, and Foot seem closer to the goal. A chance to steal their opponent's map pick, and the economy, as we said, pushed to the brink for Vitality. Will this be a collapse, though, for the attacking side? Can they find their way back into this? Slow take of this space and leaving Chronicle behind, embedded in that close corner. It's a very different round. Well, not quite embedded. He's going out wide. He's looking for a pick. While the numbers seem to be moving up on A, Vitality taking a very, very slow round.
Oh, they've gotten to the point where you're expecting aggression. There have been crunches into mid. They've been deep B control, and there is once again. And while waiting patiently, Zeus, it feels like Foot have almost expected an adaptation and then they made one of their own. They're just sitting back and waiting for Vitality to make their move. 30 seconds left. And they literally haven't pushed anything. They haven't made those forward motions as they had done in the rest of the map. And it just feels like Vitality have been caught out. Now, this is an attempted ruse, and the ruse has worked. It leaves one man on the other side of the map.
12 seconds.
And actually, that Cosmic Divide might end up being their undoing. Are they expecting anybody to be just this close around the corner? A chance for Yedege to maybe get a freebie as the rest of them run through. They've still got to deal with the man on the site, but now with Sociable, still only just looking to come in from behind, they've got to find him. And they have no idea. Yedege's just about to swing around the corner. This might just be his round. Leaves Profek with the time, the only friend he has remaining. Looking to try and now clutch out a round that should have been theirs, and he isn't going to be able to. Well, perfect positioning from Yedege, and another huge individual play.
Oh, they were cast down in that first half. Again, you take those two pistols away, and they don't even have the lead right now.
He played this so perfectly. Like the fact that he goes back into elbow, because they have the Cosmic Divide, so they expect that maybe he goes and tries to get it to half. He knows that his teammates are firing in the spawn. Instead, he wraps into an angle where, while I think the Prophet is clearing everything, they have no idea where he is.
Oh, mate. What am I watching?
This is your team, my friend.
You're watching
this has been happening the entire stage.
You're watching a masterclass from your boy Yedege. That's what Foot, 3 chances to close out this map. The map pick of their opponents with Ascent up next. Well, last time we saw Foot play it, we were up against another Turkish team. We wondered who'd take the 82nd province, but now you dare challenge them on their home turf. No, you better come in with an advantage, and Vitality will fight for that upper hand. They've got themselves a 5v3. Zeus still in the round thanks to his ult, but he might be about to be sent right out, running into heavy traffic. And Vitality flatten the first. A 4v2 post plant. There should be no way this goes wrong.
Oh, okay. Chronicle's been cleared. Maybe just a little bit too easy. They know Dirk is holding this angle. Definitely wary of it. Even try to catch him on the edge of the smoke, trying to bait out some of that utility, force the fights on the other side of Crystali. He's about to spot out Sayonara. Somehow, this is now swinging back once again, leaving it all onto Durka, and they're just sticking that defusal. He needs this kill, he needs it fast. One man standing, and he's let go. He's let go of the defusal. I think Durka's just about done enough the kill, but no defuse. A Red Bull clutch for Durka, and they just about cling to life.
Well, it's like I said, Tom, no way that could go wrong.
Oh.
And in the end, Vitality get it. Taking an easy round and making it a nail biter. I mean, they did so much work early on, but way too eager to keep getting into those fights. Yumpy swings, so does Chronicle. Oh, he's holding the angle, but same.
Oh.
Dropping the gun to get him off the defuse. Next level plays, and 2 chances now for Foot to close out their map pick.
Oh, for Vitality. I like the pace change up until the point where it all went wrong. They feel like they've been waiting for Foot to almost make their move every round, and it's funny, the round prior they almost lost because Foot decided not to make a move. They decided to sit back. But with early pressure sent to B, Foot have been rotating very quickly in a lot of these rounds, but in this one, it's kind of okay, because they've got Sop so deep on the angle. Bear in mind, he's also read into the fact that they don't have the credits for those heavy shields. So 4 of those 5 players are one shot to the Outlaw.
I mean, earlier he was exactly where that knife is. He was right there, and I think a very good reposition for him. He would have been caught without the ability to run away. Instead, now set up on the next angle. Where the smoke comes in. It's pulled back, but it's gotten them close, and now he's under real threat. If they round that corner quickly, Durka could delete Sop any moment now. But instead, Sop
He almost
gets
got 2.
one and almost makes it away. Durka with the trade, but Cristalli slipped.
He died to the trip.
He's seen one with Profect down. That damage already done has left him in a really tough position. Cristalli, though, caught dropping off. 10 seconds left, and the spike will finally be planted.
Yeah, DeJay's already on a long flank around, though. His first kill of the round came off the back of a trip, but with his teammate dead, and that's the moment that Sayonara, the Spidey senses begin to tingle, but it's not pretty. The remainder about to be revealed, and it's left all down to 1. Yedejay facing off against Yumpy. The IGL versus the last member of this roster, and the IGL will keep it going. Another clutch to the collection of Vitality. And now they sit just 1 round behind.
It has been a fairy tale run for Vitality.
I can't believe he died to the trip.
2 HP, yeah.
He went just before his teammate, and that's all it took. The worst thing is, that means that the shot through put him down, what was it, 3 HP? Sop almost gets a double there.
Yeah. To be fair, if the teammate hits the trip, you know what happens. He gets back through the smoke.
Yeah.
So he probably was dead to rights. A timeout from Foot now as well as we reach the final round of regulation. You can see that Vitality, they've got the wind back in their sails.
You know
Chirpy
he's looking
again.
at Sociable as well.
Oh,
just from
without a
Sociable's
doubt.
reaction, you know that's directed purely at him.
You saw that head-to-head backstage before they walked out onto the stage. Yeah, it was in the tunnel. And they were, well, you know, I'm just going to say, I'm not sure that Yumpy's translation of what he said was perfect. I think he might have left out a few words.
Either Turkish is a lot longer to say very small amounts of things, or he lied.
Yes, it was like 4 sentences.
Yeah, and then he said 3 words.
He was like, I said, good luck, mate.
Yeah, so I think that...
Not sure about that one. Very poetically said, I suppose.
Luckily, I think we have a large amount of Turkish fans for our audience, so I'm sure someone has already gone through the effort of translating that, but yeah. 12 to 11. Foot were moments away from taking their opponent's map choice, going to the Turkish home ground of Ascent with a chance at their greatest ever finish in EMEA. And now, well, the ball is in Vitality's court. They've got a better buy. Ult's relatively even. In fact, they're fairly close to a couple as well. And of course, the economy of Foot is in the bin. They are still running a stinger in this round.
From trailing, a chance to equalize and bring us all the way to an overtime. Sop is sticking around a little bit. He wanted to get revealed, running back, and then still be in spot for the fight, but he thinks better of it after the missed jump. A minute on the clock, and Vitality very patient. Is it patience or hesitance, though?
I think especially with the weaker buy, they're expecting more. The gamble, though, from Foot is spot on. They've got multiple players here. Again, Sop is going to start things off, but he is dealt with immediately. And the spam through clears Yetejay. Sociable is still within the sight, but he does not have the weapon to fight this, and his teammates are dropping like flies. He's hoping he can catch Sayonara, but Sayonara is just not swinging off the corner. He'll eventually make his move, but again, the weaponry just too weak. OT guaranteed. As Vitality have brought it back from the depths of defeat and take us to overtime.
We really got to commend them for the resilience as well. Both pistols lost and Foot picking up the pace towards the end, or the midway of this half, I suppose. The Vitality didn't count themselves out. And it's a good job too, as you said, this being their map pick. Ascent up next.
Nice.
You said that...
Have some balls, Elias, okay?
Come on, Yumpy. You gotta listen to Durka when he tells you, but You said if Foot take this, we're likely looking at a 2-0. Faith not at an all-time high, but will Vitality get a chance to avoid that uncertain reality?
Well, I'll also say that Split being my favorite map and being the third map in this series, there might be some bias there, but we'll ignore that. I definitely do not want to be seeing a 2-0 between these two teams in the upper bracket final. Both gunning for that grand final. They said earlier they don't like the term super team, but I think by all metrics, this is a super team versus a Turkish super team. And today we get to find out who did it best.
A minute 10 on the clock. We'll see the same old thing that worked for Foot in so many of their rounds, which is sending Yedege solo to deal with that trap. Uses his cam to do it. Very nicely done. Gets a ping on it, sprays through. Now that's going to make Vitality think they've lost map control. As a response, 3-man push up on A. But while they're pushing A on the defensive side, Foot are about to break through this smoke. Phoenix flash in hand, and the B site is now theirs. Smoke's blocking out any players nearby. But this nade has bought time, and
it has bought time for the attackers. That's not gone to plan. Normally able to deny. Yet to show his positioning is perfect once again. He put a deeper trip that got broken. That gave him time to get into position for the second trip. This man is playing chess, the rest playing checkers. And well, it leaves them with such a massive advantage. Profek is just going to try and do some hardcore because that's all he's got left. Sop will finish an in-zone flawless. What a round from Foot.
Oh, a truly spectacular play. I mean, highlight has to be the nade. But after that, from Vitality, that was the best piece of utility that Foot threw without throwing it. But for Yedege, yeah, picking up that double is nuts. I expect him to get one there, and that's already a decent performance. He's got the info on the flank early, and the boys can adjust, but instead, he just locks it down himself, and the round's theirs.
I love that he put a deeper trip towards A, so when he breaks it, he starts running to get back to his trip that's blocking outside B. Like, he had levels to the trap he was setting. It just shows how good he is as a player. Chronicle given an opportunity, but we've seen him get caught quite a lot when solo, and giving up that space not worth it for Foot. They've consistently rotated away from the B site, and it's something that I think Vitality, especially towards the end of the half, started to exploit. So they have now done the polar opposite. Mitch, there are 5 players on B.
13-12, you take a risk like this. I mean, you've got the rounds to burn, I suppose, one of them, but the problem is Vitality. They sent the drone and the shock darts, but how much more utility? None. And then that's what Foot are starting to realize on this B site. They have their cam covering all this space on A, but listen, you can hear those steps. The players in Art have given away the game, yet still Foot sit and wait. I mean, you might as well. Maybe it's a fake. But you're going to find out pretty soon that all your eggs were in the wrong basket. And back to the store you go.
Well, you've got to be a bit confused if you're Vitality. You throw the knife into the A site and nothing comes back. It gives them a free plant. I don't know what it was that gave away the game, but it has put them into a wonderful position. A post-plant on A with 0 players lost. I'm liking the look of the Odin, though. A chance for real spam, but Dirk is ahead of everything. And so Sayonara, it's given them 2 easy picks. In fact, this is so comfortable. It's not quite going to be the flawless of the last. 30 HP. There's no way. They'd have to make a huge mistake. Well, I thought for a second Dirk was just going to turn his back to Sociable. But he'll close it in the end. 13-13, we carry on.
The show must go on indeed. Another overtime needed. We are just on the first map. And I've seen series take about this time. I miss watching Pacific play.
Yeah, I was about to say, their last map being a 13-0. I hope we don't get that split. I don't want to see that split
That
again.
wasn't your favorite to see, no?
No.
Wasn't mine either.
I think I was getting the train home and I missed it.
It was hard to see it through the tears. 13-13. OT yet again. Number 2, Vitality getting aggressive early on the defensive side. You can already see Chronicle pushing. Oh, taking a fight, getting out. We've seen this story play out before, but usually there's a few more corpses from Foot on the ground by now.
Oh, they're in the defensive rotations. Chronicle again just trying to almost hit a spam shot. If that smoke goes up, I'm certain, yeah, you'll hear a bullet or two spamming forward. Sat towards the back of the site, and already an even trade. Puts things back into a 4v4 scenario, a post plant picked up, and some very deep positioning, in fact, from the side of Foot. I'm more looking at that wraparound. There's still a trip in position, and this could be perfect for Sociable. The second that's broken, he can now hone in on the fact that there is a player behind. It's already being watched. 2 players about to be caught by the knife, and they've cleared out Zeus, but this could be a problem. Sociable's timing needs to be almost perfect, but considering they've already got one off, he can now move forward. He can step in and clear out the player on site. Profek would need another ninja if he's going to have a chance, and it was not the case. Foot take the lead.
There seems to be no managing the amount of scenarios we see them in that you start to question, can they fight their way back through? And it's almost always a yes. 27 kills from SOP so far. The question remains of will another overtime be needed here today? Big rounds from Foot. But on the defensive side, what's been working for them? What caught them off on that attack side sometimes was the early aggressive plays, but it looks like both teams have a fairly similar idea here. Flash goes through, and so does Durka on the back of a pulled back smoke, but they see nothing. And Foot's response to hearing all this noise is to wait. A firing squad assembled, a high-low setup, dodge the first shock as the trip goes down, but those players go in. Cross Tally's alone. One went forward, one went back. It's a mistake. And now Zeus is the one under pressure as a result, caught with hot hands and cold feet now for Foot as they should be retreating, should be avoiding these fights, and yet they fill in the space, immediately realizing that Vitality have gone back.
Oh, I like this. You know that they will have rotated. They were rotating 5 people to one site in rounds where they hadn't seen anything. I'm out of here. And you can just see the doubt. SOP's now deep within the B site. Mid's being pressured by Sociable. They think they're about to catch a rotation, and instead Vitality are just sitting there. A wise man once said, follow the plan, and they are following the plan to the letter. Leaving Yedeje now completely alone. Sure, a full sprint to the other side is coming in, but there is nothing that can deny this plant.
They know Sociable broke the trip behind.
That's
very recently, so they're worried about this art play that he could be wrapping back. It's the right read from Durka, but Sociable delivers the kill. SOP from the other side, now pressure all around for Vitality. They have to fight for every inch of space as the defuse seems to be underway. Profek here's the steps though. Now he knows that Yedeje's not on, and he'll get back in just in time. The Red Bull clutch for Vitality. They will stay alive. One more OT.
It really is crazy how these rounds are going. Like Vitality play it perfect to the letter until they plant the spike, and then it just got shaky. Like players getting caught out, like one off the edge of a smoke, another, I think, yeah, Durka just walking to his doom, and it comes down to Profek having to clutch once again. But they have had these clutches in droves. Oh, you could see the relief rather than anything else. That felt like it should have been an easy round, and it most certainly wasn't.
From belief is everything to relief is everything. You can breathe easy now as we go back to the OTs. Neck and neck. Vitality on the defense, but Foot looking to pick up the pace on this B hit already through the double doors. And it looks like they'll bypass any fights around mid now. B is the target, and they are locked in on that avenue of approach. In fact, SOP is already in there, running it back on the site with his back turned. Profek's able to easily take him down, but only the one found. Numbers still even.
I think based off how Vitality have played, a lot of the time Profek has been out of the site, so when they saw a player leave, they just assumed that was it. SOP, not a man you want to lose, 29 and 23, but his 30th kill will have to wait. His reliance will have to be on his teammates. Yedeje sat in the corner, but it's not reached him. He's able to just sit in the one spot that wasn't cleared for Durka. He doesn't win his fight either. It's a trade from Chronicle. Yumpy just runs through, and his flash is so good it catches 2. but only 1 kill came from it. And Chronicle he's up against the shorty of Sociable. And Foot will have another bite at the cherry.
There are moments there again that it looks doable for Vitality, but Sociable, he's caught flashed at first, he swung twice and ends up jumping around with a shorty to close out the round. A nuts performance from him.
One enemy
I didn't even realize that how long he was blinded by that flash.
Yeah, he also got a kill while blind.
Oh yeah, that's He did. The very man who threw the flash. Yoki's dead by the time he's unblinded.
Maybe he could see some of
That's
that.
ridiculous.
No,
Yeah.
the flash never faded.
I didn't even realize it in the replay that he drops one with his eyes closed.
Was he? He's like Daredevil. He was just using sonar to figure out where he was.
Doesn't use guns, but nice try. I respect it.
Ah, you know. There's probably a version somewhere
There is,
that does.
yeah, okay. You got me there. You got me there. Where he is the Punisher as well. Well, 14-15 for Vitality, time for a timeout. And I definitely understand why we end up here, but we're swapping half. They've looked decent when it comes to this. What I'm worried about is Foot and that early aggression. I'm worried about seeing them go for the fight because we've seen Vitality, especially around A main, they have some setups to burst out of smokes to try to take that fight off the back of Yumpy's flashes, which, you know, he's been getting quite a lot of assists.
Up to 26.
Yeah, he's consistent as the rounds have gone on. But the thing is, for Foot, I could see a world where they decide to beat that delayed aggression with just full-on aggression. And I could see a world where it works.
I feel like Foot have been losing a lot of their defensive rounds rather than at times Vitality winning them. Like the double stack up in the last where one player goes forward, one goes back. Then you have the rounds where they're all in on B or all in on A, just giving up the site for free. If I was a betting man, I'd say that at least right now it's felt like they've been the closer to taking this map. Which, considering that they won both pistols, it's a little surprising. For now though, it has been a streak of attack side rounds. Every one since OT has been victorious, but it's just looking at a little more default from the side of Foot. Just leaving Sop as that rotator, hoping he can get to wherever the firefight comes in time, and then using the trips as almost like a delay strategy to get them a little bit of extra info.
Drone's gone in. Oh. That A spot previously had 3 in it, but Sop was the one to rotate off, securing their back and now moving onto the site where Zeus has been dealt with. Sop, the stuns a little late, is already in his Durka, and Sayonara's meeting him in A main. Now they've got the site control, surely. But for Sop, a huge risk to continue going forward. So of course he does. In a 4v3 with Hunter's Fury firing. He's thrown his life away.
Yeah, I like that that was perfect. Not again. He's not getting done again. He sat in that smoke with the shorty out. He knows he's coming eventually. And now finding a way back in is going to be so difficult. Utility removed for the moment. Not that Yaduje has any left to play with. I think all they can hope for is that they tap this spike and people start swinging. They start making mistakes, but with a gravity well still available, they are just buying that additional time, although they are sticking this. Eventually, it will be denied. It got scary for a second.
I got a little worried there, Tom. I got a little worried, but there was no need to fear the map that never ends. We've passed round 30 as we go to another overtime.
Well, to be fair, the longest map...
Was there any need for that?
The longest map in history is between Pal and Yumpy and Propek and Foot.
Fair.
It was on Ascent as well.
So scared to play against us, boys. They're
We're doing a sequel.
I guess. Come on.
He's got places to be, you know. He's a busy man.
The dinner reservations might have to be moved. Round 31. Attack again for Foot.
His brother only comes for dessert.
There's layers to that.
Many layers.
There are layers to that. More layers than a fruit platter. Well, a minute 20 on the clock and Foot already gearing up towards this B site. 4 here is Sociable this time, the man. Left to play that late role. Now, we've seen Yedije do it in the majority of rounds, and rightfully so. That does signal a change. Normally, Yedege is the one to walk through those doors, break any trip that might be there, and by now he would have already been doing that. But instead, there's no contact on the doors. So Durka goes walking through, and the timing is sublime. That is perfectly played by Foot, and it's those micro adjustments to play that a little bit slower that make the difference when it comes to OT.
Yeah, they've got to fight forward. I think the players on Vitality have realized that if they're going to have a chance in this round, they need to claim some control, and they do. Now they can fight with their back turned to long, and in fact, Profix looked to reclaim some space. He's done a lot of damage, but hasn't been able to get any of the kills. Still, Yumpy needs to be cleared, and Zeus goes out alone. Wanting to try and be the hero, he might just be the villain, and a hero arises on the other side. Yumpy already turning this round on its head, leaving Sociable trapped in a corner, revealed a multiple of times, no utility to play with. Like, this should be impossible, and it will be.
A big round now as the tides may be turning. Defensive win for Vitality.
It doesn't matter, does it?
It might very well
we
might
know
not.
how OT works.
It very well might not.
That read, though, from Yumpy was great. Like, you know you've lost full mid control. You got, okay, if we're going to win this round, we need some of the map. Let's push long, let's take it together. And then he just holds that position. It means that they're entrapped the entire time, and they know they have to kill him, and so they keep swinging, and he wins every fight.
3 kills under your belt as well. They still have to drone for the retake, but more importantly, at that point, they've got null command. No more Gravwell, no more utility for Sociable to slow down that retake or to hide behind. 16 on the board for Vitality. Map point on their choice. It has been a rocky journey here, but they can put all that behind them if they win this round here. A map win is a map win, and we'll move on to Ascend with Vitality being 1 map away from locking in the grand final. But unlike making it to playoffs in that group stage, their fate is in their hands.
16 to 15, their first opportunity to take their map choice. It's definitely not been easy, and it's definitely not done. If OT has taught me anything, just because you see 5 or 6 attack side rounds in a row, and then you see a defensive one, it doesn't mean that that team will then go on and win the attack. It's the pressure, it's the individual plays, and the man we're looking at, Sociable, is going to have everything to play for a corner that needs to be cleared, and he's just sitting there waiting, and they've seen him. That's enough for him to go down. Yedege, he's had so many big rounds, looking to try and have another first kill. Comes easy, the spam doing damage, support coming through, but they are all falling like flies. Yedege needs to do everything, and the how of the head actually causes his doom. It leaves Crostali, a quieter game from him, but the hat at least has given him the info. He knows where both players are. The first goes to him, but Sayonara will close the map. Vitality, their choice just about goes their way.
Oh, towards the end of regulation, it looked like this game was gone, like Foot would have the victory, but instead they carved the steps into the stone, and well, they've made it to the top of the mountain, but only on map number 1. We have much more coming, but before the break, we've got an interview with Sayonara.
Sayonara with me, and look, I saw you guys walking out here before the series started. It was quite light-hearted between the team. Is it more of a serious note now, or what's the tone in Vitality camp?
I think we always take it serious. We always take it with a pinch of salt also. There are some good friends from my team on the enemy team, so it's never gonna be anything real, but it's more fun when you take it like more serious and try to enjoy the moment more. So yeah, there is some trash talking, there is some more enjoying the game, but it's always fun, so it's better.
Yeah, and you guys put on a great game for us to watch there. I'll let you go back because we're expecting a lot. Ascent is going to come up, and it's going to be after this break.
The beast was late. The beast was late. Run faster, bro. The beast was late.
Stop! What did you say on that video, brother? Hello?
Hey! Stop! Stop!
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
world while Wingman world while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman world while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Did you not see today as an opportunity to float Fracture given FUT banned it last week?
Yeah, I mean, they banned it the last 2 weeks, the last 2 games before, and then it was first, and then it was second ban, the one before that. We backed the rest of our map pool. We didn't really necessarily want to just go into a team that may have prepared something on it. So yeah, we were really considering it, but no, we just wanted to play it somewhat safe and just commit to it. So we've got the stuff ready if we need it, but we didn't think today was the day that we want to show it, really.
Saving strats for Masters.
I've heard people do that before, but...
We back the rest of our map pool. That's an interesting statement considering how back and forth this map was, Billy, and how FUT made them work for it.
I mean, our story producer, Kim, has done a whole piece on cowards versus warriors when it comes to map pools, and I think the Vitality were definitely cowards in this case by getting rid of the Fracture straight away. They had the opportunity to let it float, but yeah, perhaps they're saving things for Masters London.
I feel like the obvious approach for them right now is just focusing on winning this event and then start playing with Fracture later. Obviously, not getting reps on that map is maybe an issue, but they've got a clear goal right now, which is winning this tournament.
I mean, they sure as hell got reps on Pearl here, 17 and 15 for Vitality to be able to close it out. Question then remains, what exactly went wrong here for Vitality? Because this was their map pick, and Mini, you specifically said that for them to really convince us and to be able to take this series, like, Pearl needs to be closed out. It wasn't that convincing.
I think it was a combination of a lot of things. I mean, here what we want to talk about is actually some of the good things Vitality were doing.
Yeah, so for Kron, we said keep an eye on the B long presence that he was going to have on this defense, but actually it was the A. You see that he's spotted out by the Prowler there, and Foot are still trying to clear him out here. They pop up an Astra Smoke to see if there's anything that they can do to get rid of him being such a nuisance here. And I think this was something that he was doing really well. It wasn't just being able to get the first pick on these extremities, but then also being able to find the space, which allowed his team to have the information.
And then Foot, what they weren't doing by not clearing out Chronicle on those extremities very well, was instead they did a lot of like middle of the map plays, and here we saw a B split. We saw way too many B splits on this map. In my opinion, one of the worst strats to run on Pearl, because you have this tiny doorway, and you can see Judge's server ults coming through here. All 3 of the rounds I saw Foot run this strategy, it didn't work at all. I think Foot could have just cleaned this out before OT if they'd went and just cleared out Chronicle on those extremities and just hit the sites. And instead, they went for some B splits. And one of the reasons why EMEA is not very good at Pro is because we love these B splits for some reason.
So that's the downfall that we saw. But for Foot side of things, they may not have been able to close this one out. They were able to push Vitality to overtime for quite a few rounds, but Ascent is their next map. So let's see what they're taking away from Pearl and bringing into Ascent.
You guys dominated on Ascent versus Eternal Fire last week. What makes you so good on the map, and what did the team need to focus on to take Vitality down on it? Yeah, I mean, in the first half, we threw so many rounds. Again, we should have like ended the close it down, close the map on 12-9, but we couldn't. We need to find our confidence again, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, to answer the question about Ascent, it's a map we're very comfortable on. It's a map all the players know how to play. You know, it's a very old map, so everyone's kind of comfortable on it. It's the traditional Turkish map, right? So I think we have a lot of confidence. We have a very good idea how Team Vitality are going to play, so I guess we just need to stick to the plan and take them down.
Absolutely correct when it comes to the analysis of Turkish teams going on to Ascent Billy and being very, very dominant. So things are looking good for the Foot, and in general, things are looking good for the series because this means we could get the decider.
Yeah, potentially. I hope that we definitely get to that third map today. Obviously, they kind of need to be able to bounce back on Ascent here. And I think Bambino kind of summarized it pretty perfectly. It's a map that's come back into the pool. Most teams and players should be comfortable on it because of how long it's kind of been around. And I think for Foot, they can take some confidence in knowing that they were super dominant against Eternal Fire when they played it last week. I think Sociable keeping up that kind of fragging IGL narrative that we've had for him throughout this stage, because he's looked great on it too.
Yeah, I said in the veto that it wouldn't be too hard on Foot if they lost that initial map on Pearl. But I do want to say, on Ascent last week, we've only seen both these teams play it once. And Foot destroyed Eternal Fire, but the manner in which they won, I don't think it gave them very much practice. Eternal Fire gave them a lot of this openings. It wasn't a particularly hard game for Foot. And Vitality on the other side are probably going to give them a lot better of a matchup. So it's a true test to see how good this Turkish Ascent really is.
Yeah, for Vitality against Liquid on this map, last week was a little bit of an oopsie. But in regards to the composition, Foot is sticking with that double duelist, and they're sticking with what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, typical comps we're going to see from either side. It's going to see the Vice instead of the Cypher on Vitality's side, and that's an interesting matchup, especially on that defense for Vitality. Vitality didn't have a great defense last time, but this Vice should be a pillar on that defense. It's really difficult for Foot with their Neon Phoenix to get into these sites if Chronicle places his thorns correctly, if he has his walls in correct positions, and maybe a little bit more passive, looking at where Swap might want to get these entry pathings into the site. If I see some creativity from Chronicle here, this should be a pretty good defense side for them.
And on the other side, we saw Yetaji have a great map on Pearl despite not being able to close it out. So it's definitely the battle of the Sentinels here, I think, looking at these. I think as well, something that we need to keep an eye on is the explosivity coming on from Foot, like we've mentioned already, and how that Sentinel is going to be able to slow them down here. I think for Yetaji being on the Cypher, there's moments where he was getting away with like kill trips on Pearl, but I just don't really see that happening here on Ascent.
Yeah, in terms of the duelist as well, when it comes to that aggression and being able to take those early picks, this is Foot's map pick. They have been very aggressive, even in that last Pearl that we've seen, regardless of how that played out. So I'm assuming this is what we want to and will continue to see here.
Yeah, Sop was brilliant last game. Durka did pretty well. I think this is now a test again of those Neon head-to-heads, just to see Ascent. Traditionally a jet map, not a Neon map. Let's see what they do on this map.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised that we maybe didn't see a pivot from Derka onto the Jet, considering that he's himself been saying that he's been sick of playing this Neon at this point. So I guess for Vitality, you do just want to continue to play it safe. The coaches said it themselves when it came to that map veto, and so they're just continuing with the compositions that they started out playoffs with.
Yeah, both of these teams are looking solid. However, Vitality is the ones that found themselves in the lead by winning their own map pick. We're now heading over to Ascent, which is the Turkish playground. Can Foot equalize the playing score? We'll find out with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, this is a big opportunity to see Vitality down on that stage, doing the things they were doing, Tom. But that first map, I feel like it took a while. You expecting the same here?
Yeah, no, honestly, I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit funny after that one. It went on for so long.
You're looking at it funny too.
Now
Tom.
we go on to Ascent, which historically had the longest map in history. So who knows, maybe the beard will even be gray. But who are we to say anything about that one?
Who are we indeed? Well, it's time to get into things. Ascent, the 82nd province of Turkey. That's what they used to call it back in the day. If you faced a Turkish team on this map, it was already 1-0. You were reverse sweeping, but now things have changed. We've said this many a time. Well, let's see if Foot can right the record and take this one for Turkey.
Some early aggression. In towards middle, and because of that, a response from Foot made to take some space into B. Open, but Derka knows that that wall's going to go off, and that's left Sop isolated. They've already managed to reclaim the site. I wonder if this needs to be a reset, but because Sop's got one, will they realize there's already a couple of players within the backside? Maybe not. Jumping in, a bit of a risk. Gives Sayonara an opportunity. And from what looked like, what could have been a clean sweep into the site, it's left a sociable. Sayonara a little low, and his position unknown.
He's waited now, they're separate. The gap seems to open for him to walk right through. It's all down to the timing. Sayonara is peeping between both angles. Didn't see him there either. And Sociable, he seems to have the read. Worried about the wraparound, and Kron catches him just in time. The peak there, perfect, and Vitality with a pistol round. A big difference to the previous map. Remember, 17 to 15. It was a lengthy map, but Foot were the ones to get the leg up starting out each of the halves in regulation.
Yeah, you're already witnessing the value of Vice on this map. Like, obviously, a tight choke.
So what was that, Tom? One more time?
Okay, just in case. A tight choke into the B side. It makes it so difficult to either hit the timing together, especially with Sop just being that little bit further ahead. And because he was, it allowed Vitality that opportunity to get back into the site. I think Sayonara's position was definitely not expected. And that was the undoing of Foot in that pistol round. Sayonara, well placed to delay, kept his ghost from the last round, and he's going for a little bit more, a completely different role to what he had on the last map. And you might be thinking, well, a kill and a death is not the best, but that's kind of what you want from your Phoenix play. Don't you dare. Okay, he plays it safe. I thought maybe he was going to go for the dive kill. Instead, though, that is going to be another player down and a gun for Sociable.
Round spam to distract for Derka. He's got himself two. Lit low on the last, but Profex here to help out. Going into the smoke there's a little bit risky, sir, but it pays off as Yedajay falls, and well, we end up losing quite a bit on Vitality's side. And for Foot, yeah, I think this started out really well in the Vitality camp. You had this hot hands put through immediately on the flash from the other side that stops anybody following up on the space the Neon's taking. The flash to isolate the fight, I like that. But Foot managed to do so much from that position. They've lost the opening duel, they managed to punish it, and then make it all the way to the site. I think all in all, a very successful round two for the attackers.
Yeah, Guardian was lost for sure, and you look at the buy the Vitality come in with, it feels like Derka's going to have the majority of the work to do. And only Flash sent into B main to give him that space, but on the other side of things, Sop just running down mid and getting rid of the wall. It did seem like their plan might have been to just almost fight straight through mid, but they were delayed early by that utility.
Oh, Foot now looking to speed up. Will the Bucky change their mind, or do they think they can deal with it? Well, that Hot Hands has done a lot, and a headshot will do the rest. Profek, paranoia in hand. He hasn't got a way back, and certainly hasn't got a way forward. Sayonara running around with a classic. He won't get anything for his trouble, other than his teammates Bucky stolen from his corpse. Flash is good, and there we go. Yedajay's down. It's a frustrating way to fall, and the running back is online. If this was a 2v3, I would start to believe, but I do think Vitality are more likely to play this one for exits than to actually throw themselves at this. I mean, Yumpy obviously doesn't really care about surviving, but now you've got a rifle on Sayonara. Why not carry that forward?
Yeah, seems like he's already looking to leave, and Yumpy thinking about joining him. And maybe if there's another gun down somewhere, but there you go.
There they are.
At least bringing something into the next. But I think for Foot, this is a very good sort of early resurgence into this map. Of course, you go back to their victory versus Eternal Fire, and it was an incredibly dominant attack side, which, if you look at the history of this map, that wasn't always the case. But I think just with the way that they're playing with this double duelist, the sheer pace they can hit at. Well, you can see just the almost brutal combination of utility. It's going to be something that Vitality are definitely going to have to quell. And I don't know if they're always going to get away with a kill or two coming out of a jumping Bucky.
Well, Sayonara as well, one of the players that we highlighted kicking off this series. And indeed, in pretty much every map he's been in, I mean, he is the one that was promised. 5-1 start. And that's especially dangerous when you see a Phoenix player have that kind of start. The running back's going to be online consistently. There's the trap destroyed early on. Good work by Yumpy. Removed a lot of utility from Foot, but they are going for a very one-dimensional approach here. 4 players sent through B main. They've already taken control. Sayonara's ult is going to be cancelled out, and he's pushed on right away. Sup doesn't give him an inch of security, a moment of peace, but Chronicle taking down Sociables just put a real wrench in the plans here. Numbers back in favor for Vitality.
It seemed like Sociable thought that side of the map would be clear. Gonna try and just swing off the contact, and Yedajay's done well. Durka a little bit ahead of the crowd. Chronicle only just making it to the back of this site. Paranoia is available, and Chronicle a labor, but he wins that initial battle. Yedajay tag low, but the first shot is beautiful. Leaves it down to 1, and again! This man has been in so many Red Bull clutches that they are certainly getting their money's worth today.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, he was top, I think in terms of what, ACS or Sop's beating him on all that in the last map. But some stats put him on top of the scoreboard. 27 and 19. It was a strong performance from him. And actually, when I thought about it, I was looking at the scoreboard to initially make the point that his stats weren't the best. I mean, they're pretty good, but I think his impact isn't even represented by that because, like you said, so many big rounds for Foot, so many huge clutches for this man. Even the ones that didn't represent, it wasn't a 1vx, but it was him against numbers on his site. It really does feel like Yedajay has stepped up a level coming into this matchup. That grand final spot clearly means something to him.
Oh.
Just clocked him in the jaw with that.
Yeah, a little bit of early damage.
That's the guy 22 HP, by the way. Just ran away and swung mid.
I genuinely wonder if he just has tape over the HP bar. It just puts it on. It doesn't affect him. Like, he's going to swing everything as if he's got full HP. The man just doesn't care. I think it will only affect him if at some point maybe they have a Sage in one of their comps, so he can actually ask for the heal after taking first contact, but I almost fear that he won't. Here he goes again. Not afraid to just run into whoever's on the other side, and that might be dangerous. The Bandit dealing damage once again. It's been a heavy investment from Vitality into that gun. Sociable this time, he does thread the needle on the timing, but Sayonara well aware, doesn't really need to be fighting this. They have the spike down. He has one of the guns. Well, eventually, yeah, a sigh of relief from me as well.
There's the spike being taken. Now the A side is a danger again. 15 seconds though. All Profek has to do is buy them some time. As the spike drops down, he's going to catch him as well. But the Paranoia has landed, fires out one of his own, but it's not going to save his life. 6 seconds now, and Hunter's Fury's caught him. They can still get the plant, but Hunter's Fury fires out once more. The round is over. Yedege tries desperately to carry his rifle forward. But an Emoda Thrifty gives Vitality the lead.
Yeah, again, just running it down versus those pistols. They've been caught out. Nice shots from Chronicle. We talk about sometimes the second bullet being a little bit unkind, but for both of these players, it was superb. And then just earning up that Hunter's Fury enables them to close out a low-buy round. Now Foot are going to be in the same sort of trouble. They do have the overdrive. They do have a couple of guns to play with. I'm also looking at the fact that if Zeus either gets an orb or a kill, he's going to have the run it back. So although this might look like a very vulnerable buy for Foot, there's still a lot of opportunities.
Same play from Sio. Ready with the hot hands if utility comes his way, and they've seen one up close. You know it's the Sova, so some utils coming through. Hot hands popped early. Now that when the utility comes through, they don't have that delay, so look how much space Sup is going to get. Durka wasn't even looking. Sup has ran behind them completely, caught them off guard, and basically gifted the round. 2 Foot, I mean, a miracle needed for them to get back through. Those shock darts will not be the help they needed. Yumpy walking out here is not going to be pretty. So many players ready to, even if they can't see him, fire straight up at that smoke. What a round from Sup. The W key strategy working to great effect. I don't think I've seen Durka caught off that much off guard in a long time.
It seems to happen more often than not, like Chronicle being flanked in one of the early rounds as well.
Yeah.
He's also just made noise. And it seems like Yedege has definitely heard that, but maybe jumps just a little bit too wide. Of course, wanting to try and hold on to the gun, the credits of him and Yumpy might just be what pad the gap. He's running straight into Sociable as well. And back-to-back, another Emoda Thrifty. I don't know if we've had a round that hasn't been sponsored so far.
It's a good day for the sponsors down there, that's for sure. It has definitely got layers to it, the aggression from Foot, and we've heard that from them before. But sometimes it feels like they strip all those layers back. They just swing that weapon like it's a sledgehammer. Their speed, unrivaled, it feels like. And for Sup, only 7-5. But that last round, that's going to sit in the back of Vitality's mind for a while. Now they go aggressive themselves, and yet still he outpaces them. Durka down immediately. And yes, a lick of damage taken, shields removed, whatever, but with an orb up for Phoenix here, at least some of that damage will be completely negated if the ult is sent through, and we're essentially looking, Tom, at a 6v4.
Yeah, they are not afraid to run into what could be a trap. We've seen that multiple rounds where Vitality have set up to sort of deny them control in B main, maybe realizing that that's the orb they're more likely to try and take. And it doesn't seem to matter. Like, he just claims that space like it's nobody's business. Whatever trap that's set is completely avoided. This has gone well, though, for Sayonara. Taking down one. Sat within. It's only going to be the pistol because of the Steel Garden, and then the re-swing to try and clear. Yedege swinging off the back of it, though, has at least brought things into the realm of possibility. Sop knows that through that molly and through those thorns would be his demise, but he will make it to the site nonetheless. Trying to bait someone into a silly fight. And Yetege, in fact, he's trying to bait them completely, but the flash is solid. Leave Sop alone. You've mentioned his caliber. He needs a lot here.
Not going to get a damn thing. Chronicle on the other side, and again, you said it, the flash was absolutely perfect. Yetege is the kind of guy to try to find his team a way back into things, to slip away and fly under the radar while you're distracted by his buddies running on those hot engines. But
it's crazy because you watch like the opportunity for Durka to sort of take him down with the spam, and Sop is just sliding and then correcting with one bullet. Like, that's how he's playing that. It's like, I'm waiting for this to finish. Flash so good it blinded everybody.
yeah, but listen, evidently, game sense is enough for Sayonara. He could Like that, the flick was ridiculous. They managed to hit, but a timeout now from Foot, trailing by 1 round in Vitality. Although they have been back and forth for a few rounds now, it's Vitality with that upper hand, the ability to break the economy. And sometimes we see those buys coming in when you're a little bit weaker, when you're going into an eco. But they're putting it all on the line here.
Something that's quite cool about this matchup is you look at the sort of 2 players that are leading the way for those opening kills coming into this match, and it is Sop and Durka. And the funny thing is, this leaderboard has been flipping. Like, I think coming into playoffs, Durka was in the lead. Sop then overtook him after the game that the couple of games that they've played. And now going head to head, I'll be honest, it feels like Sop is in the lead for those opening picks. I think he's been doing so well at taking the space. But it's awesome because you've had Sop, who I think has almost been molded by the Neon meta, and Durka, who's someone who I feel like has had to adapt to it, but both of them still being this incredibly high caliber, high impact duelist has been one of the defining factors for both of these teams and their run through the playoffs.
Absolutely. Although here on this map, despite Vitality having the lead, it's been a tough showing for Durka. Sop definitely taking the limelight on one side, but a slower start. The thing is, we know it's rare to see a slow start and a slow finish from that man. They've already got themselves the lead. How much more can they build on? Well, this round will be key for Vitality to build up that lead. As we said, investment from Foot is massive. Credits are put on the line. Bodies are put on the floor. Huge opening from Sop.
He's too quick. I feel like you not even blink, you half blink and you're already dead.
You think about blinking, you're too distracted. Yeah. Can't hit the shot. Not before he does.
Early info. A lot of info. That was 3 players spotted outside of B.
Oh, it's perfect.
Timing of the shock dart, yeah. It's a little bit of tickle damage to either, but it's not going to change the fact that they lost Prophet within the first few seconds of the round. The smokes that you might set up outside of B main, not there to delay, especially with the full Vice setup over on A. It kind of leaves Yumpy with not a lot to play with. Does have the support of Sayonara. Almost looks like he's setting up for a potential flash or to just run it back straight into the site.
That's exactly it. Run it back immediately activated by Sayonara. A good trade at least with him not technically going down. But there's still a man behind. Foot being so effective in these early trades. Molly going to clear out logs, but Sociable took that side position a little further back. But he's fired off now. He's given away his position. Good trade with Sayonara down. Hunter's Fury sent out by Cristalli. Even with the man advantage, they're feeling the pressure. Foot start to think that this round is losable, but that gets them to play tight. They're waiting for Durka to step forward, stun. Well, not going to land. Zeus dodges it and the flash and ends up firing one of his own back. Foot 4-4, their economy put to the test, but they passed with flying colors.
Again, it seemed almost like a case of there was a trap set by Vitality after this initial fight. It's just so dominant, but just the sheer pace of Sop to get them the entries, and then even when there's a run it back on the other side, all they had to do was sort of trade that out. Even a cheeky 360 to make sure that they close out the round. 4-4. Similar to what we said on the last map, it's the pistol that is keeping Vitality in this half for now. Other than that, Foot have definitely looked like the stronger of the two, and the setup, again, it's a good one, but once more, it's just dismantled by Sop, and then the follow-up by Zeus. This double duelist is just deadly.
On Ascent of all maps as well, allowing Foot to play the pace just as they like. A 5th pretty much guaranteed at this point. But can they make it costly? Keep in mind, Foot were pushed to the brink of economic collapse not long ago. Their credits were all put into a round, and now they stand a chance to have a real build-up round in terms of the economy, and there it is, yeah. And just as we look over to Chronicle, the jump up comes in from Sop, a man who, to be honest, I was surprised that he managed to temper his aggression for this long. I could see him really wanting to go up into heaven, and, well, he gets his result in the end. And look at this. They're just going to box Chronicle in. They know that he should be towards the spawn, and if he is, a fight on his hands. Zeus is right here, and no weapon saved. That's a big blow in the end to Vitality and the lead for Foot.
This has got to genuinely be infuriating for Vitality, because this is now a few rounds where I feel like they've had a semi-decent setup, where it's like you have an aggressive position from Sayonara, you have a Paranoia primed and ready, and then you go, okay, and I'm going to and you've just got Sop sliding through, headshotting a guy, running through, taking your aim away, and then Zeus headshots the next guy. It's like you're trying to play this brilliant setup style, and Foot are just going, we're going to out-aim you. And until you do something about that, we're not going to stop, because why would you? Sop, I think, has got the opening kill in like the last 4 or 5 rounds, and most of them have just been him swinging.
You know, in the moment it is, but you have to look deeper at the timings of when they decide to fight. I mean, it does feel like Foot have a fantastic read of how their opponent's playing the map, and I think that we've seen that from Vitality as well on the other side, but it's the sheer aggression that they bring down on the back of it. It's very hard to deal with, even for the best, and well, we're seeing that here for Vitality. Movement to the B site. Yumpy. All on the low buy here for Vitality. They still face off against the Phoenix, sold with great success.
Wow.
Chronicle finds one. Yumpy's still alive on backside, but the drone gives him away. Now he's in danger, and in comes the stun.
Yeah, there's
he's
no way
done
out.
for. But the trades keep on coming. This is now a 4v3. In fact, there's only 2 men standing for Foot. The spike is down, and Sop's being caught running, tagged up, but not dealt with. That stun is perfect! And now, Sop, the hero of so many rounds, the first to find kills. Well, he has to be the last as well. 3 on offer, and none will be claimed.
It's another mode of thrifty. And I feel like we're getting to the point where Vitality might end up with the majority of their rounds being a mode of thrifties, because again, it's the same sort of aggro push in towards. I don't know why Sociable dipped into the smoke. Against a low buy, it's just so unnecessarily risky. And from then on, it just felt like, again, a sort of domino effect. Chronicle able to just hold on to that spawn area, and everybody else just swarming in on those players. It's a messy round from Foot, and it's another that Vitality, hey, someone has to capitalize off those rounds, and that's exactly what they've done.
Well, looks like the solution is to pick up the pace. Sop's already on the site with 30 HP, or thereabouts. The judge yet to find a kill, but blood drawn with Sayonara down. Okay, this round has gone remarkably well for Foot right off rip. Like you said, Profek on 2 HP as well. Really going to limit Vitality's ability to fight back into this.
I'm hoping new judge might not be quite as effective as Sop is making it look. Slides through the site, jumps a few times, and knocks Profek down to just 2 health. Now gets to sit in a post plant. Weaponry about to be taken away. Neon are also available, but they're just all going to go into the back corner. The majority of them have managed to dodge that out. Sop was just almost holding for time, but now the rest of them swing in. Maybe an expectation that they wouldn't have weaponry, but with that back corner not cleared, it leaves Chronicle alone. And this has been the story of his game so far. He's 14-6, but I feel like a lot of the rounds he's just been saving.
Yeah, indeed. He's been left with no choice. Feels like if you avoid him, your win rate goes skyrocketing, but that's hardly a crazy statement. For those who know Chronicle, he'll get away with this, even though he's spotted at the end. 6-5 though, Foot. They have found themselves a big advantage now, at least locked in neck and neck, and at the half, and that's 3 out of the last 4 rounds swinging in their favor. Some crazy ones diced up amongst them as well, and I think coming into this last one, Vitality, they've got the advantage when it comes to ults, without a doubt. But even then, if they end this at 6-6, I think Foot are going to come out with their head held high, especially after losing the pistol.
Oh, yeah. If anything, Vitality having weaponry makes me worried that they might not be able to take this over the line. It's been the bandits that have helped them out a lot. Again, this man looks for the initial aggression, but he's been dealt with. And honestly, without Sop to open up rounds, I do think that the likelihood has just skyrocketed in Vitality's favor. He's been so difficult to deal with. Zeus isn't going to be able to hold for long. In fact, Sayonara is ulted on the other side, which has forced them back. He's going to go running in towards B main, but they have already retreated. Not willing to give this fight, and the timing from Sociable's nice, but it is only for 1.
Sayonara's the one guarding the cross as well. Again, you come to timing. Timing and a bit of information from Yumpy, hearing those steps. The spike will be dropped a second time, and it won't even make it to a third. Yet cut down before he can make it anywhere close. 6-6 at the halftime. This has been a nail-biter of a game, Tom, in both maps.
Yeah.
I don't think much is going to change.
No, a back and forth and definitely a pistol round that was necessary. Nonetheless, let's toss to an interview with one of the very loud Foot fans.
Nice, Ayo! Guys, very good count for us. I'm not gonna, very good count.
Yeah, there's been an amazing turnout here at the Riot Arena in Berlin. A lot of people here for the Vitality, but right now we're talking to Frost, one of the Foot fans there. How long have you been supporting Foot for?
Well, it's my 3rd year in this arena today, like this year. And with the help of my friends, like we've been cheering for 3 years.
And has it always been Foot? That's always been your #1 team?
Always, it's #1.
What is it about them that you love so much?
Well, first of all, they're Turkish, like we're Turkish. And we believe it's the best team. Like we're gonna be champion in stage 1.
All right, what do the boys need to do right now then to get this map over the line and win this series?
Well, they just need some minor changes to win the whole series. But other than that, with the help of the fan group here and the Foothouse Istanbul, I think we're gonna win.
I was hoping you would say that because you guys have been very loud over the course of a map and a half. And so while we're heading back to our casters, I wanted to hear what sort of chant you could get going with all of the Foot fans if you'd like to start us off.
Absolutely.
Let's go, footballers! Let's go, footballers! Let's go, footballers! Let's go, footballers!
It's getting loud down there on the stage, and, well, good reason to be excited. This was Turkey's map for a long time, and now it's Foot's chance to put that back on the map. A victory over Vitality. They'd still need to go all the way to split, but that grand finals is motivation more than anything to keep on pushing.
Yeah, for sure. As it's sort of been mentioned throughout for either of these teams. For Vitality, they have a kickoff, but a stage 1 or 2 not under their belt, with a trophy awaiting. And for Foot, their best ever finish in EMEA is 3rd place, which they've already got guaranteed. And that's the worst case for them. Those spots at London have already been taken, but an opportunity to guarantee a top 8 if they win that final. And also force their opponents to play a best of 5 tomorrow, I'm sure would be something they'd like to achieve. For now, though, a pistol in either direction will be enough to grant whichever team takes it the lead.
Almost Foot for the first map, finding both, but Vitality bounced back here. 4th pistol round of the series goes towards the B side here. You can already see Yedej's fallen back. So is Crystalli, but that didn't stop Zeus from going in for a bite of the cherry. He gets punished. The numbers now against him. Great second flash. Yedeje caught in the corner as well. He couldn't even swing out for the trade. 1 by 1 they fight, and 1 by 1 they fall until Sop is all that's left standing. He can fly that banner as high as he likes, but there's 4 more players to take down, and, well, caught with his hands out. 7-6, the lead again to Vitality.
Maybe he's just doing what he normally does on the camera, always telling people to sit down. I don't know, but 7-6. Yeah, for Vitality, you go back to their defeat versus Liquid. It was the defense where they struggled, the attack where they were able to find victory in the half. And for Foot, it was the same, a very dominant attack side, although we didn't see too much of their defense because of how dominant it was.
Yeah, it sounds like a Warhammer 40K war cry. That's interesting.
Now, expectations are low here, but the firing squad set up. Durka has probably seen everything. The spams through the wall are going to deal a lot of damage, not just to Sop. A chance for him to really buff his ADR, which might be a little bit low after the first half. And in fact, it seems like he's just got some sort of gold detector for where the players on the other team have gone. The flank from Sayonara, though, if they are forced back into his direction, yeah, this is a chance for him to just farm.
Oh, that's getting way too close. How is this a 2v2? Yenage's got 2 from the side. The man has been a monster, haunting the nightmares of Vitality, losing the pistol and winning this. It carries so much weight. They heard that TP. They know the Profec's here. It's Yenage on the hunt for more, and he'll be put to bed. Profec keen. Did not see this round slip into enemy hands. The regen shields come on, but as he slowly presses forward, Sociable's already made it to the A side. 30 seconds now on the clock, and it's Profec who has to push through, find that spike, make it to the site, and get a plant. And as time keeps on ticking, he runs out of options. Going to the B side is off the cards. He has to take this and go to the A side. He has to look for the plant there, and if it's in the open, he is in so much trouble right now. Sociable could be in heaven, wrapping around. He could have went to main as he did, or B on short. The door will block one, but too many angles unaccounted for. The patience of Sociable on display, and an Almoda Thrifty 4-foot, a round that never should have been.
I'm not sure what it was that gave the game away for Sociable, because I don't mind what Profec did. He smokes off the angle where the spike is. I think he hears that he TP back to the site. So his whole goal was to just bait Sociable into a rotation to the other side, not wanting him to have a post plant in a 1v1. But Sociable just looked for a second like he was going to rotate off, and then just stands there and just waits, plays it perfectly. And because of that, as you said, they're able to steal another round away, a huge economic boost as well. It puts Vitality in a scenario where they have to eco, and of course, who's surprised? Pushing through the smoke in B main. That is basically a done deal for this round.
It's such a lovely setup that they had as well. The camera sitting in B main. It spots you. They wait. Count to 3 or 4, and then up goes the reveal as they step into a smoke. That defensive side has everybody in A main revealed. Probably nobody looking at that point. And then you're inside a smoke shooting at someone you can see who can't see you. It's a fairly easy round, and just a nice basic setup. A good time to deploy it as well when you're up against these pistols.
Also, economically, an in-zone flawless coming off the back of winning a second round Thrifty. It puts Foot in such an amazing position in terms of those finances. That now, on their opponent's map choice, we're going to have to wait and see what Vitality are saying. They might be feeling a little bit more confident after these couple of kills.
One more.
Just take door. Guys, can we take our time a little bit here?
Yes.
Make sure everything's clear. Let's close the market door together.
I will.
I'm with you.
I'll put them all in city, don't worry, they will not
Close market door. They cannot flood out city. Come, I'm gonna flash out lane. Okay, you went. Clear everything? Clear backside? Okay, everything clear.
I shot them.
I will smoke in 6. You are the go.
Wait. If Kelly can hear me, can I get any sugary drink? Because I'm actually running out of energy.
I smoke city.
So that is a full sugar rebel for...
I'm on my way. I'll go get it now. Can you take over, Tom?
Yeah. We got plenty of rebels in the building, bud. We can get you one of those.
That's incredible. If anyone can hear me, I need the Red Bull.
Plenty of people heard you, Durka. Don't worry about that. I'm sure he knows.
That was wonderful.
To be honest, that is all I needed from the listener. Nothing else mattered to me in that round. It's great as well because we cut to it just as Chronicle wiped out the B push. So the whole round is basically, don't throw this. Let's just check our angles. Good job, Chronicle.
And can I get a Red Bull?
Yeah, can I get a Red Bull?
Oh, that really tickled me. Okay, 8-8 we go. Neck and neck again. Does Vitality find that round? Hopefully someone's found Dirk a refreshment. And we'll be going into the next at level. Now look, at this stage, we talk about Phoenix Ultimates early on in the half. They're always online, or at least they are for Vitality. Zeus still a few away. And this is a huge upper hand for especially the attack side to have. On defense, it can be good for retakes, but they charge you down. You ain't got a chance to use your ult. This time, pace setting is part of the game. Now they can just flash right out of that, take the fight. Instead, Flash just buys some time, allows the retreat as well. Vitality don't want the smoke. That's the most surprising part about this, especially with the Phoenix ult. I thought they would jump at the chance for an early battle, but instead they reset. And in the meantime, Durka gets taken down early.
Yeah, trying to avoid the aggression, they find the other aggression, and they're not stopping. Another re-swing, similar to the last round, just the constant B pressure. This time they re-aggress into short. Now the remaining 3 players look to try and pressure onto A, but again, there's already a multitude of defenders holding on this side of the map. Sure, you have to run it back, but at this stage, do you really want to throw it in when chances are a stray bullet spamming the smoke? And oh, no stray bullet landing for Vitality. Economically, they're still okay to buy into the next round, so they don't need to save, but they're pressuring, looking for a mistake. But after Foot found such massive advantages, they've just decided to almost turtle up, excluding Crostali, who I will say, considering this is a 3v5, he's peaking a little bit further forward than I would have liked, but I guess just trying to make sure that if there is going to be a full rotation, his teammates can move, because the fact is, Mitch, they haven't moved.
Yeah, they have parked the bus, as you like to say, Tom. And it looks like Vitality ran straight into the setup. Full mag spam from Sayo, looked close, but Sociable fires back to take his teammate down. And now 9 on the board for Foot. A third map on the horizon if they manage to find success here. And it has just been a flash in the pan from Vitality. They found the pistol round and lost the second. Then they come in with a round win just moments ago and immediately get shut down. And this was a big round for Zeus as well. We saw the fight in mid as well, bringing a lot of early value. With those flashes being conserved for the exec as well, such a problem. And I think Vitality are right to call a pause here. There is a lot to look back on in the last few rounds alone.
Yeah, and it's something that's actually been quite an interesting talk point. It was brought up on the desk, the fact that, especially on this map, historically, Jet was always such a popular pick. And you go back to that sort of series versus Fnatic for Durka, his Jet on Breeze was just unbelievable. I think it was like 26 and 8. Like it's just bad. Insane performances. And I do start to wonder, because don't get me wrong, I think he's also had some fantastic games on Neon, but especially on this map, historically one that was incredibly strong for Jet and for him, I do wonder if maybe in the future that'll be something we get to see. For now, even though he's definitely struggling a bit more individually, it hasn't hurt them too much just yet. Like, they are only a singular round behind. Obviously, that does come off the back of both pistols, but they also lost the second round. But a lot of that comes down to Sayonara and Chronicle. Like, Chronicle, I will say, a lot of the kills felt more like exit kills in that first half. Like, him basically either being in the right place or the complete wrong place. But the way he started off in round number 16 with that triple, if we see more of that, there's still a chance that they 2-0 this series.
Oh, that chance hasn't gone anywhere. It's a 1-round gap. Vitality pulling the AWP out on Chronicle as well. Looking for mid control, which they'll be denied with the smoke, but then in goes Durka, filling in the space, allowing the rest to walk through that smoke and meet up. And all the while, Foot, with that early aggression on short, they had 4 players stacked up on A, and not quite a Yoru rotate, but you can see how quick it is for Sop to make it to the B side afterwards. So we reset into a normal fight. The early aggression from Foot didn't work, so what did they go for? The middle aggression. As now Sop walks up, having pushed short on A, he's pushing main on B, but he'll be spotted there as well.
Oh, here goes Sayonara. Is there going to be someone to find? That's the only problem. They've claimed the space, gives it over to Durka. The wraparound from behind, though, Zeus gets that perfect. And now leaving them with a disadvantage once again. There's still 2 players in the back of the site. One of them, looking at wraparound from behind, is Zeus, who's got his own running back, but that hasn't worked either. Both players struggling a little bit with the ult, but it's still gaining advantages for Foot. 30 seconds left on that clock. The swing from Yumpy is such a risk. The spike now dropped, and I think they already knew this round was gone. A nice shot from Chronicle, but I don't want to see any more of those. 15 seconds, spike on the ground. He's just going to try, and I say try and save, because look at where Yedajay is.
Kron's ready for him being mid, but this close to the wall, I'm not so sure. 4 seconds. The players in main too far away, and okay. He's bought himself that weapon. Whoa! Now that's a risk, let me tell you, but one that's paid off. Good kill. In the end, though, double digits found. On the other side of the stage, it's Foot finding a 10-8 scoreline. And as we've said, when it comes to the buy rounds here, they've looked better.
Yeah, it seems like, again, like Chronicle's kind of kept them honest. Another set of exit kills, but it's not really going to do anything to the economy of FUT. That's why I'm okay with them pushing.
Not right away.
Like maybe they lose a few more than I want to see, but it allows them to keep the operator into Durka's hands. Again, he's been struggling, and it looks like we're going to see some aggression once more from that defense. Early pressure towards the edge of the smoke. I think after contact has been made, Sob's going to go through, and the flash, perfect. The trade from Durka, though, solid.
Nice work, sociable.
He's going for
more. He's greedy. And it almost paid off.
So greedy.
42 HP on Chronicle, but I don't think he took a lick of damage in that fight. And now we're back to even territory. Yeah, maybe that fight wasn't necessary.
No, not at all.
But it wasn't even called for. But these are the kind of attempts that FUT like to go for. Sometimes they push the boat out too far, but for the most part, keeps you unpredictable.
They know that Zeus was the one to flash out of the smoke.
Yep.
But does that mean they still expect him to be here? Especially with the spams coming through the wall from Crostali. I don't know if they will. No, they're not going to check it. At least the first player didn't, and that gives Zeus way too much ground. Chronicle again trying to save them, and this time actually with an opportunity at victory. The steps will be heard though, and why would he expect Yedoje to still be sat around main? Such an obscure position with how much pressure there's been over towards mid. He's going to plant in an open spot. It's just cruel. The one place that wasn't cleared is the one place Yedoje is.
And I'm pretty sure at the start of the round, they heard the cam in B main. Not outside of it, not near it, but in B main. That means that at the start of the round, from your perspective, he was B, because you can't put that before the barrier goes up. So the fact that he's then later on in A main, it really has just sold a ruse to the other side. Small piece of utility.
Nice!
A little bit of misdirection.
I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Like just to got FUT to map 3. It's not even elimination on the line, but these teams are playing like it. As just 2 now needed for FUT to close out this map and put us neck and neck going into the decider. Of course, Vitality take a pause.
Yeah, I think for FUT, just as an organization, they've always been one that has been able to build squads that can take them to events, that can challenge regionally and on the international stage. But they've never been one to claim a trophy, not at least within Europe. Of course, I think they had the VLR finals back in the day and the odd trophy from Turkey, but this is one I am sure from the owners all the way down want to take home that trophy, make it to that grand final, have an opportunity to battle on this stage in a best of 5. And maybe also not have to do it 2 days in a row. That is quite nice.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a relief, especially for a team that's been talking about time and how much more of it they need. For Vitality, 3 rounds behind. The climb back begins here. Round number 20. Aggression towards the A site from Vitality. They've cleared out a lot of space already. The FUT have changed things up as well. A much lighter presence on A. The duelists left there. While it seems aggression will come down towards B main, they've heard that wall go up. So they want to get rid of it. Durka already down and out. We said it was just the duelists over here. Now the TP's come through for a moment, so there's a bit of support! Sop can't keep getting away with this! It's outrageous! Sayonara does his best to make this doable. And hold on, they might just have clutched. Maybe not victory just yet, but even just a possibility from the jaws of defeat is something.
Yeah, especially with how low their buy was. Not a lot of weaponry to play with. But that was sort of the story of the first half as well. The lower purchases for Vitality made this game competitive, but the jump across failed. And now Sayonara has everything to do. Still time to play with, but he doesn't know that Crostali is still sat behind FUT, close to evening up this series, taking us to a 3rd map. And we've said it before, we'll say it again, there is always a danger of playing a Turkish team on Ascent. And I think Vitality are finding out what that danger is firsthand.
Yeah, especially if the first map's being close like that, you know they're coming in going, oh boys, we got him now. We got him now. Home field advantage. One away from locking in map 3, from bringing us all the way to split to decide our first grand finalists. Foot now have 4 opportunities. But don't forget, they had 3 chances to close out the previous map, and they did not manage it. It was OT after OT afterwards, which also gave them more opportunities.
Well, it's ult spam. Vitality desperately wanting a round. Sociable has been caught once again, trying to be a little bit cheeky on the flank. With no ults to play with just yet, Crystalli has managed to thread the needle.
They
know, though.
They'll know he's here, but maybe expecting this to be bait. Sop has also decided to try and make a move a little bit early. Catching out one, the spam in, means his position is known, but they're hoping that maybe Crystalli can thread that needle. And Sayonara has turned back, but he is still very much aware there's a player, or should be a player around here.
No, but he doesn't think they'd be that close already. Now they're looking at the site, thinking about the defuse! And Crystalli strikes at the right moment. A tough game for him. But he chose his time to strike. 13-8, locked in. Foot have fought back on their choice. And Split will decide our first grand finalist. Before we go to map 3, and before we go to the break, let's go down to the stage where Yedege is standing by.
You guys looking much more comfortable on Ascent compared to earlier on Pearl. How quickly can you guys reset? Like, why are we seeing you guys have this strength now?
We know we are better on Pearl. We're just trying to make it better. And also, we know they have a lot of name guys, but we don't care about names. We just want to beat them. So we're going to focus on the third map. Hope we won.
Okay, well, what do you think is going to be the scoreline for Split if you had to put it out there right now?
I don't want to disrespectful because they are good players. So we're going to see, but I want to win.
All right, like the drive is there no matter what's going to happen. It's going to be a lot of fun. We get that glory of a map number 3 after this break.
Let's go! Let's go!
Say what you will, in the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌리지 마치 red hot.
car. Tough guy 뒤협고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. that just a wall 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내겐 없어 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose? Here on the edge. I'll forever. If I never win, I'll never fly. Win, I'll sacrifice. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Ride through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
That was another hard-fought map on Ascent, but you guys closed it out strongly. What or who was the key to getting that W? I mean, for me, Sop is always Sop is always our guy, you know. But I think the whole team played well. Like I think Yetu had some great moments as well.
Yeah. Volkan read them like a book.
Yeah, Volkan.
Sociable.
Yeah, Volkan had some great calls.
Yeah. I mean, overall, we're better. We're the better team, and I just hate to say it, but it's really sad that Pearl just slipped our own hands. You know, like that's it. We're gonna close it out on Split.
We're gonna close it out on Split. That's a great prediction to be thrown in here because now it is equal. It's down to that final map to decide who goes straight to the final, who goes into that lower bracket. But before we get there, Mini, we have to dissect what went well here for Foot. I mean, we heard the coaches say themselves, every single one of the players, tick, tick, tick, tick. It was our map.
Yeah, I think that I had some questions about Foot's last win against Eternal Fire because it was dominant, but in a way that I thought that Eternal Fire kind of collapsed. But this game really showed to me that Foot were a very good Ascent team. I think they had, you know, they obviously had Sop popping off and they had players popping off, but I think there were nice reads on both attack and defense. I think specifically on the attack, a lot of aggression. On defense, there was hints that they understood how the Vice had the weaknesses over middle. You know, usually with a Cypher, the Killjoy, you're going to have that information towards middle, but Foot punished it quite well with some aggression. And they just had really nice traps everywhere that Vitality weren't really ready for.
Yeah, they were really good at being able to figure out where that Vice wall was and then bait it out to be able to take that information away from Vitality, specifically on the attack. I think Vlad's still focusing on Pearl.
Yeah, I thought that was bad.
It's kind of funny. Like, don't even think about Pearl at this point. You've been able to win Ascent, and Sop obviously being a key part of that as well here, Mini.
Yeah, it was just crazy. Like, every single round, it just felt like, oh, Sop just got another entry. Like, in every single different way possible as well. Sometimes it's in the mid-round, sometimes just at the start of the round, just styling on Durka there. Sometimes just peeking out middle here on the tiles, just nice little easy tap with the head there. It feels like every single different way you can entry, he was just doing it every single round.
Yeah, he took 13 opening engagements, being able to win out 9 of them and only failing to 4 of them, which is definitely a lot to be said. I mean, look at this round in particular.
He doesn't get the kill there, but he's like, gets the guy down to 1 HP, like all that space being made, and yeah, look at the stats there, the difference between the two here. 305 ACS versus 94 on Durka. Might be the last time we see Durka's Neon on Ascent.
Wow, yeah, that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, great statements, but we're talking about bold statements. What we heard earlier as well from Vlad, like, we're just the better team. So I'd like to see how that plays out on our next map. But what I also want to see is how our bingo is coming along, because I feel like we were able to tick off quite a few in the last map, to be specifically. I'm gonna turn around because I can't actually like remember it. What was it? Comfort was mentioned. We had an overtime. Wait, would this be a reverse sweep? Would this be
reverse sweep?
Would this count?
Wait, both teams have won each other's map picks as well. No, have we got that ticked off? There's another one to tick off.
No, because they won their own map pick. Like
oh,
it wasn't like the other way around.
I'm trolling.
Such a fraud, Billy.
Yeah, I'm a fraud.
Was there a coach desk slam?
I don't know, not one that we've seen.
I don't think in this game.
I'm really
I think we'll see that in the next game.
We've not seen Yampi barking yet.
No,
that's kind of disappointing. Actually.
Also, haven't really seen Sop aura farming, and if anything, I feel like this is gonna be the game
that's
where
just passive ability. I think he just is aura farming.
That's just like
he
just like breathes that it's aura farming. All right, well, we're gonna check in as well with Vitality's coaching staff to see what's up and what's going on with Split.
We're off to Split after another close map. What does the team need to do to reset and secure a grand final spot?
It's just a bit of calmness. Like I think they're very confident on their ascent. We knew that. We lost a little bit of composure. I'm not going to say the thing, but we were not really committing to the stuff that we actually have. We're just questioning ourselves a little bit in the middle of the round, and they did a really good job of punishing us. So I think it's just going into the next one, letting them have this map. We're not exactly expecting it to be a 2-0 every single time, and getting on with the job at hand, getting on with playing our stuff, our style, and leaning into a little bit more of controlling the tempo rather than letting them come to us.
Going on to the next one, that's what I want to discuss, because Billy's split is coming up next, and it's been a hot minute since we've seen it from Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, the last time that we saw Vitality play Split, it was a 13-0, albeit against Pacific. But I'm expecting potentially some composition changes coming in here, Minnie. I think as well, something I want to touch on there is Pal mentioning that they want to be able to control the tempo. Now, we know that historically, Foot have played a double Julius composition here on this map, so I'm intrigued to see how exactly they're going to control that tempo, and maybe they trolled me, maybe they're not going to have a comp change.
What did you want to see?
Potentially Derka not on the Neon.
After was last map really that
yeah,
traumatizing?
like Derka on the Neon on last map, it was no bueno. I would have liked to have seen something a little bit different here.
Yeah, I don't mind it personally. I think Split is okay for it. Obviously, Derka on the Jet, I think going forward, depending how big those Neon nerfs are in the future, you know, that's something to look at. But for right now, it seems like Neon is still the pick. I think both of these teams have shown pretty good splits. Split, third map is always a banger, and I think these two teams are very good at the map. I think we're going to see a lot of aggression on that attack side with Double Julius sending it in. I think that Vitality do have a few different looks on the attack. It's not just sending it every round. They are a bit more methodical about baiting out those rotations from Foot and then ending quite well. I think that, yeah, I think Vitality's attack side should be threatening here.
I think that we just need to see that methodical approach in action here though, right? I think that they have admitted themselves that they were able to get run over in that last map, especially considering that they won both pistols on Ascent, still let it slip away from them. I think as well we need to remind everyone of the stakes here. Foot one step away from being in their first ever regional grand final, and then you have a team Vitality that have been able to completely turn around their stage when you consider the group stage coming into playoffs, being granted a spot in playoffs thanks to Eternal Fire in the end. So yeah, I think both teams really wanting to put their best foot forward to be able to make it to that grand final, because let's not forget the kind of advantages that you have going in as that top seed.
Yeah, and when we're looking at this, it is that grand final spot that both of these teams have their eyes on. They want to go straight there. They don't want to drop into that lower bracket, and it's going to come down to Split with their casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, from being a footnote in stage one to being the main story, Vitality have managed to bounce back before, but now they have to do it within a series. They have to do it having lost out on Ascent, and most importantly, having had Derka on what I would say is one of the worst performances I've ever seen from him. It's sub 100 ACS. I don't know when the last time we saw that was, but I'll tell you, it was probably a long time ago, and there definitely aren't too many examples of it.
Yeah.
Now for Vitality, they come in with Derka again on the Neon, but I think hopefully Comfort will be a little different here on Split, because he definitely looked like a fish out of water.
To be fair, I still remember him on the attack side when we cast him versus Fnatic, and they had like full setups for him to judge slide into people, so I'm not worried too much. The one thing I will say, I'm looking at Sop on this defensive side. Versus Eternal Fire to qualify to London, he was just ridiculous in how good he was. But I'm hoping Vitality have a slightly different strat to just going A every round like Eternal Fire did, although they have just rushed A.
And it's worked. Vitality have taken the site, got the plant, and the man advantage to work with. But it's not an easy round, only one man up. And Foot have grouped up the death ball, looking to split for a moment, but back on course. Profek will be the man to stand on the first corner and take down two, with Yumpy closing it easily. Nicely done by Vitality, and 1-0 we go. Interestingly enough, there was a ghost on the ground, and Yumpy decided to keep the frenzy.
Hey, he's up close, and he's going to pre-fire spam. I don't really blame him. I think the more interesting thing in this series, though, is that winning the pistols has resulted in losing the map. In both cases, it was both pistols going the way of the side that ended up losing. Obviously, for Foot, it was slightly closer in the manner in which they lost the map with multiple OTs, but the facts are the facts.
Well, they also got a bit closer.
The stats did not lie.
Because they won round two. So
that's true, but we're ignoring that. That doesn't fit my
kinda...
narrative. I like my narrative.
Oh, sorry,
so,
sorry. I didn't say that, and it didn't happen. Let's move on. Well, round 2 should be easy. You're not looking at a very big investment. Last time Vitality ran up against a few pistols. I think a shotgun as well, if I'm remembering correctly, but Foot played this one classics across the board, except for Sop. Gets that little bandito.
Oh dear. Oh, Chronicle under pressure. Of course, he doesn't have much to lose. That's the main thing. Able to just play with the Ghost. Yumpy, on the other hand, does have quite a lot to lose, but they've sent Sayonara in as a bit of a ruse. Now, 2 players already dropped. You might be thinking that's not great, but it's the rifles on the remainder that would be real damage. These 3 players need to stay alive for this to be a successful round for Vitality.
100%, yeah. I mean, the strategy here of sending 2 players in extremities to feel out the space, it's fine. You look for a stack, you find it, the rifles go the other way. But there is danger, because now playing exits carries a lot of value for Foot. The only players left will be very sorry to see their weapon left on the floor. For Foot, winning the round might be out of the question majority of the time, but making it costly certainly isn't. Oh, nice try, but nothing else found. And for Vitality, all 3 rifles survive. They get away with this round pretty cleanly.
Well, yeah, and the benefit of this is that you can then go buying back in with the remaining other couple of rifles if you so desire, and then you come in with a potential of 5 rifles to what is round number 3. It looks like maybe they're going to go for a judge, which, to be honest, hasn't been much of a detriment for what we've seen so far. But I think getting that sort of attack side boost is going to be pretty important. Of course, last time they played it, they did manage 12 rounds on the attack. But I am mostly putting that down to their opponent, and that's not the expectation for this.
Early aggression coming through.
Okay, maybe
it looks
not.
like they have learned a few lessons from Sop, and maybe even learned how to deal with them. He's on the floor. Zeus, Sociable, Yedajay, all locked out of this A site. And this is a blink and you miss it round, at least to start, but a slow approach as they look to plead their way back through. Profek could be the one to swing. I can see him, he was constantly looking for them stepping out, but doesn't want to be the one to make the first move. Instead, plays reactive, and the reward is there for it. Vitality looking clean with Sociable left alone, left alive. The question of damage not going to apply as much here as we saw it in the previous round. It's already a very healthy position for Vitality. All 4 rifles have been recovered and will be carried forward by the looks of things. Although they, I was going to say, won't find Sociable. Hold on. Profek's walkabouts, but yeah, they've left him. Okay. Everybody survives, but in the end, a 3-0 start and a massive boost to the economy for Vitality with how these last 2 rounds have gone.
Yeah, I was kind of going into this game and going, like, I remember watching Eternal Fire and just thinking, they're just running into that A site and just getting destroyed by Sop and Sociable. It was that duo that was really causing them so many issues. I feel like on the other side of things, Vitality haven't then shied away from that. They've gone, actually, we think that we can sort of set our execute up better so that those 2 players aren't able to get away with anywhere near as much. And Crostali's initial flash setup doesn't really bring much other than information that they're there, but it's the risk. Like, Sociable goes running in, and if you manage to shut him down, they're kind of shut out of the round.
Well, now, Footer on pistols. And no surprise you see some aggression come through. The rifle on Sociable, a little bit further back. Well, the pistols play up close. First point of contact, a high-low with Sop and Sociable, rifle and pistol. It's dangerous. Although Sop only has the classic. He's the only one left on the vanilla weapon. And 2 big guns taken out. I think one was a Sheriff, but look at the position that they've lost that Phantom in. It's practically unrecoverable. I mean, they could put up the orb on Yedajay and try to get it back, but it is being guarded, that's for sure.
Yeah, solid start. Aggression towards B main, but still, that part of the map is being covered. Profek's got to be a little bit careful. He might be about to deliver a gun over to the other side. Instead, his job is almost just to try and sell a bit of a ruse, maybe pull some players out of position. It's not worked. In fact, he has lost that fight. You have to remember, though, that Crostali's basically going to have to hit the shots of his life. First one, not too bad. caught out by the nade, needs a little bit more, and eventually will be shut out, putting Yedege in a clutch scenario that is definitely not the most desirable. And with the wonderful, I think it was 90% post-plant win rate, but of course, when you beat a team 12-0, if anything, it's impressive it's not 100.
Honestly, I don't care so much about that as I do about Yedege's stats and clutches. I don't know what it is exactly, but it is very high. That, especially first map, I feel like he was so activated. Almost impossible to deal with. And it doesn't look like he's gone anywhere. Chronicle has to stop him. And he will win that 1v1. The Viper of Vitality giving them a 4th round, but Yedege proving that he's still that player you can't count out.
Yeah, especially the scenario of he has to basically jump out of heaven, give away the game of exactly where he is, and he still makes that look pretty competitive. It is impressive.
Nice, Kron, you're the GOAT. Oh my God, Kron, nicest clutch I've ever seen.
Nicest, I mean.
Doesn't get them any closer to Vitality. Now, this is where things could change, though. Sop on that operator. They're going to set him up onto the B side. Of course, the same can be said for Durka. Both Neon players now playing the sniper. It gives a little bit more in terms of a potential dynamic for this defense, but they are on the wrong side of the map. And I have to say, so far, Crostelli has been caught quite a few times on this A site. I do feel like he needs to be a little bit more careful.
You do say that, but Dirk is playing like a man who's had a much better 2 maps than what we've seen him have. Counting split as one, Pearl was fine. A slow start here as well. Op in his hands, solo poking that A site with just a bit of help from Chronicle, ensuring he doesn't get swung from an unchecked angle. When push comes to shove, I doubt he goes to heaven. Not with that operator. They'll move to site, but Foot are ready for this. You see Sociable towards screens. You can see Crystalli, and soon they'll see Crystalli as well with the Nightfall. Nightfall going through, it's caught one, but up top it was Zeus that was the danger man. They've dealt with him with a showstopper, but they've got the info on where both these players are. Check the flank though, that's the real danger.
It depends if they continue to go this way. The one thing playing against them is the time. 25 seconds. They know that there's a player at the back of the site. I don't know if they do know that there's a player on that cross, and yeah, now they definitely are committed to this side of the map. Already, Spike dropped in the open. Now the rest of the players have to scramble. It is scrappy, it is messy, and again, Yedege is just taking over the round. Finally, he is dealt with, but at that point, it was already over.
That's it. You gave him a glimpse at the man that he was previously in that last round, and Yedege wakes up early flank, great position, good patience, and of course, he hit every single shot. And this was it. From this moment forward, Spike down, and it's just done. He even manages to deal with a sprinting, dashing Durka very nicely. And there it is, yeah, the last time Durka had a sub 100 ACS was a 5-13 loss back in stage 1 to GX of 2024.
Yeah, that's the important bit.
2 years ago. You know, I'm not even sure, like, if we total it up, I don't think you could get 5 out of him in his entire career. I think that would be a struggle, even going outside of partnership. So it really was strange to see him have a tough map, and let's hope he can step it up here.
Think about how much of a mess like last year's Vitality was.
Yep.
It is surprising. He was still there all the way through.
But to be honest, an individual can perform better in a system that isn't flourishing, though, right? Because there's just so much more slack left there for him to pick up, potentially. But it was a good sign that the last map was still decently close, considering the fact that he wasn't really getting Profek at a really rough time as well, considering the fact they won the pistol, lost the second. Foot have definitely found dominance on map 2, and that's a big round for them there.
Playing so slow. Like the first couple of rounds were much more aggressive blitz strats in towards that A site. But now clearly expecting that aggression, but because of the operator on SOP, they've just got him posted up on the angle. Durka, of course, going to be looking to try and take that space. Is patient from SOP, but that shot fires out. He has support, though, and that support comes in the form of Yedege. Not able to get as much done as we've seen in the last couple of rounds, and SOP, he's going to try and go forward. Eventually makes the decision to fall back. I'm also looking at that late flank potential. Profek's done well. Maybe the flank is irrelevant from Vitality because they are just cleaning up.
Beautiful stuff, considering it starts with hesitation, with a slow play. I started to hear Powell's words from the coach interview in between this map and the last, saying we started to question ourselves, doubt ourselves halfway through strategies, and I think that's the real problem, right? That they needed to be on the same page, stick to the plan, as he said. And I thought maybe at the start of this round we were seeing that hesitation after the previous round loss, fear of that operator, but in the end they were just putting all their pieces carefully into place. A 5-1 scoreline now, a commanding lead for Vitality, and Foot still searching for a response. That's a damn good answer from Sop.
Yeah, maybe the op was actually a detriment to him. You know, held him back a little bit from what is hyper-aggressive rounds, and well, that definitely was aggressive. A double peek. Chronicle looking for a response. Of course, they're now almost pigeonholed into this A side of the map, and Yumpy only having a stinger. I'm a little bit perplexed as to why. Maybe expecting the economy of the opponents to be a little bit worse, or maybe just thinking to be a sacrificial lamb in this round, but instead keeps them in a bit of an awkward position. Yedajay with a Bucky has managed to eliminate him. The two weaker weapons going head-to-head. Chronicle has managed to find a gap, though. They are still very far behind. And in fact, that's a bit of an issue.
They're going to have to push through this now. You see the spikes being taken back. You know he could be on the rotate. The flank, though, it's going to lock in the round. Beautiful stuff from Sop. The man who we're so used to seeing W key running at you heads up. Well, this time he comes from behind. So much value found with the spike down. Kron's got to fight his way through a pit. Two players in his way, one ready to help from up top as well, and then battle Sop for the spike after he's taken down his teammates with 20 seconds at the time. No surprise that he said, you know what, I'll just take the weapon through to the next. And Foot find themselves two. And this is a big round for them, though. Like we said, they needed a solution. I'm surprised they used the Viper's Pit, but we got 5 ults, I guess.
Yeah, that's it.
They don't seem that valuable.
I think they start to look at it of like, okay, firstly, if we have 5 ults and we end up using them all in one round, then we're cycling through all of our ults anyway. So you're better off just using one, but also when it starts to just get a little bit dangerous, just throw it in. Like, just use one and make sure that this round is confirmed and put them back into a better position. Of course, looking to their game versus Eternal Fire, and in fact their victory over Na'Vi. In both cases, it was dominant defensive halves. That's already not going to be happening. And with Vitality, maybe struggling a little bit more on the defense, but of course for versus Pacific, they did have a 100% defensive win rate, but that was just one round.
It's becoming pretty clear over on that B site that Vitality wanted to feign some aggression there to make Foot think that they'd taken space. Sociable's very quickly able to clear it, though, after the neon wall goes down. Sees no one there. Here's the spam from main. All signs pointing to this being an A hit or a mid split in the later stage. And Foot, very patient. They're sticking with that 3-man stack towards A due to that. But Vitality, a minute left on the clock, now start to change direction. Those Seekers popped out. They all went towards A main, so they think this is where everybody is. But it was one man to break them all, and now the showstopper used as a result. It's fired deep down in sewers, but it lands nothing. This was an entire round of breadcrumbs from Vitality. They have pushed and pulled the map. They have played with their opponents and then found such a reward for their trouble. Even the low HP Turka now has an op. This round was played, Tom, to perfection.
And yeah, for the remaining players, it almost just has to be the saving of the weaponry. They could throw the guns in, they could risk it to try and find a way, but it just doesn't seem possible. And even just the risks that were taken in this round, like Sociable having to just try and play around the edge of the smoke while using the stinger. It gets caught by a shorty. It seemed like Yumpy knew that he would be in that smoke. It seemed like he was well aware. And then on the other side of things, you had the attempted swing from Sop. Like, we talk about the success that this guy can have, but it felt like he was just almost throwing everything into the wind just in order to try and find some footing in this round. Half guaranteed for Vitality again. That attack side looking stellar. And for Foot, Well, they really can't afford for this to turn into a streak once again because they've only been able to get individual rounds thus far. That's the risk I'm talking about.
I know he's in the smoke. I took some.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it was it's just a read.
Down, boys. This is it.
Calm.
Calm. They're not even playing a Cypher. Come on, Scott. You should be better than that. Well,
Are you mocking his accent?
What?
So are you mocking his accent?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
That's very offensive against my people, the Irish.
Right. 1/8 offended, are you?
I am 1/8 offended right now. And that's about as high as it gets, honestly.
For you. You're fuming. Well, 6-2, a 4-round gap, and of course, Foot are going to take a moment. A little bit of a tactical timeout. Now, trailing by this much, it's definitely a different face. We've seen them compete heavily on Pearl. We've seen them dominate throughout a lot of Ascent. But here on Split, it has felt slow to start. Then Sop shows up for a round, and then we're right back to losing ways. I do think this was the right moment for that timeout, because this could very easily spiral out of control in favor of Vitality. And no round personifies that more than this one. 3 players fully invested on the defensive side. They've just gone back and forth and back and forth. This ain't going to be pretty for the credits of the defenders should they lose this already. Playing lighter on Sop so that he can play his ultimate. This has to be where Foot start the turnaround. At least make it look close.
Yeah, especially we talked about just moments ago, them having 5 ultimates online, and none of them really had any impact. We'll see if ult number 4 can. No, it can't. Immediately shut down, and as Zeus tries to pincer in alongside his teammate's ult, he is also shut down. You can see already Sayonara is just pinging the smoke. Like, it's just a hard read they have into Sociable's gameplay. Someone who's normally so difficult to play against, but you see a smoke and you are guessing that that man is within it. And because of that, they just shy away. Let the smoke fade. Reposition in towards middle. Where for now, at least, only Cristalli is playing, and he's having to take a risk. He's done well, though, but does he get greedy?
No, he can't in a moment like this. 3v4. Graced with that pickup on mid and a slow move from Vitality, but their sights clearly set on A. Clearly set at the time on Yedege. You even see the rotation from Foot. They suspect this is where the hit's coming through, but Vitality have started to shift this up into B heaven. Sociable's the real danger, being in B main this late, but he's going to give it away. He's peeked in. Now that's the information of perhaps worthwhile, and dodges the C's nade sent his way, hiding behind the box. 10 seconds. The plant needs to be found. He's got an opportunity, and he strikes. Sociable might just have won them the round one more time to deny that plant, but he can't get there. Profek finds a safe corner in the nick of time, but Sociable, one more kill here, and this starts to look so doable, but he can't move. He can't get out of here, not without a fight, without a battle, and Chronicle to win the brawl. Leaves it onto Yedege. Top 10 in EMEA when it comes to clutches, but even this is too much to ask.
Yeah, I think also maybe just a little bit hesitant to risk it with their economy in such a bad space. It seemed like, on one hand, you have a player fully committed in the back of the site, and on the other hand, Yedege wasn't sure whether he or not he should leave the spawn. It's definitely a round that came down to fine margin just because of the attempted heroics from Sociable. That plant position, definitely a little bit risky, but I definitely didn't expect him to be there. And once again, it feels like Vitality are doing fantastic work at not only getting themselves a relatively open site in a lot of these rounds, denying the aggression when it comes, but then also, and most importantly, having Chronicle in positions to cut off rotations. Like every time someone like there tries to get onto the other side of the map, they're just either having to spend loads of time dealing with all the angles he could be in, or they rush it and they get caught.
Vitality, the uninvited guest at this banquet, they came in to playoffs through, I would say, luck. Some of their games went their way, but more went the other than not. And yet, thanks to the results of other teams going their way, they were lucky enough to join playoffs. But even then, very few people thought that they would make a deep run, certainly not through the upper bracket. And yet, here they are, standing, and even then, standing tall up against Foot on this final map, at least to start with, but there's still a chance for a 7-5 half. Foot can easily climb back into this game. The question is, will they? And Chronicle might play a big role in that. It's all down to him and Crystalli. That space on A, something Vitality will know that they can play with in the later stages, and maybe they want to now, having seen that hop.
Yeah, you say that though, but a missed shot, it means that an easy opening onto Zeus, and I don't know, we haven't seen the SOP of old. It was a singular round with a rifle, but the operator just hasn't been having the impact so far. Crystalli needs to be in an aggressive position just because of the weaponry that they currently have. It's a double judge, and almost trying to bait them into position. A rotation all the way back to A, but this time Foot have at least got it right. A TP to the back of the A site, and with 20 seconds left, it's going to come down to the last few seconds once more.
All the numbers here. As you said, the perfect read from Foot, the perfect reaction, and an execution when push comes to shove. A save, the only option left to Durka, and a round finally in the hands of Foot. But what we need to see is them build on it. This is a just in the nick of time, a crucial round win, but with 2 more left to play with, they've got to put them together. Remember, so far in this map, all we have are isolated round wins. There's not been a single back-to-back win for that defensive side.
Yeah,
perhaps up until now.
It's the first time the gambles really worked off for them. There's a back and forth in terms of the rotation. You keep your secrets. And 7-3. And something you were touching on as well is like, for Vitality, the gauntlet they had to run to get here was for Yumpy, Pow and Prophet, Liquid, who just eliminated them pretty much every single time they played last year, and Fnatic, who the organization had lost to 9 times in a row in the form of Fnatic. It has been the golden road all the way back to redemption, and now a spot in the grand final is placed in front of them. Showstopper in immediate double openers once again. A great start for Vitality.
Oh no, the op shot misses for SOP. Yedijay's got a snake bite out, and it's looking disastrous. There were some real opportunities there, but Foot acknowledging they're gone. And there ain't many more on the horizon, not in this round. And so, in the second last round of the half, weapons to be saved by Foot. Rounds not chained together again. It has just been isolated win conditions that don't seem repeatable. And the right call, clearly. I'm not saying this from the perspective that these guys should have ran into the A site 2v4, time ticking, and a Viper's pit to make it through. No, they made the right choice, and sure, they'll get a kill for the reward, but will they be able to save those weapons? One's already gone, and Zeus is completely surrounded. He came into this round with 1 kill, and sure, he's tripled it up, but he leaves this round without 1 rifle. None saved for Foot. That is a big blow.
Yeah, 8-3. Again, a very impressive display. You can just see the change of pace. The denial from Chronicle with the spam through the smoke, and yeah, just a little bit off. Trying to get in and out quickly. That's the thing. SOP has been punished so many times, every time. He's tried to go through. An 8-3 up. Vitality dominating on this third and final map. Looking much cleaner than their own choice, funnily enough.
It looks like they might have saved the best till last. At least in half number 1. 9 possible. As we step into that final round. 120 on the clock. Foot have adapted with a bit of mid control, and a slight bit. It's almost a trap. They want the first shot fired by SOP and a reaction from Yedijay. But those are 2 of the 3 rifles eaten up by that mid fight. Zeus.
So aggressive. He literally, he lost this fight when he had a teammate alongside him. So I'm surprised he's opting to try and stick around when he doesn't. It really does feel like a lot of these defensive setups are almost just last ditch. It's like, I'm going to try and fight this alone and hope that I can face off against Vitality, who have had a lot more just sort of executions off the back of utility. I do like the fact that they've managed to put Yedajay in such an aggressive position. It's being checked though, and Sayonara just quicker on the trigger. Even though Yedajay was waiting, the one thing that plays into their control is the time, but then the A site, at least right now, is completely open.
Using their own orb was sneaky as well to make it across there to isolate the angle, and oh, Cristalli's hit nothing. Sop's there to pick up the pieces. Okay, now I start to get serious about the round. He's in a 1v3 on this side of the map with Sociable trying to make his way over. But he's being watched. I mean, it is on Sop. He's the man with the rifle. We know he's got the ability to slide in, but Yumpy's caught him. Sociable caught immediately, and 9-3 locked in at the half.
Yeah, no, a really impressive display coming out of the likes of Vitality. And we put an open mic and camera in our fan zone. Let's see what everyone in the Berlin studio has been saying throughout the day.
Oh no.
One enemy remaining.
Ah! Stop! Bro! I ate bread with soup today, of course I put you down!
Hello guys, I'm here for Fnatic, but I gambled wrong. Now, let's go Vitality.
My favorite team is of course Foot. I hope we can win today. And let's go. Let's go Footballist.
Foot Esports Stage 1 champion. We're coming. I was gonna break the mic, sorry.
Foot is the best.
Sop is the best player in the world.
All right, I've got a quick message for our teams. Whoever is going to London, please listen carefully. When it's map veto time, and you and your opponents, whoever it is from Americas, from Pacific, from China, if you have the same permaban, please, whatever you do, float it. Don't be a coward, be a warrior. Float your/their permaban and get that edge in the map veto. Then you will win in London, and that's what we want to see. Good luck, everyone.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's what we love about the guy. Well, 9-3 is our score as we get back into the game. Vitality, who seem to surprisingly have some Fnatic fans flock to them. That was a shocker for me. Usually not the best of relationships. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was a big fan of Vitality Sop.
Yeah, weirdly, he didn't shout out Durka, you know, the guy that he worked with for quite a while, or, you know, chronicled the
Must
the
be
guy
some
that
beef there.
Yeah. Nonetheless, let's listen into how things are going for Foot. This is a pistol that they desperately need to get under their belt.
Gol düştü beyler.
Heaven bende, Heaven bakıyorum, Heaven bakıyorum.
Şeye gerek.
Kapalı
kuruyor,
kapalı kuruyor. Heaven bakıyorum, saldım Heaven'ı şu an.
Rampayı saldım. Titi. Öldü.
Bir daha, fight.
Öldü o da.
Ramp olur,
ramp olur.
Gel atacağım da ondan. Gel, CT'yi falıyor.
Hayır. Sakin beyler.
Yok CT.
Ben vuracağım.
Heaven git at iyisin. Heaven git at bana.
Bekle sen.
Hadi bekleyin, acele etmeyin, vuracak o.
Tamam aldık. Tamam siz oynayın beyler.
Olsun abi.
Ben garanti oynuyorum.
Yürüdü bu arada, CT yürüdü. Ulti alalım, yavaş al. Olu shoulderlasana.
Elbow. Dönemez lan. %100 smoke 3 abi.
Nice.
Let's go!
Now, whilst I didn't understand a lot of that, I did hear them say, go get your ace. I caught that much.
I think he said, I'll bait for you as well.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure I heard that, so. A wonderful round from Zeus. I think he's just doubled his kills. Definitely having a little bit more of a troublesome first half, but if anything is going to get the blood flowing, it's a 4K in the pistol, off rip, diving into the site. And even just a cheeky, irritating smoke. Who could have guessed that was Yedajay shouting? Not me.
Well, Zeus was on 1 kill, quadrupled them in 1 round, up to 4, and now he's doubled them to 8, so 16? Yeah, the pattern might be broken.
I was about to say, he's going to have to like break some sort of record to keep that going.
That's going to be tough. 9-4 for Foot. This has to, and I mean, I really mean it when I say has to be the first time we see them chain together rounds. If they lose this one, we might as well just end the game there. They're up against, it's not all classics. There's a single bandit upgrade and a nice nade in the corner. That's already danger, and Sop is dead. Okay, I'm already very worried. But for Foot, they're on the attack, and they still have the spike, and they can go where they like with this one. Sociable solo pushing up against Nico is a crazy play, but it seems to have worked out. Now they can bring the spike to him, or bring him to the spike.
Yeah, and I think with how much information they've already managed to get, they're going to know that there is going to be a gap. He's still lurking around the edge of the smoke, which is something I thought that Foot would have, oh sorry, the Vitality would be aware of it. They've talked about it a lot, but in this case, not going to be too much damage done. I think only a Marshall has been dropped. For Yumpy, any additional kills here would be nice, especially if he can get rid of one of those rifles, even just get a kill throw out of the map. But I was going to say there's not too many opportunities, but Sociable is still alone.
I can pretty much guarantee you that if I was in the coach booth right there for Foot, and I saw after the game we've just had on Split, Sociable in that eco when they've traded 1-for-1 go, I'm actually going to solo walk into heaven. I'd be in the other coach's booth because I would have full pace sprinted and jumped through the wall. I mean, I that's madness. And for him to then go back, oh, you got your reward for it, I'm going to go back again. I wouldn't have a voice anymore from screaming. But
he needs to
hey,
earn
it works out.
He needs to earn the From the Shadows. It's an important ult.
Oh, he's old farming, my bad, yeah. It just is ludicrous to see when that they play with that confidence, even though they've been shut down for so much of this game. And maybe there's a secret to that. I don't know. But 9-5, this is where the real competition heats up.
Yeah, for Vitality, this is a chance to almost look to put the game to bed early, shut them down before they gain that Turkish momentum, which is a lot stronger than normal momentum. And for Foot, this is almost a chance to breathe life back into the game. As said, they come in with a lot of rifles and Sociable. He had a decent position, but loses his life looking the wrong way. Dirk are also under pressure, but you can already see his teammates, I was going to say getting there. They weren't quite able to save him.
Okay, that was a play from Prophet, and one that has been punished to the surprise of nobody. Sayonara down to 37 as well. It feels like a few opportunities for Vitality left on the table. Where are we going? 40 seconds, and we're on the rotate to the A site.
Really?
I have not been this confused in a long time. Expectation of nade. I think they already heard the nade go out. They thought that the full rotation was there already. I don't know. I don't know why this has happened. And now they're waiting on this side of the map. The spike is down. A perplexing play by Foot, but one that might still work out. Sayo is low and will be dealt with, but Mini, I'm going to call on you. I want a telestrator and a reason, my man. What did I just watch?
I'm definitely confused. Especially when you have full control of the site.
The spike was like planted.
Yeah, he literally had to let go at the last second. So I'm guessing this wasn't a call from Sop, but dangerous, especially with the spike getting caught on the cross. I guess the assumption was they'd full rotated over, but risky stuff that does end up working. And if the plan was to frustrate Yumpy a little bit, maybe the plan worked.
Orb of Confusion has been used to great effect. This is about the best explanation I can give. Never let them know your next move. And well, Vitality, well, confused, perhaps more frustrated. A round that they came into with even the weaponry advantage, technically. End up losing out on that. Now they're back to the drawing board. A timeout, of course, but more importantly than that, their economy down in the dumps. Foot starting to build up a little bit of heat when it comes to the credit balance. And the ultimates with a showstopper online. And yeah, Vitality will have their own for the full buy in the next, yada yada. But it should be 9-7. And if there's one thing we know about Turkish teams, we've been beating that horse to death for years now, but the story just hasn't changed. These guys play so well off momentum. We heard it from them just the other week as well, from all of the Turkish representatives in playoffs, that they do think that Turkey in general just plays with emotion, uses emotion much more, uses momentum much more than any other region. And I think we've seen that over the years in the data.
Yeah, I think the scary thing is that these early rounds have been a massive comeback for Zeus. A quiet defensive half. Now he's going to be leading the charge in a lot of these attack rounds. And he's already been performing fantastically well. Of course, you have to bear in mind, Vitality have had a lot of success throughout this series in these low buys. We've said a mode of Thrifty a lot of times today. So they got to be a little bit careful. A little bit more grouped up than what we've seen so far. Modurka gets a nasty surprise with how close Zeus and Sociable already were. And this puts the pressure onto Yumpy. I think he knows he's about to be surrounded, needs this kill versus Yedajay, and he will get it. Maybe having the expectation that there's more players here, and well, in any number of seconds, they can be. Another kill on the board for Zeus. Nice shot from Sayonara. But his teammates are falling like flies, and they'll even catch Chronicle trying to be a bit sneaky.
For a second, I didn't realize Sop was up there in heaven. I thought Sociable was about to pay the price for spamming a body, but not
spam
true
the smoke.
in the end. Oh, it was this. Yeah, that was the smoke.
Maybe there was another guy in there.
That's right. Just catch their ankles in the smoke so they can't sprint. Yes,
because the gun gets pulled up, so he was countering.
Of course, yes, you're very right, Tom. Recoil must have went up a lot. Oh, two-round gap. And Foot are very much back in the game. It's 4 in a row, but here's the full buy from Vitality. Here's the showstopper from both sides online. The op in the hands of Durka, but the op's on the wrong side of the map. Vitality will be pressured on the A site as we see Foot quickly take heaven control. The showstopper moving to the site. It's cleared out a lot of space, but Vitality have done a good job of just completely avoiding that early utility, that burst coming out from Foot.
Yeah, Profek actually at the last second had to TP through into screens just to make sure that he survived. Sociable holding on to the lurk, but he's been dealt with by Yumpy. The battle of the former teammates. There's been a back and forth throughout this game. Durka desperately looking for the player up top. And actually, a couple trying to hold on to heaven control. Sop with the spam through. Brings it back to an even scenario. Sayonara has actually killed himself, but maybe that sacrifice wasn't in vain. His teammates, I don't know if him dying helped them in any way, shape or form, but it has given them a chance. Yedajay in the clutch, not this time, and Vitality get their first round of the half.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tight plant as well for Yedajay's position. He was really gambling on them, taking a bit longer on the site for those players to fall on Foot. And a real surprise, because Sayonara taking himself down. Oh, that's nasty. Saw him just before. So he gets shot out in the back, spins to try to take him out, shoots the wall, but it doesn't seem to matter. Yeah, it was all about the info there. Unbelievable Ray's ulti. You see, it's not all about killing the enemies. Sometimes it's not even about the space. Sometimes you're going to take yourself out. So your team rallies behind your corpse and says, we'll avenge him from himself. But for Vitality, double digits.
It's a risky peek from Chronicle, but nothing comes from it. Sociable even with the operator, and it's looking like more of a contact up, but off the back of the Prowler, Zeus tries to swing. A stunned up player, but just forcing them back as they go back towards these vents once more. Sayonara is yet to rotate. Still has his nade available, Boombot as well, could delay them if necessary.
They heard the
especially jump. After this flash, might look to, but no. Wants to join up with Profek on the site.
He's usually doing the silent jump, but they heard it. Avoided him with the Sky Flash, moved to the site, another flash pop.
Great
Beautiful
flash.
Entry from Foot. But more to be done now, that utility gone, but Crystalli backs it up with his rifle. Nightfall clears out heaven, op spotted. That's a big problem for them right now. Look at the toxins, only on 30. As we saw Viper moments ago, it's going to be a while before they can block that op off, but here we go. Quick burst, they have to get into the elbow. Yedajay knows it and takes his moment to strike. Very nicely done by Foot. Great control after the initial burst of aggression. And as a result, 10-8. Foot not going to fall too far behind.
No, I think especially like the defensive side for Crystalli was rough, but I think with how they play this attack, so much more direct, you're going to have like these sort of burst plays. That flash was just perfect. Like Profek couldn't have been more blind, and then he's even defending the player looking to try and go for the spike plant just by getting around and finding that kill on the elbow. For Durka, no way out. Yedajay already holding on the other side of the map. And what was a pretty hefty deficit not too long ago now sits at just 2 rounds.
You really have to commend Foot for being able to bounce back into this. That first half was abysmal. A few dots of Cyan on that timeline, as you can see, and the rest of it was lights out for Vitality. They come in here and winning a pistol would even leave them in a position to basically close out the game with an ult spam, but instead they are 2 rounds ahead. 3 from victory, 3 from the grand final. Spot being locked in, and it's a little shaky. Sayonara not with his weapon out, caught by Sop and having control. It's not quite in the hands of Foot, but it could be. It's almost being offered for free. Chronicle up close is the only danger. They should wait for the wall to go down before pressing forward. It does mean the Boombot's burned up for free.
Yeah, the one thing that they have got on the Vitality side is just the full rotation. Everybody is here. The numbers are waiting on the other side, and Foot look committed, but that commitment hasn't gone anywhere. Durka at least manages 3, and the second player isn't spotted, but there's no gun to be had. It is dangerously close as the 2 duelists go hand in hand. Zeus stepping up massively to the plate. You said it before, like, I think he got 4 kills, right, in that first half?
Yeah.
He's now on 18.
And again, I want to be very clear. He got 4 kills. 3 of which were when the entire enemy team was hunting him down post-round. So in terms of pre-planned actual rounds you're fighting for, he got a single kill. It was a really rough first half. But that's the thing. You got to keep pressing forward. You got to keep fighting the good fight, and eventually things go his way. The winning formula works under the right conditions, but a TP here from Sociable. They were so distracted by the utility coming through, they know he's there. Paranoia's been sent out, but oh, the spam! The damage done in the back of it, yet all the kills are for Vitality till Zeus steps up to the plate. Chronicle and Zeus, it's been a round of 2 players. But Sociable, able to TP out with the spike. They've heard him. They know he's on his way out, and the world is his oyster. He can double back if he wants. No matter what, he's made this easier. With a minute on the clock, plenty of time as well.
I bet he wish he had his ult. He used it at the beginning of the round. Vitality were well aware. A prowler from Yumpy had that expectation. A missed shot from Durka. But he's just falling all the way back, waiting for his teammates to group up, waiting for them to be alongside him and not risk too much and just look at the position of Chronicle. It's such a nasty spot. There's no reason for that to be checked. A superb round from him individually. 4 kills will put another isolated round onto the board for Vitality. But is this the start or the beginning of the end? Or is it's just another footnote in the comeback for Foot?
Down B. 1 enemy.
Nice! Oh, wait. No, no. But yeah, sorry. I think I celebrated way too early.
I guess he didn't realize there was 1 still alive.
Yeah, he got his, you know.
Happens to the best of us.
He's like, wait, you guys couldn't get 1?
I've killed 3, it must be over. Wait, what? What do you mean he's rotating? Well, a timeout from Foot. As the final hour grows near in this series, it has been a lengthy one. Feels like we're already 3 maps in. But coming towards the end of our third, 11-9. Foot can close that gap in easily. And even with a hiccup, lock themselves in to an OT. But there's no room for error anymore.
Yeah, you talk about this being a long match. The loser has to play a best of 5 tomorrow. With, sure, a little bit more time than obviously the team that has to play after this will get, but it's going to be a brutal gauntlet back to the grand final for the one that tastes defeat in this map. And for the victor goes the spoils, an advantage in trying to take the EMEA title. Something that has eluded many. And with a super team crafted, a Turkish super team was built for this stage. But only one of them can make it directly into that grand final, and Sop is not shying away from this fight. The judge does well, and the overdrive does even better. A double opener with Zeus's right-hand man already taken out Durka. It is looking like double digits is already confirmed.
Yeah, and there's Vitality accepting that reality. Profek backs off to the B site. And Chronicle sets up for exits. These weapons will be carried forward, at least. They'll give it their best shot.
They need to be.
Indeed, they do. Yeah, that economic pressure, we spoke about it, was on foot for a while. Whether it's come back to bite Vitality with 5 players alive as well. Big moneymaker round for Foot. If they should have one round go awry, they can still fight for the overtime. But victory in regulation, it's looking more and more possible for Foot, a team that coming into this half looked like they should be counted out.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like they're literally a pistol round going in the other direction, and this could have been a done deal. Vitality could be in the final. We don't deal in if, buts, or maybes. This now comes down to who's going to win these last few rounds, and OT in the first map. I wouldn't be overly surprised, but I also just love the mentality of Foot. Like, you call a pause, and your response is to dive in with a judge, pop your ult, and just try and basically outgun your opponents in the first few seconds, right back to exactly what you'd expect Foot to do. But in such a high-pressure crunch round. And now we get to see how Vitality react in the same circumstances. Their economy is on the brink here.
Well, it's always the problem with calling a pause against a Turkish team, against a squad like Foot. Setting up a strategy. It often feels like you're building castles out of cards in the wind. These guys come through, shake up your very foundations from the get-go, and then pump the brakes in the next. A difficult team to play against. The pace constantly changes, and now a blitz out of the smoke. Profek not quite ready for that, and you can't really blame him. Oh, but he's caught Sup straight through Sup's wall. A headshot delivered, and now an advantage. They can be comfortable in playing the retake, but Yedege is taking comfort out of their hands.
He knows they're going to try and deal with him. Sociable. Again, we talk about this man and aggression, and they have just started to disrespect the side of Vitality. Spike still yet to be planted. Durka trying to delay that as much as possible, but the fact is, he really doesn't have the weaponry to get back in. A heal being granted to an opponent as well, and that's not bad. Paranoia is the other way, tries to bait in the fight. It's still waiting for Yedege, but Yedege's not moving. The players on site are saying, look, they have not made a move. They have not tried to fight us just yet, so you don't need to go anywhere. And now with that time ticket, they go looking, but they passed each other. And a wild spray through the smoke is what will close this round. Vitality's economy now in the bin, and Foot just 2 rounds away from the comeback being complete.
Yeah, now things are definitely getting serious. Vitality being pushed to the limit. They had the opening duel in this round, and then Chronicle goes looking for a mid-fight. Yumpy then tries to pull it back in heaven, and because Yumpy goes down, you have another player swing through. And then ships in the night, but Yedege lands his broadside. Wood chipping and shattering in the darkness, and Vitality now being cut down to size. Another timeout, a 4th one for regulation. Both teams running dry, and this timeout comes while both can still win in regulation. Victory here is at least some relief, a guarantee of overtime, but most importantly, match and series point, a spot in the grand finals. Not quite locked in with a round win, but it'll be a hell of a lot closer.
This is truly what is the epitome of Foot as a squad. Like, you go back to their victories on split so far this stage, it's a 7-0 defensive side versus Na'Vi, and a 9-3 defensive side versus Eternal Fire. The only poor defense they had was versus Heretics, and they lost that map 13-2. This time, they have a poor defensive side. 3 rounds is all they have to play with. And now they've managed to even up the scoreline in such a dominant fashion. Only blips on the radar with a Chronicle 4K taking home one of those rounds. It doesn't matter the side, it just matters if they believe they can take it. And well, it's safe to say they do. Already Sop with another opener to add to the collection.
And every player on Vitality quaking in their boots, hearing the Outlaw fire out at the start of this round. It one-shot Durka for a reason, and it'll one-shot everybody else on that defensive side. The timing to pull this out is perfect from Foot, acknowledging the gaps that will be there. They've got a double-barrel quick reload operator, and they don't need it. Zeus is taking Sayonara down. The pace picked up towards the side, and the fairy tale run from Vitality, making it to playoffs, besting Liquid, besting Fnatic. They have climbed over giants to be here. And yet Foot, they stand tall in their path. 5 players alive in a 5v1, and this is how they set themselves up for map series point.
It is rough. Like, you look at it from Vitality's perspective, they've taken a pause and just immediately been blasted out of the server. We've seen this time and time again with how pacey they are happy to be. They get the opener in mid, they're right back to this A site. And I have to say, the turnaround from Zeus is genuinely incredible. It looks like we've gone from the worst player in the server to maybe one of the best players in the world.
Yep.
He has had 20 kills in this second half. As you said, before that, it was 4 kills total and 3 in a singular round. A different beast, all starting from having a stellar pistol. And now Vitality stand with, okay, rifles for the most part, a judge for Durka, but they have to buck the trend that has been a dominant turnaround from Foot, who are now 4 kills away from their first ever grand final.
Vitality, what a story it has been. You know, from nobody's pick to everybody's problem. And they were a big problem for Foot on map number 1. They were a huge problem for Foot on half number 1 here. But things have changed. And now that fairy tale run to the grand finals under threat. This has to be where they stand and defend their run, and a showstopper from Sayonara. A triple kill that has put them back into contention, back on the map, and back into this series.
30 seconds left.
OT, now just 30 seconds away. It looked like Foot were gonna hightail their way all the way to the grand final. And maybe Yedege still has something to say about that. The two were rotating, but Profek denies. An insane round from Sayonara. The last showstopper he used, I believe, killed himself. And this one has kept them in contention.
This one killed any chance of an early night. Although I think that might have happened on map 1.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
A gorgeous shot indeed. And now overtime locked in. They never give up and they never surrender. Vitality back for another shot at the grand final slot, while Foot, they took their foot off the gas a little bit too early. Zeus, though, like you said, a hell of a turnaround. He got 1 kill, basically, in the first half. 4, but 3 were when they were hunting him down. And now, 25 on the board. That last half was complete pace changer for him. And it has to continue. We have to see the best of Foot if they are to lock in that grand final spot.
Well, their story themselves is picking up Sociable from failure in Na'Vi, stealing Sop from his brothers on Eternal Fire, and going from last place at kickoff to potentially
Bring them down.
top 2. At a minimum, top 3. Either way, it's impressive, but there's no telling where this roster stops. Now, it is worth saying that both teams performed far better on their attack side. So advantage Vitality, at least for now. But I also just think that for Foot, it's more based off those individuals. Like Zeus wasn't firing, now he is. Sop also had a pretty rough first half at times. A massive step up in the next. But this ruse is being sold. They're trying to pull players away from the B side, and it has not worked. 30 seconds left, and they may think they've spotted the only defender. There's a second man in Zeus, but it's only for 1. Sociable up top, though. If he could drop the spike, there it is on the ground. If he gets the next, it could be over. The other 2 are on the other side of the map, but Sayonara has been a safe pair of hands. And now with his showstopper online, it's down to his opponents. And he's bought time as well for his teammates to get into the site.
Stali, that's risky. That's so risky. And he takes so much damage for it. You heard the showstopper. and yet they stay around just to keep deep heaven control out of the hands of their opponent. Still having a dog, it's a mistake.
Didn't see
one that
Yumpy.
very well could come back to haunt them, but everyone's looking the other way. Everyone, oh no! Yenishay, he fires off at the worst possible moment. A snake in the grass, but the rattlesnake, he gave warning. 13-12, Vitality now with a shot to book themselves into the grand final.
Yeah, Sayonara needs an insane shout-out in this round. They walked into the more heavily stacked site. His teammate goes down while holding the spike. If he misses that shot on Sociable, they have lost the round. The other two players are on the other side of the map. But their youngest player...
Sayonara, you are the best, bro! Gucci.
And given the plaudits of a man in the GOAT conversation, maybe it'll be Sayonara in a year or so. That's already a lot of damage for SOP. The heal necessary. This A site, the more direct hits have been what have worked for them. And the Prowler is going to tell that there's one there, but the distraction is used. Zeus dead is massive, but SOP still stands, but not for long.
Oh, and another for Vitality as Durka answers the call. Yenishay and Cristalli. They will try their best to pick up the pieces, and in fact, Yenishay's in one hell of a spot. He has no idea, but right down below him was Durka, a free kill offered up, and instead Durka comes back to bite. Vitality, 1 kill away from the grand final. They started this out, this stage tested by giants, and now they burn banners considered greater than their own. Overtime after overtime, a hell of a series, but Vitality from the bottom to the top, your first grand finalist.
This will mean a lot to the org, to the players, to the coaching staff. This was a team that had to rely on others to just make it into the playoffs to begin with. They had to go through Team Liquid, a bogey team for some. They had to go through Fnatic, who beat them 9 times in a row. And then they had to go through probably the most informed team at the moment in Foot, a Flare that can be difficult to put out. And yet, every single time they looked like they were faltering, they managed to turn that tide. For Foot, this isn't goodbye. They're qualified to London, but more importantly, they go into a best of 5 tomorrow for a chance at redemption. And to be honest, with how they've played throughout this stage, I would not be surprised to see a repeat grand final.
Oh, it looked like they wouldn't make it to the banquet. Playoffs was out of the question, but now they sit at the head of the table. Vitality, they have climbed from the bottom of the rankings, and now they stand right at the tippity top. Take a bow, boys. You've bloody earned it.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see if they can make it through in that best of 5. Of course, there are a lot of fierce opposition, teams that they struggled with. I don't know if they'd want a rematch versus Eternal Fire. We've seen that one coming. Of course, there's plenty for Foot to worry about with Heretics down there as well, and this next game is going to define who they play tomorrow. For now, though, let's head down to the stage with an interview with Profek.
Yeah, I'm talking to the man, Profek himself. It's crazy to think, though, that a week ago, people were questioning how you guys were even in the upper bracket when it came to playoffs. And now you're in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, we are Prague Warriors, like Soup said, so, you know, I'm happy that apparently we're playing Prague right now because we won, right?
Well, is there that extra level, you know, of pressure off because you know you've already made it to London? And does it feel like the stakes are still there, that you still have to prove the haters wrong, or that's not there?
I mean, it's nice to win, you know, like it's nice to get trophy, especially for Vitality that in the CS they have a lot.
Sure.
And here, they don't have that much, so we need to be on the same level, right?
You got to start adding some more to the cabinet there. And this series in itself, going all 3 maps. The first one, you guys went to overtime, so you won it on that one, and then you won it for overtime here on Split. Why did you need that extra rounds for each map? Why was it so difficult to get the win?
Because I went 4-16 and I wanted to, you know, just have good KD.
Okay, so you wanted to buff the stats. You got to add more trophies to the cabinet, buff the stats a little bit as well.
But unfortunately, I didn't. So, yeah.
Okay, next time we'll make sure it goes to 5 overtimes.
Yeah.
That'll be enough for you then?
I think so.
Okay, all right. We'll make sure that happens because you guys in the grand finals, you're going to have that best of 5. But before we even get there, that's in a couple more days. A lot of other series have to play out. More importantly, another one later today, it's going to be Heretics up against Eternal Fire. Who do you think is going to be the last slot to London?
I mean, I cheer for Eternal Fire because they are the only reason why we are here, to be honest.
Okay.
But I really like also Heretics to qualify, but like I just need to cheer for Eternal Fire because they, because of them we are here.
Okay, all right, so you think it's going to be Eternal Fire there. Prophet, I also want to give you a chance because this is such a filled arena as well. Any words for all the Vitality fans out there watching, knowing that you are one best of 5 away from lifting the trophy?
I mean, thank you for supporting us, even though like in group stage we had a hard time, like I was still getting messages with the support. So thank you for believing, and yeah.
Prophet, it's been such a pleasure to get to talk to you. We'll definitely get more opportunities. I can feel it, all right?
Oh, no.
No, he might not like it, but we all have enjoyed that one. And of course, you put your prediction out there, Eternal Fire, but we'll see what is going to play out in our next best of 3 just after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time this summer. It is Barcelona's turn. So live one of the best experiences that our region has to offer alongside the best teams in EMEA. Because the best players ultimately deserve the best, most vibrant crowd. In the end, this is what they have been fighting for all year around.
Buy your tickets now. See you in Barcelona.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA, where we still have one ticket left for London, but two teams will have to fight for it. I'm G, and this time around I'm joined with Kukuka and Mini Kukuka. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I've been waiting all day. Like, I did that halftime, and I was like, damn, that match went on forever. But yeah, as you are seeing, of course, Foot and Vitality are already at the bus stop waiting and taking a rest after that very long series. But there's one last spot, and this is the most interesting one.
Yeah, that wasn't a British bus stop.
No?
No.
Too much sun?
Yeah, too much sun.
The blue
They're
seats
red.
also, it's too clean. There we go. The bus already. Two of the three teams have been finalized. Vitality is now in the final as well, so one of them is going to be able to join the ranks.
I thought that the point of the double decker is that some people will go, like the fun is like to go on the top part.
Yeah, top front when you're a kid is quite fun.
Even now.
in the back.
Is it that for like the cool kids, or the cool kids go in the back?
Teenagers go in the back. Playing
Not
the
what I
music.
asked.
The cool kids, no, they're not cool. No.
Oh, okay.
No. Well, you want to go in the back?
I don't know. I want to go where it's cool.
At the front, by yourself, headphones in, just looking out on the scenery while driving through London.
Okay.
Zone 1 and
Noted.
2. Not Zone 2, Zone 1. That's about it. That's all you want to be. But
Anyway.
either ways, we are having a rematch here because it's Heretics against Eternal Fire. And the reason why Heretics is in the lower bracket is because Eternal Fire has put them there. And the winner will go up against Foot in that lower bracket final. But again, not only is this your chance of survival, Kukuka, but it's also you going to London.
You're going to London, and these are, just by you looking at the bracket, you get the information that these are also the teams that have played the most rounds so far, not counting this best of 3, but even I will count it maybe for Foot because they lack going the distance, but they have been battling a lot. We have an Eternal Fire that kind of like wasn't able to close against Foot in a very close series, but before all of that, they did secure this win against Heretics. Heretics took that fracture. Eternal Fire went into one of Team Heretics' biggest weaknesses, which is Pearl, and then a Lotus. Eternal Fire was the surprise. They changed their composition a little bit and honestly played incredibly well.
Yeah, Eternal
against
Fire,
Heretics.
it was a pretty dominant series, but obviously rematches gets a bit murky sometimes. There's this like rematch curse that happens where the team who loses that initial game goes away and looks at stuff and can change their things. We're probably going to see changes in the veto maybe some compositional changes. And I think that Heretics have had a pretty nice run in that lower bracket, building momentum here.
But
I think Eternal Fire still win.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even ask you for your prediction, and you're just already throwing it in there. Well, thank you so much. But to see exactly how Eternal Fire is feeling ahead of this matchup, we had a chat with Izzy with Yaman translating.
Izzy, it's been such a crazy journey for you since 2021. We haven't seen you at a global event. Now being so close, one best of 3 away, how do you feel? Where are the nerves and how excited are you that you could be going back to an international stage?
İnanılmaz bir serüven oldu senin için. 2021 yılından beri International Stage'e çıkmadın. Şimdi nasıl gidiyor, neler hissediyorsun? Bu konu hakkında şu anki gelecek stage hakkında ne düşünüyorsun Masters'a gidersen?
Ya bunu bayağıdır bekliyorum buraya çıkmak için. Tekrardan yapabileceğime inanıyorum, güveniyorum. Takım arkadaşlarıma güveniyorum. Zor bir rakip var karşımızda ama biz daha iyiyiz. Biz kazanacağız.
I was waiting for this moment for a very long time, and now I trust my teammates, and we are waiting to face them. We are playing with a tough team, but I trust my teammates, and we will success.
Did you ever feel, if we went 6 months ago, the start of the year, that you would be in this position with what's going on?
6 ay önce başladığında buralara geleceğini tahmin ediyor muydun ve neler olacağını düşünüyor muydun?
Ya bir ara buraya çıkacağımı tahmin ediyordum ama bu kadar hızlı olacağını, bu sezon olacağını düşünmüyordum.
In some point, I was expecting to be here, but not early stage as right now.
I really like hearing that. And you also mentioned that you're just trusting in your teammates, that you believe you guys have what it takes. Where would you power rank Eternal Fire right now? Not only in EMEA, but if you were to go to that global, what is your power?
Takım arkadaşlarına güvenliğini söyledin. Şu anda Eternal Fire'ı nasıl bir sıraya koyarsın? Sadece EMEA'da değil, genel olarak dünyadaki diğer takımlarla beraber.
EMEA zaten kazanacağız. Takımımı da Masters'ta top 4 yapacağımızı düşünüyorum.
We will win the EMEA, and then in Masters we will be top 4.
Okay, I love the confidence so much. Izzy, thank you so much, both of you, for joining me, and Izzy, good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nat and Izzy, and stage managers, Angelina specifically, for getting me to popcorn. So you guys are letting me know, giving me a little bit of insight as to what team you're rooting for today. Minnie, you already started it. You know, you guys are ready to get into the action. I mean, America always likes to do their predictions, but we got to take it a little step further here, Minnie.
I think that this is on Kakuka to start her argument, because we've already seen Eternal Fire absolutely batter Heretics last time, so why is this going to be any different?
You couldn't sell absolutely anything. I can tell you why. I always keep it with me. La estampita, el Riens. You do not have what is on this side of the match. And you cannot tell me by any means that you do not think that he's absolutely brilliant.
Where was he last time?
Where was he last time? I can tell you what he's been doing ever since. Shall we? Do you want to hear it?
I would love to. I got my snacks.
Got some proof.
So.
You know, we were talking about. Oh my God, Riens is so good.
I'm so annoyed you wore the heels.
You want to square up? Let me
getting lectured that into.
I think that actually we asked Riens if he thinks he is as good as I think he is.
Riens, do you think you're the best initiator in the world?
No, I don't know. I just don't have that much ego. I wouldn't just say I'm the best, you know? I think I'm a good initiator player, but I'm not the best.
Who would you put above you then?
Okay, honestly thinking like that, I wouldn't put anyone above me. But I would say some equal players, you know? Maybe not experience-wise, but I like Blaus from Leviathan. He's a nice kid, you know? And he's playing well. And from Europe, I would say maybe Sayonara.
Okay, he kind of got me there with the Leviathan shout-out. I like that, but I will tell you, I do disagree with him. I do think he is the best, and I know that we talk about him being the best. I thought I would show you why he is the best, and I got a couple of maps to show you why he's so absolutely brilliant. You can
Anyone some popcorn? You can watch the movie now. And you can
this here.
Beautiful.
And let's jump into Lotus, because being a great initiator means that you are incredibly reliant for the rest of your team. Look at how good Heretics is in this aggression onto Rubble. I know that this is like a centerpiece and that maybe Riens does not get to shine, but we talked about this play. And the coolest thing is that not only he uses that utility to counter the ultimate from Fnatic, the coolest thing is that whilst everything else is happening, he's also prowling on drop to actually make sure that this is not a fake or that Fnatic is going to assault it from both sides of the map. So that is why one of the reasons why Riens is absolutely brilliant. There's not that many cool things that you can do with Fade by yourself, but there is also many other cool things that we saw on other maps. And I moved away from the individual brilliance and the 4Ks and everything else. So let's take a look at Ascent, right? Because Ascent, that last map against Fnatic, was absolutely brilliant. And Riens, in some cases, was everywhere in the map. Take a look, for example, at this round. He starts on mid with Koshmaras, then he goes over to A to help, then he goes over to short. He drones also to make sure that one, his presence is known and he can create the pressure on the map. Then he goes back again onto mid and reunites with Benji over on B. I think that in the end of this round, they start going over to B. Recon comes out, and again, it's just one player, but he's absolutely everywhere on the map. Now, that is good util and whatnot. But Minnie, I have one more thing. I have one more thing, okay? I'm very close. I'm sorry if you're uncomfortable. But take a look at one of the best plays I've seen this year, where absolutely nothing could have been done better. And it is this 1v2, round 23. Fnatic is about to close this and survive against Team Heretics. But no, Riens shoots a bit here, actually, even though we don't have the sound. Boaster poses smoke. He sees him, he decides not to shoot. He knows that where he's coming from and the door being shut. The Kayak can only be in one place. He gets an easy kill, Kayak wears the awareness and secures the second one in perfect timing. He already knew that Boaster was going to come in out there. And honestly, the rest of the match. So what do you have to say?
Do you have anything to counter that? Because that was...
That was a lot of
Look at
yapping.
him. Look at him and tell him he's not the best.
Look, I know Riens is pretty decent, but the difference with Eternal Fire is that all 5 of them
como la rompas, if you
Get
break
ready to eat the popcorn. Get ready. Because I've got something special for you.
Your turn.
If you don't know how Eternal Fire play, they've got all 5 fragged. They don't need this one man and a yap session of 5 minutes monologuing. That's too much thinking. We've got a nice little frag movie coming up for how Eternal Fire actually play Valorant.
I'm going to take my snacks
acting
back.
your height.
Connection established.
Five Turkish demons.
We are going to late them from it.
And the job is press W and go in.
You can buy flight tickets.
Frenzy power!
They are just shooting.
That's a pretty good one. Did you edit that yourself?
No yapping needed there. Did I edit myself?
There was a little bit of typing there from
No. Unfortunately, we have some talented people behind the scenes that can...
But you stand by that? I mean, I will give you the fact that they can shoot. Indeed, they can.
But is that enough?
Maybe that is their curse in the long term, though.
But it's not about long term. It's like just today. And today is the biggest moment for both of these teams' year.
Totally.
And time again, which team is it that maybe
We see a grand finals
a little
is
bit?
Team Heretics.
I just think that Eternal Fire actually have like the better mentality coming into this. I think they got nothing to lose. I think they have that mentality. I think when you watch them play with confidence, it feels like they got confidence. They lose a round, who cares? I'm worried about the brittle nature of your team.
You talked about momentum, and I do think that that is very important because the win that Heretics got the other day against Fnatic was going against everything that was on the table, especially on that last map on Ascent. And I do think that there were some surprises on the first time that they two went against each other. I kind of like, unless we see an Eternal Fire that goes into banning Fracture, I do see that this is either a 2-0 for Heretics with some very good prospects for the lower bracket run.
You're falling into the trap of
a
using
Turkish team
logic
cannot
with
play.
Heretics. You can't do that at all.
Okay, I'm gonna let you guys calm down.
Then what matters?
And to like calm this whole situation down, we're gonna bring up the we're gonna bring up the skirmish. We're gonna see how that one went because I feel like that can give us a little bit of an initial taste as to what we could be expecting on the server today. Who is gonna be going up against each other? We have Weber against Fabian. If they can shoot, right? Theoretically, Mini, your team should win, right? Eternal Fire's gotta win this.
I know what you're doing here.
I'm just asking you a rhetorical question.
Damn, Weber! Yes! You ditched him! Okay, 3-1. Oh, damn. If your team is like all about shooting and Weber is winning here...
Oh.
I mean, it's skirmish. I could probably beat some of these players in a skirmish. It's just skirmish.
It's just
do it when it
Can we
matters.
quote that? Because I think that for stage 2, we actually are going to put you to play against some players.
I'll happily do
Okay,
it.
well, you have to bet something.
Like what?
I'll think about it, don't worry.
Sure.
So Weber did win.
That's the thing. We gotta have to highlight that your team lost.
So they can shoot.
Yeah, we'll see if Fabian is bad today. We'll see if Fabian's bad today.
Do you think maybe
on Fabian being bad?
No. I don't think I am, no.
It was just like a bit of a warm-up. So you're saying team can shoot. You're saying we have Rians going up against each other.
That's a big win condition, just one player.
No, I think
Anything
on
else?
top of I think that in the difficult moments where there is a lot of tense situations, you can always count on him. But Benji has been stepping up a lot. I know that last map against Fnatic wasn't his best, but for the rest of the series, he was absolutely amazing. And same goes for everybody else.
I'll let the game do the talking. That's what the Turkish teams
That's
do.
what they do say. So you're like learning from them. Okay, like really getting into it.
They just need to play their game.
Turkish players.
All right, well, we have Heretics going up against Eternal Fire, but before we actually head into that, we have a last mile with Nat standing by with Kushmaras.
Yeah, I feel like you guys were having your arguments over, Eternal Fire or Heretics, and someone we haven't gotten to talk much to, Kushmaras, do you think you can settle the debate between Kukuka and Mini here? Who's going to win, Heretics or Eternal Fire?
I mean, obviously Heretics. Like, what is this question?
Yeah, and the other discussion was, is Rians the best initiator in the world? I want to hear you hype up your boys a bit.
I mean, of course it's Rians, like, no question now.
All right, no doubt about that as well. Well, Coach Maris, I'm also excited to see you in that server as well, because our last ticket, our last seat to London is on the line right now between Heretics and Eternal Fire.
Heretics maybe not up to the level of some of their other maps here. To ash and ruin for Eternal Fire!
In my whole esports career, I've never got to play in England. Having this event in London is really important to me. Qualifying to London means having the people I care about watch me do something I love. I've worked really hard to get to this point so far, so I'm not going to stop.
Heretics'te bir tane oynadık, 2-1 yendik. Kolayca oldu bizim adımıza. İlk map'i kendi ellerimizle vermemize rağmen. Ondan intikam alma şansı var ama bunu vermeyeceğiz onlara ve Londra'ya biz katılacağız. Benji İngiliz ve kendi ülkesinde düzenlenecek olan turnuvaya gitmeyi çok istiyor. Ama bu sefer evine mutlu değil, üzgün gidecek.
13-2, Team Heretics rising from the ashes of that first half. Oh my God!
That was gorgeous from Eternal Fire.
I am amazed by what we've just witnessed.
Bugün Heretics'i rahat bir şekilde yeneceğiz. Onlar zaten bir kere yenmiştik. Şu an daha iyi bir takım olarak gözüküyor olabilirler. Ama biz yine yenildik. Yeteri kadar konuştuk, biraz oyun oynayalım.
So hazy, stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Heretics.
The fist bump that decides which one of these two teams will take up the final ticket to go to London. Minnie, you know what was really impressive? The fact that you were able to read how Eternal Fire is going to react to that. They even said it. Let's stop talking. Let's play some games. So when it comes to playing games, where do we want to see those games being played?
For Eternal Fire, probably not on that fracture after last time, but we are going to see it once again. It's going to be a very similar veto with Ascent coming in instead of that Pearl. What are your thoughts here, Kakuka?
So my thoughts here, first of all, Team Heretics does change the ban from that split. I think that after seeing it against Food and Eternal Fire running the same round 6 times in a row over an A, they decide that Pearl is actually the map that they do not want to play against them. So I think that that is smart. Lotus, I do think it's a very interesting one, right? Because we saw Eternal Fire playing against Heretics and actually showing them a lot of very cool things. But then on the other side, we also saw Heretics completely destroying Fnatic. For Heretics, it is obvious. They feel very comfortable on the fracture. I really like, though, that the decider for this is another Ascent.
Yeah, I think the map veto, despite my Eternal Fire allegiances for this one, I do think the veto is veering towards Heretics' favor. I think there is a better map veto than last time, but I don't think that is the story of this game. I don't care about the slight advantage in that veto. I think everything today is about whether Heretics can keep their nerve in an important game against a team that is not going to get nervous at all. They're going to have full confidence and firepower. They're going to play their game, and everyone knows what their game is, but they can punch you in the face.
But to be devil's advocate, though, as much as maybe we can say that Eternal Fire is not going to be nervous, this is a globals qualification. There is still at stake. To be able to prove that you can come in stage 1 and just immediately go to a global, that will be huge for them.
We saw that at kickoff, though, with BBL, like doing their thing. I just have complete faith in the way that these Turkish teams are handling their kind of approach to the stage right now. And when they're on momentum and winning, I have no doubt in my mind about the way that they can play VALORANT.
I know that for most of the teams that we have been seeing, like take a look at Foot. They did a 180 with how their roster looked at the beginning of the year and the approach that they were having towards the game. We also had a Vitality that at the beginning of the year did not have Sayonara and was doing some weird things and not a very nice kickoff. We had a Heretics also that made a change. We had an Eternal Fire that literally had to go through heaven and further. Because, for example, for AC, who would have told him at the beginning of the year that he would be one match away from qualifying to a global event? But I do agree with you. It is a lot about handling the nerves of the situation that you put here.
It's about the expectations for Heretics. Heretics, a team that we talk about all the time. Eternal Fire, this is new for them. This is just them. They're on a spree right now. For Heretics, there's going to be much more question marks if they lose this game.
And
when
we talk about momentum, I do think that it works in favor of Eternal Fire. The Lotus is the first one, because if they are able to replicate what they did to Heretics on the first time around on this map, that would destroy Heretics mentally. I know that coming into their match, they did swap away from the Viper and in with the Cypher, but I do think that if we do not see any changes, that still works in the favor. The way that they worked around the map, the way that they were able to literally find every single hole, every single disadvantage that Team Heretics could have on their defense, the way that every single disadvantage also they managed to turn into their favor, freezing at the right times for Eternal Fire. Like, they showed me that they can actually pause for a second and allow their opponents to make a mistake.
I think this time around it's going to be a lot closer of an affair. I don't expect Eternal Fire to destroy Heretics on this map like last time. Heretics have had reps since and looked very strong on this map. I think that this one is just going to be an explosive game of double duelist, like we see on Lotus quite a lot nowadays. And it's going to come down to who gets that momentum early, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're seeing the Vice here for Benji, which we've seen before on the side of Heretics, but his Cypher really stood out last week against Fnatic. Would you prefer the Cypher here, or do you think that the Vice, if played correctly, could bring the value that it is?
I think Cypher is a terrible pick on this map.
Okay.
I also don't love the compositions with either team, to be frank. I like Viper and I like the Zen team. But the double duelist is just all about firepower, and I believe that Eternal Fire right now, their double duelist combo is doing a little bit more.
You know, I think that especially from the defense, Team Heretics was struggling a lot against Eternal Fire to have the initial brawl, especially over at Rubble, to go their way. Because Eternal Fire is a team that will shoot back, and they will be ready to take on those duels. But, Mini, I was showing you before going into this some of the crazy pieces that Team Heretics have curated now on the map, and how they take everything to the next level with this composition.
Only one ticket left to Masters London. Two teams that are hungry for the chance to represent our region at a global. And 3 maps to crown the victor. Heretics versus Eternal Fire starts now with our casters, Henzy and Hypoc.
Yeah, we will be taking you through this one. As rightly said, it is the last ticket aboard the train to London. Now, we could spend a lifetime talking about momentum and big pressure games, especially when it comes to Heretics. But Mike, let's get into the tangibles here. Which side do you really stand on when you look at this?
This truly is a tough one to call. I think. I agree. Given the recent series that we've seen, and Heretics obviously getting back into a position where people are believing them. Yes. Honestly, again, that previous series for me stands out in terms of the bigger picture for Heretics. But on the other side, it's a team that just refuses to die. They don't give up. They don't care. They literally come in like a honey badger to every single series.
And again, one of these two will be joining us in Masters London. You can as well, obviously, get yourselves over towards it. It's going to be a heater. It feels like anyone's tournament, and these two are going to have to prove how badly they want it. As said, on one side with Eternal Fire, it feels almost carefree. They set the bar of how bad do you want this. Heretics, look, we've been on board with this resurgence of form. We've liked what they've done. They've shown great looks here. But big pressure games have been a problem with them in the past.
Yeah, and I think as well, the other part of that equation is the consistency, right? You see these kind of peaks and troughs with Heretics, and ultimately you look for like a couple of series to really bank on that sort of belief here, as Benji almost identified here. Fabian, very curious to get onto that angle. Maris here on the seed of doubt over towards C. It's drawn a couple of players in rotation here, but the Boombot catching elsewhere might be a little bit misleading for Fabian.
Oh, if anything,
but Heretics actually reading into that now.
I guess it's how the chips fall at this point, because it felt like they had almost the right step towards A. It is a longer approach, but...
Still Nicky and Echo here, though.
Yeah, sitting super passive, so kind of expecting to give up that front sight to a degree. I don't think they can punish too much on the way through. But Echo, you know that guy's chomping at the bit. This guy is...
The guy's a freak.
Yeah, hyper-aggressive, hyper-talented. So for Heretics, you've got to be on the money today. There is no chance to miss or make mistakes, as Echo already gets the account started. Great work on the site in reaction. A 2-for-1 trade out, but the plant's not down. There's still stall here. 10 seconds they need to stabilize. Heretics have the numbers, but there's still a problem. That could have been Fabian. It's not to be this round, leaving Ordaz in really a formality. Lovely, lovely stuff from Heretics.
Able to slow this down, where Eternal Fire are just desperate to get a kill or two just to remove numbers. Make that plant a little more uncomfortable. Even here at the end, Ordaz just desperately trying to get onto the angle. Koshmaras able to cause real issues here, tucked inside the smoke. It looks as if Eternal Fire had initially a bit of a win with Echo going on a wild swing. Back onto the site, finding the first, but unfortunately, just gets shut down immediately.
And someone who I can't keep my eyes off, you saw it kind of at the end of the replay there, it's Rien's. It's been one of those brilliant upswings of form from him. We already know the potential, this guy kind of...
Oh, well, I mean, it's, yeah, goes without saying, the guy is world class.
Yeah, truly. And it kind of filled that position in my head of almost that Leo, right? Everyone looking for that next player who'd fill that sort of role, and I don't think you could even say he maybe reaches the heights of it at times, but he is certainly making a case at the moment. So if he keeps that level up today, this could be a wonderful one to watch. But on the other side, these boys can shoot back. I think we've all learned that the hard way. The way they play is kind of the sign of the times almost, it feels like here, as this should be an easier round. The stack was on C. You can see that Heretics have opted to go towards the A site, and Benji should have a fire underneath him. We don't have many representatives joining us in London, locally at least. So for him, this could mean a little bit more.
We're really going to have a way back into site here. Again, flag has been planted by Heretics. And there's no real value in even going for some kills here. So probably just going to look for a couple of players to give it up to the spike at least. The only outlier to that, potentially Fabian. Benji here going to have some company on this angle. Removed immediately. And it's only the pistol in hand for Benji. A couple of these weapons now, he's got to be conscious that they're stacked up.
One enemy remaining.
Okay,
Woot's
just going to farm
man.
everything.
Wait, have we got a day with Woot actually being mentally good? He's had a really good start. I don't want to call it yet. How close to his ult is he actually?
He's 2 off showstopper now.
Okay.
A huge tool to have here in round 3. Izzy actually already busting out the operator. And some crucial kills here for Woot to line up at the end of the round, where it looks as if Eternal Fire were going to be able to mitigate that progress early on. But eyes towards Izzy now for me. He's been electric on the operator. Certainly an opportunity here to prevent Heretics from finding a bonus conversion. Okay, just like that, the C site will fall.
I guess that sends a message, right? We're willing to brawl out with you. We'll take early fights, we'll clear it. And it's not going to really humble Eternal Fire. We know what these guys are like. They'll keep going back at this until it works. But as it stands, that is a really good look from Heretics to be able to handle that sort of start.
Yeah, I mean, round is done. Operator in hand here. It doesn't feel feasible to really make an attempt at this. So it's already a save consideration here for Eternal Fire. Fabian will be revealed, at least make Heretics believe there's still some close presence, but look at the minimap here. Everybody else has given up. It will be a flawless conversion of the bonus nonetheless. Like I said, decided in the opening 5 seconds.
They're hitting today. They are hitting today. This could be a really good series. Need to see Eternal Fire get started here, though, but I don't really doubt them in that regard, even if it is a quiet beginning. I think they've very much got the capability to get some stability underneath themselves.
So you think back to the success that Heretics found previously.
Oh,
it's so clean from Koshmaras as well. The adjustment here. And this is the first round again. Eternal Fire have got weapons. They're looking to posture up a little bit outside of C, and it's immediately extinguished.
Yeah, got to see Izzy find impact this round, really, if they want to have a real opportunity.
Very late in the day, timeout called
yeah,
here.
mate, even I paused there for a second. I'm like, hold on. It can't be coming this early.
Maybe
but,
just something early in terms of the comms here that I think coaching staff want to get ahead of. See lots at stake for both teams, but for very different reasons, obviously. I think you're right as well. If there's rounds really where Izzy's not going to be able to have a chance to even find contact early on. Talk about the operator becoming a poison chalice. There's going to be round out here with Sheriff, so there's certainly still threat with rifles in hand for Fabian, Neki. Obviously, Heretics now up to a full buy. Woot already on a showstopper. Benji, Koshmaras, and Riens all both past halfway.
Feels like something categorically had to change here. Maybe just the expectation with Heretics, potentially, or just something going really, really off if it's this early. You know what I mean? This isn't like, I think, a long-term issue. It's got to be a game plan sort of approach.
And just speaking game plan here, you see great comparison between these two teams. Obviously, Heretics, second fastest time to plant in EMEA at 50 seconds. The number one spot, 47 seconds for Eternal Fire. So truly a clash of speed here, and Ordaz remove the head of Koshmaras.
It's a fine balance, right, between that aggression and a little bit far beyond, and I think going that hell for leather when you don't know the full buy is a bit deadly. However, what's the next step up here? Ordaz played in again! This is dangerous. A 3v2, numbers up for Eternal Fire, and I think Heretics with a misread on this.
And certainly you can sacrifice Koshmaras in this sort of situation if you can scale up off the showstopper, but I believe Woot just caught in a vertical satchel there in the choke point. Not able to really create any space for that second wave of Heretics to flood onto the site. Now just Boo and Riens have to try and recover, and the sort of round that really is always a possibility for Eternal Fire.
Bring them down.
In here, maybe remove the operator, but Izzy's outside B right now. It looks as if Riens and Boo have just cut sound and wanted to re-clear back into the C site.
Yeah, a couple more seconds on the haunt going up. Fabian's got a nice little spot here. Does he catch anyone? No. But he's got to know there's a chance and they're walking on this. It looks like Neki's waiting. Got to be careful. There it is. Beautiful from Fabian. And a real punish on what felt like a misread from Heretics there. Again,
like I said, for me, this is Koshmaras falling absolutely fine. If you can get the showstopper into a position to pressure onto site. Unfortunately, the smoke causes so many issues, and it's the gap here. Like I said, Woot's caught in a weird vertical satchel with no forward momentum that really makes this difficult for Heretics to even capitalize on Koshmaras. Call it initial pressure. He's down so early. Recovery factor here from the Eternal Fire. Like I said, this is always a sort of round that's a possibility for them, right? Being slippery and causing threat here even on lesser guns.
And I also got to say, if this is the adjustment just to not... oh my god, that... oh, Echo, you could be caught here. Yeah, you're not getting away. Caught on the play out. A little bit of a pace change coming from Heretics as well. Show earlier, A, play a little bit slower with a little bit of a misstep almost on that C site there. Pausing woes, but what a position! Woot! The low sense not working for Ordaz as Woot bounds in on the site. This is going to be a bloody affair between these two, it feels like, but it's a 5v3. Fabian hoping at best to do some chip on the way out, but Riens keeps most of his HP. And now, if they don't get a pick fast, you might want to wrap this one up. Luckily, we are not at PGL event right now, so no one giving away anything there. Good stuff. 5v3. Oh, Izzy. They're really looking for that pick, but I don't think they're going to get one now.
Koshmaras will find Fabian with a spam. Just Izzy and Neki left now. Neki will find Boo. Maybe a couple of consolations, but can't hold on to the spray long enough. And Izzy at 30 HP, operator in hand. Heads for the hills. Woot already sitting at 9-1. Absolutely explosive start to map 1 here for him. And initially you hear that feign of presence or heavier presence outside A. And Echo goes forward to kind of put a contingency trip much deeper than you'd really expect ever to see a Cypher the first 15, 20 seconds of a round.
Are they just reading it's an all-in off the back of the presence on the other side, on that like A site hit, I guess, or like the look that Izzy got on one player?
Well, it being Koshmaras, right?
Yeah.
So it's...
wherever Kosh is, the rest
a
of them
knee-jerk reaction for sure, but Echo just caught way out of the line. He has no business. And gets caught, unfortunately, trying to cage off, cut some sight lines to retreat. Again, around that, in terms of conditioning here, we're going to keep Eternal Fire on red alert.
Heretics, but
Speaking of having...
they're so well on. Oh my god. Until then, Necky's answered back really well, kept this at least competitive. But site control is going to be gathered by Heretics.
Still 3v3 here. Avian might be able to do some damage here. Showstopper invested on top of that. Does land.
Nice follow-up, potential. It's all on Rien's. Not got it. Beautiful work from Eternal Fire.
Rounds are already getting pacier. We're only in round 6. Both teams happy to go blow for blow here. Again, that initial pop, you can see Izzy's just completely behind this. Like, he's just caught so off guard. God. 2 crucial kills from Necky as well, just to trim
Without
the fat.
that, I don't think they'd have had as much.
Considering obviously still that operator a consideration in terms of the retake. You see it, a second round found. Ultimates just on the brink here for Eternal Fire. I mean, Ordaz and Echo will have theirs. Necky just missing one. Obviously seen a little investment previously. But what's the consideration for these early rounds?
Oh, this re-hit. It's read really well by Heretics. This space gathering attempt. Fabian is really digging deep on this. But it's
they commit so much, so many bodies to find just another kill.
And it feels like Heretics have got a good mentality about this, or at least a good understanding this could be what Eternal Fire want to be doing. We saw it in that previous round, kind of catching, I guess it was like Izzy, not in no man's land necessarily, but very kind of checked.
Yeah.
There was no chance he was getting out of that, apart from maybe a 1-for-1 at best. And even here, kind of that expectation of the refight over towards the broken wall. And the C site, there's still going to be a bit of a fight here. Caution Rush is going to be able to gather a good deal of space. All going to just force them further back. Did catch one as well.
Still a question mark on the second here, but they are stacked up. Echo and Ordaz. 2v3 presented. Echo's firing damage on the first here, but Benji has responded.
Nice from Benji.
Will clean things up. Number 5 on the board, Heretics not shying away from this pace, this tempo that's already been set.
And it feels like a fundamentals check at times, playing against Eternal Fire like this. The trades, you've got to be so ready for these re-clears, these re-hits. There is no real rest for the wicket.
Look how many bodies Eternal Fire are happy to just sacrifice in terms of desperately looking for a trade out on this early round aggression. Well, you didn't say it. You nearly said it.
I'll take him being fired up about this, because you have to be. I can't reiterate enough how much, once that ball is rolling with EF, it's really hard to stop it. If they get their ducks in a row, you are on the receiving end, and it hurts. They have been the absolute reapers in the lower bracket. They have been the downfall of bigger boys than this. So for Heretics, they've got to stay on, and here comes that slow re-clear, but look at Heretics again, prepared. The prep work is good today. They are very much considering what the look would be. And I guess the depth gets, I guess, checked a bit for Eternal Fire in this.
A slower round now for them to consider. Obviously don't have the weapons, and I think it's right for Heretics to probably take their time. Don't want to give away any opportunity to have a say in this one. Necky in a ton of damage there, just off a couple of bullets. Down to just 29 HP. So Heretics will reconsider their approach. A chance to overwhelm Echo once more. Rotation already in effect here. Fabian making his way towards the C site, and Heretics almost. Spidey sense tingling. Now headed back towards A. This Prowler is just going to cause real issues in terms of the information game for Eternal Fire, because they're stacked as 4 over here now.
I'm quite impressed by Heretics so far, and that feels weird for me to say, because I've been critical of them in the past. I think a lot of us have, because we've seen the potential and the outcome, but this is very nicely handled so far. Now, it could get dangerous in this post plant, but by all rights, you'd imagine this is going to be a 6-2 scoreline.
Yeah, Wu finds another kill, and he does. Yeah, showstopper available now for the next round. Heretics just go from strength to strength. Stopped here at the front door here towards Heaven. Rienz and Benji will both find kills. Necky, 29 HP. Shut down here and in zone flawless for Heretics to find number 6. And it's feeling like they have absolutely the right approach. They have to really squash out, stamp out any sort of aggression early on. And I think they've already ticked that box for me. Eternal Fire up against the ropes in terms of the economy. These rounds become harder and harder to justify. And you can see the desperation in some of these situations where Eternal Fire, like, cool, yeah, they're willing to brawl, but they're not winning them.
No, which is a rarity, right? This is why I'm kind of seeing it as a depth check. If they can actually find some layers beyond this, what are the next looks if someone's actually prepared in these deeper defaults? Looks like a 3-1 to go for and a site change for Echo, but he's got a whole lot of troubles coming his way. Woot's got that ult. Blind Send doesn't... Oh my god, look at Echo, 5 HP, man. That Boombot's a threat. But luckily the man sharp as ever, still gonna get 2 on 5 HP. It's a 4v3. Rien's, Benji and Boots try and put it together on the site, but the cavalry's arrived.
They slowed things down now. Spike hasn't been planted. Everyone getting involved here. Benji's still standing.
Benji, get your gun out, mate.
Oh! My God!
Benji, you do this one. It would be wild. What a try, what a shot, but Izzy shuts it down. Eternal Fire still in the fight.
That was a filthy shot,
mate,
from Benji.
I'm already seeing the edits. I'm already seeing the clips. Oh.
And the ult goes out, unfortunately. The best counter to it. It just gets caught a little off guard there.
Last player standing. Have the spike.
Absolutely beautiful stuff.
Oh, I felt it.
Yeah.
Okay, 3-6.
Look what it takes to find a round, though.
Yeah.
Eternal Fire.
Well, that's going to help. We're kind of exploiting the same line as he used last time when they maybe expected some aggression, but Kosh Moras has actually bailed them out really well here. Removes the player, posted up towards the box, sends them back a little bit deeper. Now, how willing are Heretics to dig further? Surely not. You slow it down now.
Looking to maybe early pivot. Neki going to be in a position here, but Rien shuts that down. It's another advantage here. Izzy still trying to find an angle with the operator, but unsuccessful on the second attempt.
Still wanted to go for that? Do they have anything to clear it? You've got 25 seconds till your horn's back. You can't force Izzy off this. They still want to make sure that no one's snuck out in the meantime. Oh, and Izzy's tempted. But in a 4v3, if you're Heretics, you're just going to pause, see if anyone overplays, overpushes.
But that's the thing. Eternal Fire haven't been going forward in this downtime. They have been remaining fairly disciplined in terms of maintaining map control. Nobody's really been flanking all that much. I mean, they haven't had the numbers to do so.
No.
You're at least disadvantaged. Echo, again, kind of stuck in a position to make use of the judge that he has in hand.
Is he? Oh, again! Absolute moments from this man, 2 already in the round, maybe eyeing up a 3rd. Have to invest the Prowler, have to desperately try and force him away. But they suffer a casualty en route, so it is going to be a 3v3 in the post now. Guardian there, but they at least have the flank position for Echo, so they are cornered! And a gift from the gods. I don't know how they saw that, it was just sheer luck, but by all rights, you take it when you get it. Rien's wants to get active, and they want to maybe isolate Echo. They try, and try as you might, it will not do the job needed. That was a brilliant round from Izzy.
Get to be solo on site here and still be so willing to go forward on very risky angles. Beautiful catch on the first here.
Nice.
What a shot onto Woot. The second as well, Kosh Moras.
One enemy remaining.
Caught on the cross here, and Echo to clean up, finds an upgrade to a Guardian and makes them pay. Trailing by 2 now. Heretics already up to 6, have guaranteed at least an even half here. Only have Rien's ultimate, everything else invested on the side of Heretics, but Eternal Fire on the brink of another showstopper. You know, curious really if after a few wins now, Eternal Fire do start exploring the map or...
Oh,
dude,
this is a treat, man!
So many players on point today.
I'm gonna lose my mind during this. Every single shot is just frag movie worthy. Boo, Woo, and Kosh Moras gonna have to figure this one out. And that spike is an issue right now.
Not necessarily noted just yet, but they need something. Well, they need to find something on the map. You see here, Wout and Koshmaras looking to push further forwards towards C site, but Ordaz stacked up here. Alongside Fabian. Smoke to go up, but it's actually behind them.
Oh, it's so well positioned. Maybe just an expectation on that smoke. Again, whatever it may be, beautifully, beautifully handled. What an absolute stunner of a round.
Yeah, that's almost indicative of them going forwards to wrap towards B. And why wouldn't you smoke a little deeper there and allow safe passage in towards spawn side here, but Boot, 1v5. I think he's going to make a good go with this, and Eternal Fire want to take the initiative here in trash time.
10 seconds left.
Cover going out. At least one here for Boot.
Oh.
I think he's going to find many more. Fabian to clean up here, a third. Showstopper in hand now. And an opportunity to actually tie things up here on the half. Which is crazy considering. Just look at the mechanical talent on some of these players in the server, man.
The thing is, like, I doubt it being intentional, but we've seen it so often with these players as well. This whole map so far has just been gunners after gunners. Everyone's a shooter here. Absolutely wild stuff. 3 in succession, though, for Eternal Fire, which is massive, right? As you said, scoreline-wise, didn't expect to be sitting at a 5-6, but that's where we're at. Trying to maybe imply this A approach is coming. Deeper utility for Echo. Could keep him feeling secure in this. Oh, Fabian. Fabian. Hello, there's players.
Oh my God, what a crucial kill from Wout.
Yeah, he knows he's done well there. Just going to skip through towards the site, but is he? Got to be careful. This one doesn't land. Wout has been a miracle here for Heretics. He's got himself a little more to work with. Oh, why not if you're feeling it? 43 though, that one's a miss. Neki still giving them an option. Trying to give them a chance. Benji. Benji! On for 2. Wants to keep a lead on the half. There's Ordaz. I mean, you're going to make a good attempt, but the trade's there. 5-7. Oh, it's just magic today on the server.
An insane half of VALORANT, Lauren. Yeah. Absolutely a joy to watch.
Yeah, and Heretics have had an absolute roller coaster of a stage 1. Here's Billy to take us through all of their ups and downs.
Form isn't built in a single match. Sometimes it takes falling behind to understand how far you can really go. And that's the case for Team Heretics, because this stage did not start the way that they wanted it to. Their first 2 matches resulted in 2 losses, and questions started forming, doubt started creeping in. The coaching staff made the call. Comeback steps out of the starting 5, and Koshmaras steps in. A shift in the system, a more settled identity. From then onwards, the group stage changed for Heretics. Somehow, they turned it around. They made it to playoffs. But in that opening game against Eternal Fire, we were reminded that nothing is guaranteed. The run to London would now need to happen from a lower bracket grind. Which brings us to today, a rematch. An opportunity for Heretics to not only get revenge on Eternal Fire for sending them here in the first place, but to guarantee yet another global appearance. The fans certainly haven't forgotten that 2024 Heretics, who is yet to reach that high once again. We've seen the adjustment, momentum, and resilience, yet no regional trophies to their name. Can they do it this time? Can they complete the lower bracket run and make it to London?
And I think that's the question most of us now have. 5-7 on the score, Mike. This felt like a very competitive half.
Just still blown away. I mean, again, if you'd have just roll your minds back a couple of weeks and think if you could see Heretics going toe-to-toe with it, any team at this sort of tempo and this sort of aggression, I would say this is the sort of thing that Heretics would crumble under.
Oh,
but they are
100%
maintaining control of this map so far. Yes, a little resurgence here for Eternal Fire. The back end of that half, but still for me, Heretics on top here in the opening of the series.
Well, it's one thing to deal with them on defense, it's another on the attack. Eternal Fire now get to set the tempo and pace, and you already saw in the stats, it's pretty quick.
Yeah.
So already you can see the intention from Heretics. C's ready, paint shell in hand. Does Izzy get to live? There's the C's, does get out from it.
Great check on the back of it as well there. So they don't overinvest into that trap. Echo, I'm probably curious to find some sort of contact here towards 8. Rotation coming through for Heretics. Boo be under a bit of pressure towards C. Doesn't have anybody in support here just yet.
No, Boo's in a lot of trouble. I think he's got to decide to slip
Actually,
back CT.
Peeling away from this though.
And he's not fallen back. And he's only seeing Izzy here. Does he call for full rotation? I don't think so, no.
He's just called these out, and Benji's now going back towards 8.
Benji's still got some stall of utility here, but this is a lot to ask. That's 4 players really close by. The Paranoia is connected as well. He knows they're close, and there's nothing he can do about it. Eternal Fire, crack open the site. Plant should be next, and a 5v3. Oh, that's clean. That's not bad from Rienz either. 3v3, where's the additional body? It's Boo making it over. Ordaz, though, stamps authority on the round, leaving just Boo, the man who got that first part of contact, to try and handle what remains.
And here in a 1v3, classic in hand. He falls short here at the first hurdle, and Echo will post the final kill here for a pistol round in the second half. Chance here to tie things up. Again, almost a situation where, I mean, Benji actually gets support at the right time, which is crazy to consider, but see Koshmaras able to rotate so quickly, but strength in numbers for Eternal Fire. Gets them a win here. Kick off the second half. Scope in hand for Echo. And a frugal purchase. Koshmaras actually investing a bucky here. Echo nearly catches a glimpse. A player that was under a ton of pressure in that first half here, probably thankful to find some breathing space early on. Koshmaras, though, will punish Izzy.
Nice time on the smoke guard. Oh, he can't get the... Oh, did he? He actually got the upgrade from that. Okay, not bad from him.
Sticky fingers in there.
Yeah, causing a pivot and a good follow-up. Heretics very well positioned on this. Still a rifle. What is going on? 2v3. This is still possible, and they might want to take the full tour. Look at Boo's position. Look at this.
If Favian makes a step, we'll get the confirmation.
But Boo can check side pretty easy. The others can then speed up on rotate, but they're going to hear it now. Favian watching and waiting. Oh my God, still takes a lot of damage.
Down to 24.
This is where it gets scary, isn't it? Benji given over the rifle here. Koshmaras still on the bucky. Deeper position for Favian, though. Maybe expecting a rotate, but giving up full sight here.
Curious, but you want to maybe run down the clock as much as they can, force Heretics to explore some of these deeper positions.
Go, go, go.
Bait in, though. If they can get control of both of these angles.
Yeah, the paranoia from Heretics is all the thing that's slowing them down. Eternal Fire was so far off the side, but obviously Heretics didn't know that. Made something out of nothing, but by the end of it, it feels like time is gone. A lovely attempt.
Great damage, though.
Nevertheless, you are right. Bigger picture, very good damage.
Necky's going to try and get behind this to find... Yeah, he will actually at least maintain the more expensive purchases. What a grab here from Koshmaras, by the way.
I don't know how.
Mental for him to find the rifle there. The timing on this reveal as well is inside the cage and then just before it drops. Unfortunately, pretty difficult to capitalize off that. No! Very close affair, but a second converted. Again, the round 3 purchase will suffer as a result.
Cage triggered.
It's only Favian and Izzy here, fully equipped. We'll have a wide open B site though. Heretics confident in terms of their ability to retake this space.
Yeah, Ordaz not giving too much away. It's Fabian and Izzy, as you highlighted. The heavy hitters here need to be in this one. Prowler going to go through, catches the stun, but gets away. Forced back towards site a little bit deeper. Looking to refight towards that CT approach. Already going to get contact. Fabian's going to get Boo down. This is where it gets sketchy. Going to find Izzy, but Ordaz even going to find Kosh Moras. This is getting a bit more dangerous, but kept in check. Unless Neki can go 1v3. The HP's not perfect. And they answer back. There's not going to be any clean rounds here, is there?
No. There's only 2 rifles maintained here, but Woot just one. Actually, we'll get off the defuse, sorry. I have his ultimate now. Chance for Heretics to maybe stabilize here. They can squash this out, considering that damage earlier on in the second round. Eternal Fire won't have much to bring into the follow-up here after a loss. Then do have a showstopper of their own. Neki already with the ultimate, beating Rien's out by 2 points here. In the opening 3. Looks as if maybe a little bit of aggression towards Echo's position. Showstopper popped here, Fabian. No secrets about this on the way in. The wall will reveal their intentions. Fabian looking to slow things down now. Finally being planted here, and Benji will find Echo in transition.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at Ordaz to maybe be the spoiler to this round, but I think he's already been maybe thought of as Woot. Where'd you send it? That should be a lock-in, it is, but Fabian and Izzy swing back twice as hard, leaving Benji and Boot to try and find the other players. The angle cleared, but the trade's there. Benji, this would need to be 4 kills for him. Gonna spot one. Understanding where the other is being toyed with. And it's costing him time. Precious seconds for Eternal Fire.
Heretics, unfortunately, can't scale forwards off that initial pressure. You do find Echo at a crucial point in the round. It opens up possibilities, right? In terms of exploring other avenues. Fabian, 2 beautiful kills from him. Izzy to almost seal the deal on this. Seal Benji's fate at least. A timeout to be called here by Heretics. The first of the series. Again, probably at a crucial time here. It's where probably things start slipping out of control in terms of Heretics overall on the map so far.
Yeah, and something to kind of keep eyes on is the form of Benji in my mind. We've seen a resurgence in the last couple of key games. But you can see it has been a bit of an up and down from the man. He certainly had his work cut out with the adjustments, with how the meta's shifted. But here today, for example, 16 to 10, already sitting towards top of the board. You can see he's getting into those clutches again, getting to those late rounds, some of the key things that made him one of those special players to keep your eye on. So good to see that return. But here, on the other side of the Eternal Fire, they are handling it. They're getting just enough done. Yes, it's 1v1s. Yes, it's down to 1v2s. But they are getting across the line.
Reset here in terms of the finances. A tricky one for Heretics to fight back into, and a chance for Eternal Fire to actually go one ahead.
I'll show them.
Gotta keep things in check here. With the litmus test of Eternal Fire's resilience to get back on top in this opening map. Schmaris going forwards will take a little bit of damage, but happy to cross over. Should probably have spotted the second player off the back of that as well. Koshma's in a ton of trouble.
I mean, he's soaked a lot of damage considering he's a man with a classic on a corner.
Ton of util as well.
Yeah, he's done the best he could there. He's drawn a lot out of them for that first step. But again, you look at the weaponry. And an ult. Okay, yeah, I mean, they're getting a lot out of Eternal Fire, but I don't think you're going to get much more beyond that.
That's how desperate they are to probably find the round they've been looking for. Fabian already past halfway towards a showstopper. See with the plant to boot here. Izzy goes forwards. Down here, traded out by Rienz. Can't really springboard forward off that. Be in a position to clean up and clean on the first, but Rienz again.
It's giving it a go. Nice try, but there's the lead. Eternal Fire, that attacking side, it suits them to a T.
Again, Again, it's, this kind of plays into just how firmly they believe in playing advantages and being able to capitalize on, as I said previously, strength in numbers. And still, not much of a purchase on the side of Heretics, so it was a little awkward to see that level of investment, especially with the ultimate from Neki as well, but
over.
Round by round, got themselves one to the good. I said Fabian now with that final kill, just 2 away from a showstopper. Ward has a little bit of info off the TP as well.
I've noted that it was the operator with Koshmaras too there, but pivoting into B, might walk right into the rotations. If anything, there's a lovely ult to go with, but Izzy still wins. Takes away Woot, and the B side looks like it's theirs. Ults on ults now. Benji letting his go, but do they get to fight back in on this? No, they're pausing, biding their time.
And Heretics don't really get the fight they want after that. Very clear and Seer going to be good initially, but Echo and Izzy both find kills. Now a 3v2. Echo clinging to life at 10 HP.
Yeah, but he's so deep, he's so hard to clear at this point, right? Actually getting a bit closer. Benji, surely tempted, but the double stack, really hard to break. Smoke goes in, trying to batten down the hatches. Wardaz and Neki, the ones probably deliver the outcome here, and it looks like it is. Boo, nothing to be done. And it felt like a bit of missed timing from Heretics with the ult usage. Couldn't quite get the most of it.
Yeah, they're looking to find maybe 1 or 2 players here to pressure on site, but great disconnect from Eternal Fire. I mean, Izzy initially way ahead of the curve, yeah. As I said, it's Echo and Izzy to really find the crucial kills. Brings it to a 5-1 scoreline in the second half here, and Eternal Fire up to double digits. Heretics sent back to the Stone Ages in terms of the economy. Just pistols to bring in here. Koshmaras maybe a chance to see the ultimate, but we'll need a kill.
Okay, contact made there. You see Fabian relaying a lot of information off the back of that directed approach.
Izzy has an off, by the way.
And he's just first man in.
Charging forwards.
When you talk about no fear, this is the team for it, right? You can say that about Foot to an extent. Eternal Fire are exactly the same. Cut from the same cloth, but Benji with a beautiful double. Can anyone else join in? Koshmaras pops the ult. They're going for this one. Oh, they've actually gone across the line. Benji with a bailout.
What was that from Benji?
No right to be doing that.
It just digs his heels in over towards the back of sight. You see here, the first time really, you can be a little critical in terms of the spacing. Neki, I think he probably has him dead to rights. Like I said, Koshmaras looking for just the 1 kill to find the ult, and it's enough of a distraction. Damn, he's fired up today.
Yeah, he is. Look, I can't keep hitting the same old narrative about it, but look, yeah, how bad do you want this, man? That is a gorgeous little tether there, but couldn't make the full usage of it, or as able to slip away. But you can see there is a break in the buy almost, right? That Sheriff with Neki, how close these rounds have been. Operator's still there with Izzy, and he's on it. Oh, but Koshmaras outdoes him this time.
Look how bold that swing is from Izzy. Punished here and will slow down at least the early round. Fabian, position here to get actually onto a deadly angle. If Boo comes back in towards that space, but we'll bait out the wall. We'll draw the eyes of Boo. Woot's got to be careful now. Echo breathing down his neck.
Timing, timing. It's there for Echo. Ult on top as well.
Look at where Fabian is. He's running rings around in defender's spawn.
How's he here?
Ton of information off the neural theft as well.
Oh, Koshmaras is dead. He might be knifed.
He's going to knife him. Oh.
Okay, discipline from Eternal Fire. That's wild, but, you know, max headroom a little too low there for him. 3v3, however, good trade from Boo. Not going to let it get out of check just yet. 2v2, this is not secure from either side. Neki is going to be posted on this, though. Quite disconnected, but you're leaving it in the hands of Echo. Incredibly capable.
What's the timing on the smokes here for Boo? Yep. Cut their sight line, sent over towards trees, so still a real issue here with the operator. And Neki will find re-ends.
Feel as though that might be checkmate. Boo could make the TP, but...
It's an awkward buy after this as well, with one round in between here. Neki will find it, seal the deal. Number 11 posted. Woot one away from a showstopper, but Almost a little uncomfortable here.
How did Fabian get there, by the way? Did you?
It just disrespected the wall. Again, the stars aligned for him in terms of the timing to get past Boo. He said just runs away with the space he's able to find. Heretics getting an absolute battering here in this second half. Like I said, now the financial woes continue. Almost looking at conceding number 12 here. I'm seeing something bold.
Oh,
yes. Here.
Well,
I won't spoil it just
Not
yet,
yet,
but one away from a showstopper for Wu, certainly something that could flip this on its head. But the rest of the purchase not going to be there. Izzy still looking ferocious with his attack side up.
Yep.
In terms of getting onto early angles. I mean, sliding onto the A side previously.
Ridiculous.
All the way up towards stairs. And there's the elephant in the room. Gosh, Maras.
I mean, he's in the right place. You got to get at least two. At least two.
I mean, yeah, you
at least two.
Definitely need two here. Again, you go forwards. What's the chance of holding on to it?
Yeah, ooh, very low, very low. Okay. How are we dealing with this then? Nice of Prius to join us for a little while there. It's on the switch. On the other side, Izzy starting to work as well. So a fight on two fronts to be had. And that Prowler's gotten close. And, oh, Izzy not with the perfect shot, but he's going to get contact. Does this encourage this approach? Kosh Maras has not fired yet.
Still yet to be noted, you're right. Echo's going to be the first one on the chopping block. Still conscious of this angle, but they're reading into this as probably a lesser buy. And
that could have been a double.
It definitely could have been.
He's still alive. They want to try and gap close on it fast, or at least they were considering it, but they're going to skip past. Look towards the A side, get the plant, potentially get that time on their side. Try and nullify these threats. That operator in a post plant just kind of loses some of its steam.
And actually a late reconsideration of the plant.
Spike planted.
Izzy on a very deep angle here.
Surely Izzy's on for this. Be surprising if he isn't. Got to be focused to hell on this corner. The second it turns blue, it's going to be red in the feed. Kosh Maras goes down, and it's simple stuff so far. Benji, he's picked up the operator and trying to play it forward, doing what he can to change the tides. But it's Boo left in a 1v3. And Eternal Fire have found everything they needed to make it through this situation. And I think Boo really needs to try and just get that operator out of there.
TP's away. For a moment there, it looked like Fabian was going to satchel up.
I was scared. I was scared. All good.
Yeah, all good, yeah.
All good. Not a problem.
I mean, just watching him play, I see the first split second of what happens. Ooh. I'm like, he's satcheling up.
Izzy. Okay, Izzy went on the hunt then, did get caught by Boo. They switched out, so I think the operator's still in hand. I think Ordaz took that up. Izzy was the one to push, so Izzy goes down, but it's fine. The operator's saved on their side and adds it on Heretics. The bigger point here is it's 12 to Eternal Fire to the 9 of Heretics. This is the round they had to have been prepped for. This is the one for the timeout. This is the one with the ults. Or it's Eternal Fire with that first man in the back pocket.
Certainly advantage here in terms of the ultimates for Heretics. You can see Benji, Boo, Wu, all available. It's only Neckies available at hand here at the start of round 22. Things have certainly slowed down a little bit. Rien's has to deal with a reveal here. Will be tested. Caught in the stun, but
the
get out here.
But no chance to capitalize on it. That looked good. And now Boo looks dead. He is.
Bailing out his teammate. Here is his demise.
But he's bought time for the rotation. I don't know if that's enough of a silver lining.
I think now Eternal Fire have no reason to really fully commit behind this. Maybe waiting for an exploration. Ooh. Here is he. Caught off guard a little bit. Wu will find two, but
sights open. This could be the first nail in the coffin here in this map. Kosh Maras, operator there, gonna have to try and use that on the retake. Benji coming in, does have the ult though. We talked about this man, he is fired up today, he wants this. But Eternal Fire hunting. They can sense the blood in the water. and they have no mercy. Gosh, Moras just trying to play his life. Clears one, spots the second, very diligent. Fabian now on the chopping block. Ult goes in, this should be game on. Forced forward, it's lovely problem solving, but Benji doesn't check deep enough in the corner! Still alive! Heretics not done just yet.
Right down to the wire. Benji brought to 14 HP. They're able to find number 10. Just insane round. Woot. 2 beautiful kills for him. Trades come through really fast, but unfortunately, Eternal Fire fall at the final hurdle. Neki almost considering the knife in a situation there.
Feels like
it would have been
too.
Wild, man.
Course.
It would have been wild.
Well, speaking of all of what happened then, we did see Benji's ult go through, which was kind of key to the outcome, right?
Oh, definitely,
but
yeah.
You still got Woot with his, still got Boo with his, 1 away from Kosh Moras, 2 away from Rienz. So they're very much on the cusp. And on the flip side, for Eternal Fire, these rounds haven't been super comfortable. They've been costly at times. We've seen that. Yes, they've gone across the line,
Uncomfortable as well in terms of pacing, because you can see there's been this forced sort of shift in tempo. Eternal Fire certainly taking their time in terms of decisions early on. Haven't seen Izzy as rampant as some of the earlier rounds for sure. Lots to consider here in terms of the buy.
What's your favourite song?
This is one of my favourites. Untitled, of course.
12 to 10. Yeah, buys can be broken, but it's Eternal Fire. It doesn't really matter. These guys can convert these sort of rounds. It's not like the judge hasn't been...
I don't look at the buy half the time, to be honest. Yeah.
Roll the dice, see if they have it. Is he 1 away from ult?
Yeah.
You never know.
The Boo op.
Bop.
Boop.
All right, Izzy. Pacey start, trying to keep it concealed, at least.
Yeah, he's hard anchoring towards C with it as well. Is Izzy here going to try and maybe create a little bit of pressure? Woot. A
Didn't get him.
swing.
Echo
Echo down
lives.
to 31, but won't be shut down, and Benji removes Izzy.
Okay, but how's Echo the one on 31 HP opening up the C site? And that's a grab of a gun. I think it is at least, Echo. Did you get that?
I don't think he did.
Well, they're all coming over this side now. Woot is here, joined by Rienz. Clean, good stuff from Rienz. There it is, okay. They make it through the first storm. But now, is it over in regulation? Or do we go OT? Get yourself locked in on this one. This is qualifiers. This is the last ticket to London. Of course there could be OT in map 1. Of course it's 12 to 11 here. And the buy is back in place with Eternal Fire. And they've got big ults to play with.
Big ultimates to invest here.
Good job.
You
Take
still
up,
have
let's
Rienz
go,
and Boo
boys.
on the
Come
other
on.
side. Kosh Moras just missing 1 more point. I mean, absolute bloodbath here in 24, potentially.
I didn't like the bot before. I don't know if I'm going to like it again. Caught somewhat asleep at the wheel in the previous. There. Benji getting
He's forced so
checked
deep
on.
onto the site here as well. Has to concede all this space. It will call in the rotation here. Rienz at least sends out a probe. It will catch. See, Boo's on a much more passive angle, but needs this first one. Can he get away from the showstopper?
He's trying, and I mean, luckily enough for Heretics, actually, he sends it towards CT for Fabian. And now, Kosh Moras, the position. Oh, outdone by Fabian. And then the burst on CT clears Benji. It's a beautiful pressure play from Eternal Fire. That is so damn good. 13-11.
It's just insane, Lauren, to see how quickly they're able to flip the switch on some of these rounds. Rip this one away from Heretics and take a 13-11 here on Lotus.
Well, there's the bar. There is the fierce set amongst you. We are going to hand it over for the sideline interview with Echo.
Look, it's a best of 3, Echo. I know there's still many more maps potentially to come here, but how good does it feel to take that first one away, especially knowing you guys are down at halftime?
Actually, in halftime, I couldn't wake up, but my team handled it very well, and I actually woke up after, and we won the map. Like, I'm not gonna talk big now. I hope we win the second map and we won series.
All right, I like that you're aware of your surroundings there, Echo, but you're all woken up now. I feel like Heretics might have to be a little bit worried. But we'll see what plays out in map 2 after this break.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat.
A bit of a back and forth, but Eternal Fire do manage to close this one out. How are you feeling right now in that jersey?
Just expected, really. Just
Oh,
easy.
That's not what you were saying when you were sitting up there like, what?
How is that easy?
You know.
Tell me, please.
How was it
really-
easy?
Yeah.
Because they won. So it's easy.
That doesn't make it easy.
I would have typed GG easy after that game.
Of
That's
course
what
you
kind
would
of
have.
person
I don't think we allow them all time anymore, which I'm against. It was a good moment. But yeah, I mean, Team Heretics did start pretty strong, but I do think that Eternal Fire just remembered that they cannot out-aggress them.
Yeah, I think truthfully, the story of the game to me was those defense sides for both teams. I don't think either of their compositions is particularly defense-sided, and I think that they don't really play comps that are great for the map. So we saw a lot of just attack just go all in, and there was no answers for either team on that defense. It was just who could just get just a little bit more done on that defense, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do think that Eternal Fire had a little bit of what we saw in the previous time that they went against each other, as in they kept their cool in many, many situations. I saw a Team Heretics that was taking a lot of solo duels, a lot of fights that did not, honestly, the synergy was not there for them. And on the other side, we saw an Eternal Fire that is incredibly comfortable in taking some ridiculous duels.
Yeah, and we also saw mirror compositions in the sense of when we're looking at the double duelist and we're looking at the approaches in terms of trying to play aggressive, both on the attack and on the defense as well. So when we're looking at the Battle of the Razes, we're looking at Woods, we're looking at Fabian, it felt like it was a tale of two, a story of two tales, whatever. I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, what? It's been a lot, man. Right? It was just really hard sometimes.
Yeah, both Woods coming out the gate straight away on the Heretic side was looking phenomenal, punishing a lot of this stupid stuff that Eternal Fire were trying on that defense early on, and then on the flip side, Fabian doing the exact same thing.
I'm sorry, can we start leaving? I think that we lost a little bit of our heads after watching this game, because seriously, some of the decision making, I would say, from the side of Team Heretics, worked against them in the sense that Eternal Fire was snowballing time and time again. The most ridiculous thing they kept doing, they kept winning on the other side. And I think Fabian played absolutely amazing. Yes, Wood started off super strong, but the man who stepped up to the challenge was also Fabian.
I think it was the same story for Eternal Fire, though. Early in the early rounds when Heretics was building momentum, Eternal Fire were doing some really silly stuff too. And I think that is the story of Defense Lotus, playing these compositions without a Vice and a Sentinel. You have to go for really weird kind of aggressive plays, and they were all just getting caught out every single time.
Yeah, and then what's really important is that they keep this momentum going. We touched upon how both of these teams like to have the momentum, like to capitalize off of it. You've now won the first map in the series, and maybe a conversation even that we've had was the pressure as well that comes into it, because you're looking at it from the Heretic side of things. It's like, we want to give Benji the opportunity to play in front of a home crowd, something which he's never done before.
And Benji was giving it. Like, every single round, it doesn't matter if they won or if they lost, he took it to heart. If they won, guys, they're honestly, he was giving 100%. He had some few good rounds, and I really hope that they can bounce back here on Fracture. They're all going to be started on the defense, which I think is a good thing for them.
Well, I think truthfully, Fracture is the map where Heretics will be a lot more comfortable. It was the map that they won last time, and I think, honestly, Heretics are one of the best Fracture teams, I believe, in the world right now. From my eye test,
what jersey are you wearing?
I mean, I have to be honest.
It's in Spanish, chaquetero.
If Eternal Fire don't win this map, I'm not too concerned. I think that it is, again, one of Heretics' strong maps. They're very good on that defense side, getting information early all across the map, and I think this time around, Eternal Fire are going to have to switch up a lot, both compositionally and strategically, to beat Heretics.
What are the compositional changes then that you want to see?
Sorry.
Well, Kakuka would like to see them play the same composition.
No, yes, honestly, he is right. I at least think that we deserve the Ascent. I would be very down to see it because of the changes actually that Eternal Fire made on that map. But for this one, we saw the Tejo. I just think that
it was a breach and a whaler.
Yeah.
I know you love breach.
Yeah, love Breach. Big fan.
I mean, he's a big
Quite
fan.
honestly, for me, it's Fabian on that Phoenix. I would swap him away from Breach onto that Phoenix. Get Izzy off of the Waylay, just let him play more comfortable agents like that Neon. Neon Phoenix to Neon Fracture would be pretty good. And then it will also make them play the map better, in my opinion. Fracture is all about pushing out, and that would make them push out a lot more.
We have the agent select coming up, and with it, we're seeing again double duelists for both these teams. Nothing crazy. I mean, dare I say, literally mirror comps. Yes, yay! I'm so excited.
I mean, it is important because Easy is going on the Neon away from the Waylay. But they put also Fabian on the other duelist, which I think is just working for them so well. I don't know what they were trying to change, something that was bringing them so much success.
And it's not the Phoenix, the Rays, but after watching that one, there's nothing I can complain about here. I think once again we're going to see the Neon Razes going up against each other, and on this map it's going to be beautiful. I think for Eternal Fire though, it's just all about making sure that they are giving aggression on Fracture like they can on other maps. Like, Fracture is all about that.
Yeah, can they bring that aggression? We'll find out as we're ready to head into our second map of the series. This is Heretic's chance to equalize things as a ticket to London is up for grabs. Heading over to our map with our casters, Benzi and Hypop.
Well, the reality should be setting in here in my mind. If you are Heretics, you're now one map away from losing out on your opportunity to make it to London. Now, we've already seen that Benji's fired up, you know, the coaching staff as well would certainly be wanting this on a personal level. Eternal Fire do not care. It's another game, another name in the server, and that first international in their minds.
Absolutely, and Eternal Fire able to claw their way back into that first map. Got to be feeling pretty good about themselves now. You're looking like a slight adjustment, a fresher look here towards Fracture. We'll be continuing with the trend that is as expected for them. Obviously starting here, Benji gets a little bit of info. Actually, priority sent towards Dish here, and elsewhere, Heretics looking to go forwards out of main. 2 players to potentially catch here, Echo and Ordaz.
Yeah, but do you catch them off guard? They are so damn sharp right now. Yes, you do. Ordaz down on 11.
He still gets the second.
Still drags Koshmaras to the grave. Izzy with very heads-up work here, taking early space towards A main, facilitating a safe plant.
If they read this space into spawn, Fabian actually just shifting his focus there. Rien's give away some info here in terms of steps, but faking it.
Wow.
That comes back in.
Okay, gonna at least note it's only one. Could be someone on the corner joining him, which there is now, but he's drawn 2 players here, but he can't just land the shots. It's just not working out for him. No frenzy switch up should... I mean, it should be pretty telling how many players are there. And it doesn't really seem to matter as Fabian's connected a beautiful shot. And Rien's, well, this is going to be incredibly hard for him to work back in on. Yeah, very proactive in the post plant there as well for Eternal Fire.
Certainly. Like I said, if they read that space in towards spawn, but Fabian actually makes the right decision here in terms of clearing out the space elsewhere. The fact that Ordaz finds the second kill here, well, not his second, but the second of this engagement, was Koshmaras absolutely crucial. Just at the right time, because that's the big win condition here for Heretics, is pressure in towards that backline, removing some of the opportunities. Again, they don't know, the Eternal Fire don't know that they have that space just yet. A pistol round posted here at least. Only classics. Heretics, is he going forward with a scope here? To maybe farm up on this round 2. It's only Benji over towards the other side of the map, shorty in hand for him. You see that purchase come through, actually. Yes, he's going to tuck himself up into tower.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing too much movement from him. They are heading this way. Izzy, however, does get Rien, so does that reignite any interest? I'm not sure. As it stands, bit of a rotation from Boo, but by all rights, they have the tools to be able to clear this out. They shouldn't. They shouldn't.
I don't want to see anybody go towards tower, to be honest. Fabian probably just looking for this second orb. You can already see the progress made. And 1 kill, and he's going to get himself up to just missing. Sorry, 1 kill on the board, and the second orb. Get himself very close towards a showstopper already.
Yeah. Just making sure everyone's together. Smoke a little too late, just going to be behind the initial players. Koshmaras takes a shot in the dark, doesn't quite work out, and it's simple. Until then, it is simple. Yeah, Echo going to make his position known, but by all rights, Fabian going to have ult, and they'll be happy enough with this one.
Yeah, getting off the plant here for round 3, absolutely huge. Again, certainly an opportunity on Fracture to do just that in terms of that first ult cycle in particular.
30 seconds left.
That's a big one to find here, being the showstopper.
Nice.
Okay, time for a
Good
break.
stuff. All right. This is where it gets a bit more interesting, the bonus. Pretty flush. Light shields majority, but...
Very flush.
Not much to be really concerned about on the other side. No one operating.
I mean, you look at, the inventory, and then you have the showstopper on top.
Yeah.
This is a massive opportunity.
Big old stack, though, from Heretics. 4-1 again. They keep running this. And for Fabian, it's a target-rich environment. I don't think he knows it. Now he certainly will, as they're going to be able to see that there's more here. Do they continue forwards? Yeah, but is he then just going to find more and more? Woot and Boo fall. And it's a 3v2. Rien's, yes, maybe ahead of expectation, but still checked on Ordaz. So hot to this. They figured this out so quick.
Benji now, 1v3. Izzy will be the easy target. Just to get over that first hurdle, and he won't. Izzy shuts it down. A 3K to convert the bonus here. Eternal Fire. Like I said, carrying that momentum across from a great comeback, a resurgence in that first map for sure. Like Heretics, absolutely the ones in control. Heretics yet to get off the starting block here on their own pick. The last thing you want to do is give them the opportunity to give it on stage as well.
The remix. The one thing that I've seen recently as well, a lot of the Turkish teams doing, they're just like stand up, point and laugh, and it would tilt me off the face of the earth. I'm here desperate to qualify, you know, hometown event for me, etc.
The upgrade from Epiglan, a UK event. And you've got basically the Epiglan treatment, actually, just standing up and laughing.
Back. Welcome back. This is Counter-Strike Source at its finest, basically, at this point. The mental warfare is out and about. At this junction, though, it's a very early timeout for Heretics. You know, this is when you've got to really switch on. I don't think those 4-1s were particularly working. I think they're just getting outdone here by all rights. There's only so many ways you can kind of skin this.
There's going to be upgraded pistols at least. On the side of Heretics, a scope in hand for Woot. SMG for Koshmaras. Certainly want to do damage here, prevent probably a bit of a cushion developing, but it's already there, to be honest. Look at, I mean, you look at that bonus purchase and how well-rounded it is. They've already done the hard work in terms of this opening stretch of rounds. It would require heroics from somebody on the side of Heretics to really have a say in the matter. Fabian continuing a little PvE experience. Go around and farm up further progress.
Again, this just feels like there's no pressure on Eternal Fire the way they're playing. And when you're getting everything right...
This is the sort of thing, right? If you put back and you're showing these opening rounds on defense, a team can just go and farm these orbs for free.
Yep. And nice work from Benji there with the support of Woot a little, but just going to try and play out how he can here. Going to do a bit of damage, but the site should be cleared. It's re-enter with the Sheriff to maybe do something, but Eternal Fire down to 2. Fabian and Izzy, suddenly, in a situation they probably didn't expect, they do still have the spike. They have sight.
And no upgrades found in that exchange.
Yeah, hard to get these upgrades too. Maybe the most likely to be potentially the one by Arcade, but even then, tricky to gather. What do we have? Molly with Boo. Rienz, I don't know when that horn's back up, but I imagine not particularly soon. So this could be farming for Fabian. Sun comes in, he actually does catch that. There's an opportunity here, and there it is. Making something of nothing. They're not done yet, Heretics.
Absolutely what was needed. We talked about not being able to establish a cushion. This one will force out a full repurchase here. And a conversion here on just odds and ends for an Amoda Thrifty. Get themselves on the board here on Fracture. Just what the doctor ordered.
Come on. Nice! Let's go! Let's go! Come on! Nice, nice work. Let's go, baby. Come on.
A situation where usually Eternal Fire looks so good in terms of getting that initial pressure onto site, find a kill, but it's Heretics that actually find some scrappy shots here. Rians with the Sheriff doing a ton of damage. And a great paint shell coming out from Woot as well.
Gonna need a couple more of those though. So we are going to be checking in, talking about pressure on the Heretic side. How are those comms holding up under all of this newfound pressure?
Wait, come, I'm coming to you. Yeah. Wait, let's push Kosh on shift. I'm with you, Guys, we're pushing him. Yeah, one, two. I'm with you, bro. Keep going. Keep going. Good. Yeah, that's two. Okay. I don't see anything.
Might be hiding close.
Good break. Come peek. Come. Let's win this round.
Yes.
They have up, guys.
Come on the side.
Yes. Go through B long.
Fade planted. Fade side.
Can you jiggle for the op quickly?
He's dead.
Yeah, he's holding.
Okay, I'm gonna pee. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Can save.
I mean, that was a hard start there, really. You could see they were desperately trying to help Woot out, who was left on an island for so long. And obviously, you have to meticulously clear on the other side.
And this is why it's so difficult to play against a team like this that are just so willing. Pretty light investment in terms of Yuto here to just take these dry fights. And a round is almost concluded based on that first engagement. Eternal Fire finding a fourth here. Very comfortable in terms of this ult cycle now. You look at what's available. Just missing one for Echo. Would be the full house. The other side for Heretics, similar situation, but the finances don't really reflect that.
They still get a buy. I think they're going to be
of
missing.
sorts, yeah. I mean, Woot's obviously going to invest in here. Koshmaras doesn't need to. Then you have to see almost some value found here. Not from the weaponry, but strength in this ult cycle.
Nice!
I said this earlier on this year, but like Fabian has to be the worst person to play against on the stage.
Oh man, I'd be in pieces. Him and Yampi, I'm full reclined, I'm full out of it. Is he on the line? See them explore this A main approach, but not probably where they want to head here. Maybe noting that paint shell. Don't fancy it going forward.
Oh, Boo, in rotation here, has to get back towards the B site, currently held down.
Smoke's down.
In the tower position.
Yeah,
Fire. No secrets on the way in again.
No, and look at the pace. Echo does really well, but the reaction's made here. Benji's still got some security. Does he try and make a play on this one? He doesn't have to. Maybe unawares it wasn't smoked. Opportunities, beckoning.
Boom.
Heretics.
Massive 3K from him to bail out the site hold. Again, just completely unconsidered. No coverage in terms of the smokes here. He's opened a crucial gap. As part of this Eternal Fire execution, yeah. Again, the first one, pivotal, but to clean things up here. The paint shell sent in a little lazy here between Fabian and Ordaz. But again, Abu finding the kill. When he does from Canteen, it forces the adjustment, right? They have to really address that situation.
And it also saves the player in tower, right? Benji could have been easily overwhelmed, then easily traded in on, but Boo's positioning, brilliant from that. And a big upswing from him individually as well. It wasn't the best display on the first map, but he was doing Boo things. But this is lovely. If he can keep this up, that is a very, very good sign. However, on the other side, it's a timeout. Eternal Fire haven't had to do too much of this, but you look back to map 1, they're never really out of it either, right? It takes very little for these guys to springboard back into a game.
I was curious, I mean, with a team like this, what's being discussed in terms of what they felt has gone right so far, or maybe in terms of the preparation coming into a map like this. Whether or not they just being asked to apply a little more pressure. It's always terrifying.
Yeah.
Certain teams reading them out of timeouts are always just a bit of an enigma.
Yeah. Okay. So looking at the ults as well, I mean, I don't want to say even score. You kind of look at what they've got on hand. Woot still has his, Boo's got his. Pretty big impact ult for Neki. Ordaz going to have theirs, and Echo as well. A little more niche in application, but early show of force towards A, and actually just very direct. Maybe hoping they get that 4-1 split, but they're going to draw out the ult. Slows down the hit.
Big win for Eternal Fire,
It's the rotation, but Koshmaras going to catch the other side of it. And they tried to scale up through main. The re-explore from Rien's felt a little individual.
Echo gets that!
He still gets another. Taking away Woot on the deathbed, leaving it in a 3v3. The divide goes in, and now they've got security on the cross.
In here, Heretics obviously keen to get back behind this now. Benji does have an information tool to invest, and he absolutely will. Camera now removed.
Wizzy, come on, man. Still getting away with that sort of work just seems wild. How does Benji and Koshmaras try and figure this one out? Got him cornered to sight, but trading in effectively against the 3? I mean, Izzy's hitting some worldy shots. They're going to see them both down to 1! Benji gets him across the line. He's up out the seat. He knows he's got them back into this game now.
Koshmaras just breaking some of these crosshair placements, allowing Benji Fishy to clean up here.
God, the second shot.
God, that's crazy from Echo. Again, when Boo falls, you just think, this is just so different. It looks initially like Fabian's aware of the possibility behind the divide, somebody would still get up towards Dish.
What are you doing? Let's fucking go.
Benji strikes at just the right time. Great flip in a 2v3 for them. Will force Eternal Fire back down to odds and ends in terms of the buy here, but certainly no adjustment in terms of the initial pace.
Nah, they've got that in mind. Not much is going to stop him here. Only going to note 1. Ooh, pick up a little bit of damage, but mostly gets out with his life. Doesn't give him much of a look towards the A site either. That spike's drifting over towards the B side of this map. There's Eternal Fire. Try and regroup here. Koshmaras up towards tower. He called into action. And now you gotta be careful of that cross. You can see Rien's even being tempted into a peek there. Neki, that's a teammate. Happens.
Fire.
Yeah. That, however, isn't. But a
the
lovely
shut
overrun.
down.
Yeah, Neki's done exceptionally well there. Suddenly that plant becomes a reality. This round becomes a reality.
Eyes on Fabian here in the back lines as well. He has to shut down this. Yes, he does find Wu.
And now this has gone from bad to worse, right? Everything lining up for Eternal Fire, though. Rien's and Boo. I mean, you can see that Eternal Fire don't feel comfortable for the plant just yet. Maybe just waiting a moment, getting everyone in the right place. Boo's position becoming a little bit readable at this point as Fabian waiting to see if Rien's does try and progress. Smoke gonna go down. And there, force the fight forward. Fabian's got it. Eternal Fire, not down, not out. The Emoda Thrifty, no matter the buy.
Fabian's position absolutely crucial in terms of conversion. I'm not even sure, was it? Did he pick up an operator from shutting down the second player on the flank? Then Echo actually the one to come back and take contact here, just forcing Wu into such an awkward position. Gets caught in the satchel. And Fabian makes that operator, puts it to work. Certainly not letting their foot off the gas just yet.
It's just the synergy with Eternal Fire as well. So good with it. Stack for Heretics. A lot of players here. Fabian already dismantling one. Eyeing up a second, can't do it. Rien's on the swing. Eternal Fire trying to stem the bleed a little bit. There is an advantage here for Heretics, so they want to pressure. Moving further in advance, that might be their mistake. It might be their downfall now. Neki on an island, gonna fall. But is he in the back lines, gonna pry away?
Still peeking it!
He's still going! Is he? Never gonna back down! As Benji might be forced to surrender, you're not going to expect this, Echo. With a knife to the back, basically, at this point. What a round from Izzy.
One of those situations where it's like, it's an operator guy's just like overwhelm, get onto him, force him to retreat, create a little bit of discomfort, but there's none of that for Izzy.
He loves it.
It's just insane to see him in some of these situations.
God.
Beautiful stuff.
So, by all rights, in any other situation, any other team, I wouldn't even mind it.
It's the right decision. Again, the reposition here, being on the Neon, able to slip off that deeper angle. And just like that, heavy stack dismantled, and Heretics certainly humbled in terms of the finances here. Just, they're starting to get a bit fired up. A couple of these rounds. Squashed out here by two in succession. Fabian, one away from another showstopper. Just getting the amount of value he's able to find in terms of the downtime here. The amount of pressure that that creates as well with a team that's willing to play like this.
Well, you speak about that even bigger picture. You've got Izzy just popping off like that, 2 big kills, you're stacked in the right place. If you're Heretics, you're feeling like you're on for something, and then you're going to be broken financially off the back too. Right, this could be like a mental tilter for them. This is a very hard one to recover from unless they convert this round, which I don't put the same amount of credit to them, but you can see they're buying a little around it. They're not quite
They want to
sure.
do some damage.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, with Fabian down on no credits, I mean, Orda should really be cycling a rifle across there, but that would protect the full buyer to follow. We'll have to see what Ordaz ends up with.
Camera taken out.
Initial pressure here. Again, it's Heretics. Commander's timeout just tucked in.
Last time it was, what, Benji and Wu, I think you were able to do something about it, but...
Oh, no.
That's a problem. That is a problem. Izzy with a freebie. And now the issues are going to compound. Fabian's there so fast. There was the Neon for a second, it's not. Koshmaras, though, okay, able to hold to tower. I don't think you're going to be able to hold much more unless he does something wild here. Yeah, not going to work out. Fabian just on the case so fast.
It's like the Terminator, just swinging onto these angles. No respect for any sort of threat in terms of the upgrades on this lighter buy from Heretics. We'll get the showstopper available. Doesn't take a single point of damage in that exchange. Boo, unfortunately, I won't bank on him finding the constellation, especially here dealing with a reveal. Going to be revealed, but find the first at least. Neki shut down. More for me.
Yeah, how dare you down. But at 7-3, the scoreline's starting to look bleak for Heretics. You're going to have a couple rounds from Eternal Fire. They'll always have like an individual pop-up anyway, right? There'll be one round in the second half. So you need buffer. You can't afford going down any further. There's a buyback in place.
I mean, because the thing is as well, Fracture just enables stupidness on the defense. In terms of proactivity, you can you can get so weird with some of the set pieces.
Absolutely. Well, it looks direct. We've got Favian with that showstopper if needed. And last time it worked out well, but it's Izzy already going to find Kosh Moras. He's going to open up the account, and there we go. It is Pacey from the get-go. Izzy is just unrelenting. The only strike back coming in the form of Wu and Boo. But the sight in exchange is a valuable trail that they will take.
Okay, it's just 120 on the clock. They're able to find 3 kills and the plant. Heretics just have to bow down. 2 versus 3 though, converted previously. It's Benji and Boo this time around.
Launching smoke.
1 kill will give him an ult.
Trying to add a little deception and maybe pull away Izzy from the angle, but it won't take long, and Neki is there. Safety in numbers at 8-3. Eternal Fire just kicking up a gear.
Certainly leaning into the amount of pressure they've put onto Heretics now. And it will be a broken bye in round 12 here. Izzy, this adjustment is just beautiful. Like I said, these rounds just are decided by a kill or two, or even just an angle, forcing somebody off an angle and allowing Eternal Fire to scale up so quickly. And it throws off some of these protocols, right? In terms of defending, you kind of have to wing it in a lot of these situations, which is where things like the pressure, momentum, they become massive factors. Big investment here, maybe to catch a heavy stack. It doesn't amount to anything.
Okay, that'll certainly help.
I have the spike.
Already looking at a 5v4. Plant going to come in, and we are looking at Wu trying to set things up. We need to make sure this is not going out to stream just very quickly. I'm going to talk really loudly to make sure it's not. Neki there is going to be the one to find Kosh Moras. Eternal Fire. Oh, it's Neki all day long. It doesn't matter which player it is, be it Izzy, be it Favian, be it any of them. They are doing wonders right now. Benji and Rien's time to do anything you can. Dig deep enough. Neki is devastating. Rien's in a 1v3.
They want to give him the ace. He's got it. To seal the deal on a 9-3 half. Absolutely insane performance coming out of Eternal Fire, Lauren.
Oh, they are a cut above the rest. We are going to be handing it down to an interview with a Team Heretics fan.
Sit down!
I do have a Team Heretics fan with me. Max here. How stressed are you right now seeing the condition the boys are in?
Yeah, very stressed, but I think they will come back, I believe. Yeah.
I feel like they're a little bit, down emotionally. So if you could get in there right now and give them some words of encouragement, some words of wisdom, what would you tell them?
I would tell them to play together and believe in each other, and I think they can come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long have you been a fan of Heretics for?
Since I think 1.5 years. Yeah.
And I do have to ask, because you are wearing matching hats, is Benji your favorite player?
Yes, I'm a Benji Fishy fan since he's playing Fortnite back in the days. I like Benji, yeah.
There you go, Benji, my goat there. You've given them the words of wisdom and everything. So you believe in the 9-3 curse. You think that they're going to be able to turn this around and close out the next map as well. What exactly do they need to do?
I think they need to just play together and believe in each other, and that's it. I think.
Max, thank you so much for joining me. We'll see if they're able to do that, have a bit more belief in themselves as we head on back to our casters and see how map 2 eventuates.
Eventuates? Come on, man.
He's about to amalgamate here in the second half.
Not bringing out the big words. Damn. All right.
She's eating the thought.
You can't be doing that. But what we can be doing is reminding you it's going to be a 9-3 scoreline coming back into this. So it is going to be a hard uphill struggle for Heretics. You can hear, you can see the tension on their side. For Eternal Fire, however, things are feeling great. Everyone is hitting. Everyone is online.
It's so impressive to watch them operate at this level and make it look consistent as well, to make it look sustainable. Heretics, unfortunately, not having much of a say in that first half, really being dictated to here on Fracture. Their pick, need I remind you. And we're going to take a quick look in here with Eternal Fire's comms here in round 1.
Dişlere bir yeme daha.
Main koşuyor, main koşuyor.
Bana abi. Koşuyorum ben, full oldum direkt.
Dişleri vuracağım.
Tok atacağım.
Bir can. Neon bir can sonra.
Atladı, anladı.
Atlayacağım.
Atla.
Net geldim.
4 side, hepsi side, hepsi 4 side.
All right, big boy Boo doing some damage. Where's that just come from? Out of nowhere, getting on the board, getting the ball rolling in the second half.
And hopefully an indication here of Heretics' early intent to take control back. A long road ahead of them for sure. The convincing pistol round to post here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Let's go!
Eternal Fire certainly with a chance to shut this down, but you see a little bit of frustration here. Maybe a misdecision made here in terms of the plan, but yeah, no harm, no foul. Still a comfortable lead here.
Oh, God.
Well,
I'm scared.
if Rien's rifle gets onto that angle. Or Woot's scope, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. But why am I terrified? Because it's still a 3v3, by the way, and Woot's 21 HP. And they're repositioning.
Always a threat with these guys, always.
It doesn't matter the buy. It doesn't matter the round. They are terrifying. And they're getting active. I think they made a step there, so I might have to cancel on that. But still, this isn't out of the woods for Heretics. They are looking scared. Gosh, Morass going to give them a kill, which should give them a bit more faith, but hesitation being shown here, and maybe rightly so. Gotta be careful of tower now. Daz looking for a way forward.
Havian tagged. Down to 8 HP now. Try and just create as much pressure as possible as they can.
Oh, it's fine. Everything's good,
Yes,
man.
Josh
It's all
Maras to find that
good.
one
It's all
Benji
good. Had
to
it the whole
clean up.
time. I'm so scared of this team.
It's, yeah. A real chance here to run away with this round.
Taken. One enemy.
Will make the buyback in uncomfortable. Rifles in hand for Eternal Fire, and the Ghost purchased previously means Izzy won't have a shield here. Actually, no, sorry, he hadn't bought one. I was just thinking if he'd settled on that, I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, a curious purchase, Izzy. Yeah, so able to get the buy-in. Heretics, though, every round's a reminder against Eternal Fire. 5-9. The starting blocks have been placed, though. This would be wondrous, though, for the Heretics side. Echo, good information early. Needs to be careful, cannot get overwhelmed here. And he's not. Comes out swinging, takes away Kosh. Morass goes in for more, can't convert it. Woot really quick on that to get the second. And do they just pounce on this? Yeah, they do. Izzy's away. And Heretics prepared this time, battening down the hatches as the storm might have been quelled.
Orders now 1v4. Still pretty healthy. Wanted that kill. Doesn't get it. A couple of players tagged up here. Certainly a chance to do some damage, but will require a miracle for Ordaz to stop this early snowball. Heretics looking primed and ready here in the second half.
Michael, do we have a game on our hands?
I think we have a game on our hands. Another round or two.
More?
What I think is Eternal Fire going to come back in with pistols.
Yeah,
and,
maybe it's fine. It went fine before.
Last one looked really comfortable for
Yeah,
Heretics. So.
honestly, no problem. Shame we didn't get Niels' comms then.
That was the wrong time to leak it.
6-9. Ordaz going to be able to save the rifle. 4 still standing for Heretics. they have a plan in mind, clearly. They've got an idea and an understanding of the tempo, but still, it's one thing to know it, it's another to consistently handle it and try and keep Eternal Fire under the heel.
And ult progress to note as well on the side of Heretics. Woot and Boot, most notable. Koshmaris already made inroads himself, nothing on the cards.
I am with you.
On the side of Eternal Fire, and just a Sheriff in hand for Neki. Fabian an upgraded pistol as well.
I must wait a moment.
Look at the posture up here. Get very aggressive. Could be shut down, but Echo has found Woot. Fabian's found another one.
How many times have we been here? And Izzy around the back gets traded. Koshmaris trying to keep this in check, but Benji on for potentially a huge moment here. Did he catch him in the smoke? Not sure. Going to peer back through. That's Neki. Gone. Got to know there's more now. They were trying to hunt down Koshmaris, who's on the run. Does he gamble that he's got freedom? I think he almost has to. Leave Benji to work. Let him slowly slip away. Read the timing.
Yeah, so far away from this plant as well. It cause real issues. It is a 2v2, but tons of
rifles.
ground to cover.
It's just the lack of shield, the lack of utility, right? That's the only downside.
Has a shield.
Well, that is true. Okay, well.
Trade-off Echo. I mean, Echo usually good for one, but this situation has to dig somebody out of an awkward position to find it.
It'd be surprising. This crossfire is a solid one. If the swing is right, if the contact is correct. That's fine. Second layer. Gonna be noted on the spike kit. Someone's got to check. There it is. Koshmaris and Benji make it out of the woods again. These rounds are on a knife's edge, though. And that was with pistols. One saved over rifle.
They're certainly doing what was necessary to get themselves back into this, though. Izzy will have an operator in hand now. Only really Benji's catch that gives the advantage back to Heretics in this round, but a 3K in Koshmaris to find 4 rounds in a row to kick off the second half.
Again, the pressure. Ooh, Woot outdoing Izzy on that. Feels like the first time we're seeing a clean start to things. No trade coming in for Eternal Fire. Fabian, fast, rotate, down. This is lovely from Heretics and a bit individual, a little bit out of sorts from Eternal Fire. Echo and Ordaz. Someone played out of this round. As Ordaz, last one alive, judge in hand. Might get 1 or 2 at most, but you've got to feel this round is sewn up.
Absolutely, Heretics standing tall. So Ken Ordaz, last man standing for Eternal Fire. Operator finds nothing here for Izzy. Maybe a judge. We want to find anything. Get the upgrade. Chance here to maybe hold on to it, but the flank's coming through already. Rien's ready to catch the retreat. I think Ordaz probably opting to find some damage here, but does not know what's lurking.
8
soft
to
check
9.
here, but Rien's to clean things up. Just 1 round away.
You're starting to feel there's some possibility to this. Not done yet, though. We've seen that capability before. Need I remind you about Lotus? How close it was, but Eternal Fire were able to push through at the end. The Heretics, it's been a great sign of a turn, though. 5 rounds in succession. And the way they're doing it in these close affairs that traditionally Eternal Fire were winning, they were able to push that final hurdle.
And again, in a territory that Heretics historically just got crumbled. We're talking about high-pressure games,
qualifying
resilience,
games,
resilience,
finals. Yep.
all of these things, able to get themselves back on the same page here. And Boo, the one to lead the charge. Ults available for Boo and Koshmaris on the other side. Not going to see a buy here, obviously. Maybe some pistols to invest, but it's looking like might be all tied up here on Heretics' pick. Neural theft only thing really to invest. I mean, Fabian, one away from a showstopper. Izzy, a rifle in hand, could potentially throw his ult in the mix here.
This came down to, what was it, a 2v3 last time? 2v2 at the very end?
The timeline as well, just the flip.
Yep.
In terms of those rounds in succession.
Kind of want to see Ascent, though.
I do really want to see Ascent.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see. See what the change is. A lot more tempered so far. No massive stack. It is 3 on the B site. Contact, I imagine, going to be on Fabian. Let's see. Yeah, brilliant on 1. Can't quite convert, and you can see that Echo couldn't really play into it. So the site gets cleared. There should be a consideration of tower as well, so this shouldn't be a surprise. Is he going to be noted too? That should be the Vandal heard. So all the information is there. The Kosh Moras.
Looked like he lagged out for a second there.
Like, did he freeze or did I freeze? But is he the last one? Gonna have the rifle.
I mean, look at what's behind the buy as well. The damage doesn't really mean anything at this point. Heretics firmly in control of their finances now, and
Very
the
nice.
weapon model will obscure Kosh Moras' position here. Tie game on Fracture.
To qualify to London. After that first half, I thought we were getting out of here.
One enemy remained.
He was maybe at the end of his mouse mat there.
Nice, bro. Let's go. Keep grinding, guys. There.
Only missing 1 point for Neki would be a full house of ults. Still got Boo and Kosh Moras on the other side here. Certainly a slight advantage. It's going to take 3 or 4 rounds to chip away at the cushion that Heretics have.
Okay, contact on, I don't want to say deep on main, but enough to deal with the boombots. This has encouraged this burst from Heretics. Kosh Moras already out. And again, speaking of no fear, this guy's not showing much either, but Eternal Fire's reaction is take that deeper A main space, give themselves a little bit of a backboard to play back in from.
Kind of huddle them into sight now. Heretics
like
have to
that.
explore outside.
There.
Oh, he's red though. I think Izzy's got this kind of dead to rights. This should spur on the other part of it, but it's drawn all 4 players towards A main from Heretics in this post plant. I'm a little concerned at that, and now you can see them
information as
scramble.
well.
Yeah, this is a bit concerning.
Oh my God!
Oh, it could have been so much worse, but actually still alive with 2, but it's the 5 standing against them. Riens gets cleared, and suddenly they are back to business.
I'm pretty sure the only thing that saves Heretics there from not dying to the showstopper is the back of Boo's head.
Probably. I'm sure we'll see that again.
That was mental. All 5 standing though, just what Eternal Fire need to potentially get themselves a few rounds established. That second ping of the neural theft sets things in motion. Certainly the green light.
Nice! Hadi!
1 round found in the second half. Double digits on the board. Again, a buy in hand. Heretics right back to it though. Early pressure here between Woot, Kosh Moras, and actually Izzy shut down.
Yeah, Izzy's gone.
Face your fear.
Now pressure starting to be applied, but Ordaz has made it out
Step
of
back
that.
into
Yeah,
it.
he's okay for now. It's Woot to get towards top site. 2-2 split.
They're rapping main again.
They are, and oh my God, Neki's got the timing just right. Kosh Moras falls, and Riens is going to be noted close. No more Prowlers, no more util to put towards this. And the HP starting to dwindle. 4v4, C's back and forth. Riens, the gatekeeper here. He's got help behind him deeper in the form of Woot, but still, it's his angle. But Echo, with the read of a lifetime, just knows better. And now the forced reaction. Riens, sharp, on the money. 3v2, Neki and Ordaz. They were noted earlier, but they still have to make a go of it. There's the divide. They're definitely making a go of it, forcing the hand. Neki, this would have to be a miracle here. Neki, someone, no way, okay. Kept in hand, but down to the wire.
So the Heretics right back to it. Tie things up 10 apiece. The buy is still there. Follow on from that previous flawless. Great catch from Echo. Again, Benji's really the one locked behind this smoke for sure, but to be the safety net over towards drop. Big investment outside that ult cycle from Eternal Fire. Only a neural theft now on the board. It's in the hands of Benji Fishy. Haven't really seen much in terms of an adjustment here on the side of the defense for Eternal Fire. Happy for Heretics to continue their reign over the early round. So finance is certainly a consideration in that aspect here, but the first real slow start to a round we've had, Lauren.
Yeah, it feels just wild to actually have a calm moment.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Because util removed here. No confirmation just yet of what's lying in wait. There are 3 members here for Eternal Fire.
Avian had an isolated kill there. He'd have that every day of the week.
I know
it's Woot to win out. Forced fight comes in. Woot still trying to do what he can, but it's Echo to tilt the scales at least back towards even. Woot taking space, and they are pushing this one. What is going on here? It's totally topsy-turvy, and they are on the run.
Echo desperate to get onto the angle.
He's caught him with a pain shell. 3 for Woot this round. Absolute heroics from the man. Gosh, Morass tasked. We're getting the plant down. Forced into the fight. Woot's seen him. Can play it safe. Wait for the swing. Don't need to overdo this. Ordaz desperate for someone to misstep and make a mistake. Ordaz here. Still looking. Not gonna happen. Woot, the hero of the hour and the hero of the round. 4 kills to get Heretics up to 11.
It's just so dicey. A scrambled rotation and Echo desperate to punish. Just falls foul. It's only really the aggression that makes this so awkward for Eternal Fire. But Woot absolutely standing on business here. Crucial 4K for him. Fabian knows he had a chance to have a say in that round.
God, this could be 12. Look at the buy.
Should be. Absolutely should be 12.
Gotta be careful of those stacks, though. We've seen this. We've seen these rounds. We've been here before. On the other side, it's Echo.
It's
Judge.
Yeah.
Is
just
it ever
Echo.
just Echo? Early warning.
They're all going through main.
Cleared. Call for help. How many does Echo get? Does he get any at all? Waiting patiently.
Well, they're going to know now from the cage.
Yeah, but an isolated fight and an isolated clear invests the ult as he gets traded on by Kosh Morass. And they are flooding this. They want blood. There's no plant to be had yet. It's not a safe site. Kosh Morass, Benji, desperately holding on.
What?
Trying to deal with
Oh my God!
nightmare. There was Neki. Oh my God.
He gets the rifle. 2 people on a reload there. That was mental. Just 1 man left standing for Heretics, and they're able to find it. That was so close. Thank God there's an extra body. But this is all Heretics in the second half. Operator back in hand for Izzy. Hasn't really been a factor as much. Well handled by Heretics. At least here, going to get a little proactive towards Dish and Eternal Fire on red alert.
Oh, I'm so scared of him on these angles. He's going to be traded out, though. Gosh, Morass, no fear! He's shooting bodies, they're still alive! And punished for that level of insolence. And now Rien's got to be cautious, too. He's down low, 4 HP. Did you forget who this team is? Benji certainly didn't, putting in a shift. Is he left in a 1v3? And we ask the question, how bad do they want it? It looks like Heretics are awake now, fully focused, fully locked in, and desperate to take it to a third. Izzy wants one, not gonna happen!
Wow.
13-10, Heretics showing resilience.
Absolutely insane. To flip this round, sorry, this map to get a 13-10 and force us onto Ascent. We'll be hopping down to a sideline interview with Woot as soon as it's ready.
congratulating all of your teammates there. Of course, you guys still have this map 3 to come up, but so much is on the line. Where would you say your emotions are right now? How are you controlling them right now?
We are really high as emotions, as you can see. Even the coach stand up and shouted at them. So, I mean, we are really high, we are really hyped. In 3-0, when they were winning, our coach had a timeout and really, it was really harsh. And we woke up from that and we are really good.
So then do you think you're going to be continuing that high into map 3, or are you hoping to reset a little bit, come back down a bit more?
I think it's going to be really hard because they will always like wake up and play better, but we still trust ourselves and we're going to play our game.
I look forward to that. Looking forward to seeing what happens on map 3. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. You'll want to catch this just after the break.
Right, we are playing to shit our pants right now. Fight together. You have 4 there. I'm watching you swing one by one. Kosh has done an incredible job tanking the ult and getting a kill. Bob gets a kill as well. Then there's just a breakdown in comms. You're sitting around waiting for people to take control.
I'm pissed off. Can you go out there and play to win the game? Like, I am getting pissed off. I'll take another attack pause in the next round if it doesn't happen from this round on. I will take another pause and make you listen to me shout for another minute. You guys need to get up for this game and do not let those idiots win this game, okay? I'm sick of it. Go out there and win.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well won't break. Vamos!
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get the pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, but can't get my pound, pound, pound, pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out Pick a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้แพร่เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พอแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah.
Sorry,
you guys,
right, retake.
You guys bounced back on Fracture and are now 1 map away from London. What does the team need to do to lock in? And what practices, protocols do you have in place to help them deal with the pressure? What pressure?
What pressure, yeah. Honestly, I think it's just letting out some nerves. I think that's what they did halfway through the game. It was really good by them. Really good comeback, really good mentality. And yeah, like, it's just embracing the fact that we don't... not everyone gets a chance to play under pressure like this, and it's a privilege. So that's what we believe in, that's what they believe in, and that's why we're able to come back so many times.
Pressure is a privilege, and we saw Heretics shine under that pressure. They were able to bring it back. 9-3. Kukuka, you know what, Minnie? You were sitting there, and you was a doubter.
A doubter?
What do you want to say?
Yeah,
What do you want to say? Let me frame it like this. What do you want to say in your defense?
There's no
Do you
defense.
get what I'm saying?
There was no defense here. I get what you're saying. Eternal Fire's defense on this map let Heretics back in. It was really nice to see Heretics bounce back, but honestly, the tangible here was Eternal Fire really don't understand defensive fracture. Defensive fracture is all about pushing out, reacting on the map, and all we saw them was rotating through the defensive spawn trying to flood, and that is not been acceptable on Fracture for about since the map's released.
Yeah,
so.
but it's like Turkish teams and Fracture sometimes is not a good match, but you would think that especially because it's Eternal Fire, they would not have a problem in pushing and taking control of some of these situations and scenarios. If we could see in that graphic, you also saw that Team Heretics got 7 first kills in that entire game. It was not looking good for them. We did also get to see Weber at the end of that match actually giving it to them and telling them, prove that you want to win this. Go out and act like you're winners. And in so many of the rounds that we saw, Team Heretics was in a deficit and they had to bounce back, and so they did.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
You're so nonchalant about it. Like, come
No, I'm actually
on.
kind of annoyed that, like, because I said that they needed to go, Eternal Fire needed to go away, look at the composition, which they did, but then also look at the strategy, and I don't think they did. Like, on the attack side, it was looking good, but on the defense, again, like, that was not acceptable defense, in my opinion.
You know what is acceptable, however, Root and his individual performance throughout the entirety of the series so far. Like, he has been switched on and has been that difference maker in some of the rounds where, again, they're on that back foot and we're wondering, do they even have what it takes to bring it back? Well, yes, they do.
Yeah, and now the coaches were speaking about the pressure, and let's see if Wood can keep up that performance going into map number 3, because things are only going to get more complicated from now here, and both teams really want that last spot.
And specifically when we're looking at Benji, when we're looking at the reactions, you've already touched upon it last first map, Kuka, where you said just the way he's invested emotionally in these rounds, whether they're wins or losses, the reactions that we're seeing from Benji really puts into perspective how much he wants this.
He's absolutely lost it in some of them. Like, as a viewer, I am really enjoying it.
Let's go! Let's go!
But in all of these years that I've been seeing Benji and in so many different tournaments, the one that I'm seeing today is so incredibly over the top. But honestly, I think it's working, especially towards the end of that map. The way the Kashmaras was playing and was just BMing the rest of the players in EF actually proved that between Benji and the coaching staff giving them those words, they really saw themselves as the winners, even though this was a 9-3 at the half.
Bingo! Not yet, almost. We're so close. Listen, we're taking these off really well, but just the fact that the stakes, like, we have to put into perspective. Like, you win this, you're going to London. You're also going to be going up against Foot tomorrow, but it's that global going to play for Benji specifically in front of your home crowd. That must be incredible.
Yeah, and I think given that the momentum is going towards Heretics' side, I do think that is a good sign for them. Obviously, we've had their doubts about the way that they can compose themselves, but as Kukuka highlighted, Benji, I think, has been key all of this stage with his kind of hype, and it does feel like that extra little bit going over the top right now because London is on the line.
I am nervous. Like, it's not like, no, like, genuinely, I am nervous. I feel like every single match the Team Heretics has played has gone into the last second, the last moment to secure things. And do not get me wrong, I think that Eternal Fire, and especially the changes that they have made to this Ascent, work so much in their favor, especially for Fabian, that has been so important for this team's success. Also Izzy and the Operator, it has been also with the Outlaw, any kind of sniper that you're going to put in his hands, it is something that Team Heretics needs to be aware of and needs to work around.
Yeah, and the interesting thing to me is that Uda's on Astra. Like, an Astra on this map isn't that common, and for a Turkish team to play such a cerebral agent that is able to, you know, part of this defense is going to be him getting those timings on the double duelist, trying to isolate the Neon and the Jet with his grab well. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays that.
Yeah, and I know that we're talking about the stakes, and when the pressure was at the highest for Team Heretics, it was against Fnatic, and it was on this final map. It was also Ascent. They were also in a deficit, and they managed to close it out not without an overtime. And speaking about overtimes, for them, that it has been the story for both of the ascents that we have seen so far. The double duelists that they are absolutely comfortable in. But again, I do think that if Eternal Fire has learned something from that fracture, is actually to take the initiative.
Yeah, and on the Heretic side, I think the narrative I got here is starting on the attack side, they haven't been looking so strong on it, even with that double duelist. I think it's the defense where they've really shined. So hopefully that they give themselves some grace if this attack side doesn't start off too well. But we don't know what kind of Heretics we're going to see in this map.
We do get to see Wood against Izzy on the Jet. I'm individually looking forward to those two performances as well. I know both of these teams have run double duelists on every single map. It's just what they've been comfortable with. But the Jet,
honestly, like you say about the Jet, your neck has been hitting some shots lately. Like he can absolutely shoot. And when we think about Cerebro players, I mean, you could actually put any of the players in Eternal Fire. The synergy that they've been showing, if they are able to keep up that momentum going onto that, just forget about Fracture and just think about how close you were. You could bring that back.
Think about how close you were. Think about how close you are. One ticket, one map, and only one team that can take that opportunity and go to London. Heretics against Eternal Fire on the decider ascent with our casters, Pansy and Hypoc.
Well, it all comes down to this. It feels like London is the sign of the times. Adapt or die. Eternal Fire came in looking like they were one of the teams to get how this meta was running. They were playing as 5, fighting as 5. They were aggressive, explosive. But Heretics have brought themselves back after what was arguably one of the most questionable changes we saw that a lot of people were looking at, and they've put themselves back in contention here to punch that final ticket all the way to London. Ascent now on the horizon, and as said, it will be Heretics on the attack and Eternal Fire on the defending side.
Certainly for me, I mean, Benji is just playing like a man on a mission today. Crucial to their success so far. Third map forced. And a head-to-head here, my eyes certainly drawn towards Izzy versus Woot. Creep into main here. Echo will be called upon early in the pistol. Not giving a kill just yet, just misses the chance to find one. Paranoia posted now, and the pressure is on.
Yeah, and the pressure already getting too much for Echo. First to go down. And already Heretics with a decent foothold here. Koshmaras the first. Should go down, yeah, lovely little shock dart to the corner, but a good trade as soon as they try to progress through from market.
Izzy tagged up as well, down to 17 HP. Fabian trying to find something off a flash here, but it's Ordaz to find 2 kills. A 2v2 now.
I'm amazed that Ordaz was able to collect those. I thought that flash went too deep, but it's apparently fine. Boo! Gets cleared. Fabian and Izzy gonna make the side their own and get the first round in their hands.
I feel like in this series, these pistols have been so crucial in terms of setting the tone, in terms of establishing control early on. So we've seen bonus conversions on both sides. It's Eternal Fire to strike here in the decider. We're well invested in terms of this round 2, probably. We'll make sure it's a little safer considering how some of these maps have started. Koshmaras actually scope and a shield invested here.
And there's not a light shield in sight.
No, it's an opportunity presented here, but he's got to do extra work to convert this. It's Benji to really finance this.
I mean,
really
headshot's a headshot, I guess.
Yeah.
I wonder if they saw the weapon on that sort of peak. I don't know if you would. You might question why he's walking middle, but we're trying to maybe set him up. Now they certainly know. Play a little bit more careful. We'll potentially come down to Fabian. Looks like the cross is going to get caught by Izzy here. Oh, god damn, they are good. Okay, Rien's just as good, though. This is with very little here, but they've got to do more to make this seem worth it to me.
I mean, Echo can't really police that weapon just yet. Smoke will block sight lines here. Certainly something Heretics are going to be thankful to find here in terms of an upgrade for Rien's. But only 3 left standing, and Rien's down to 35. Echo will be noted here in terms of audio. But it's a 3-player stack towards 8. Slight misread here from Eternal Fire. Echo will be called upon once more. Is he tucked into logs right now?
I think he is. He's done this before and he's gone away with it too. Scares me how many times he gets away with this. What does he have to play with? Just the SMG. Still has his own cage. And the timing. They're going to hear it. They're going to see it. Oh, he's been caught off. 13 seconds. The site's going to be theirs. That is going to be an upgrade potentially for Rienz if he can get back to in time, but he's on the plant duty, so he's going to be stuck on towards site. Don't know if he's going to be able to get back and get that weapon. Dart ready to go. Can he set anyone up into motion? Koshmaras trying to play his life on the edge of this smoke. But as soon as that fades, it's game on. Gotta be careful. Oh, flash! It's a fantastic read from Koshmaras, taking matters into his own hands. Leaving Neki in a 1v3 he never expected to be in. Has to clear Koshmaras first, wants to. I think Koshmaras might be reading that. Yeah, he's buying time now. Knows he'll probably fall, but can the other two players pull it in? Paranoia there still with Boot. Rienz, the back of the site, and the time is ticking. Neki knows it. And he's not interested. Oh, that is absolute cinema from Heretics.
But just as I was saying, a pistol round set the tone. Heretics flip around 2. Izzy, sharp openers here found. 2 kills at the start here, and Echo just caught with his pants down. Really the reset in terms of second camera becoming available. Koshmaras just runs away with this one.
And I love seeing a player who can kind
of... Gosh, you are so sexy, bro! Oh my God!
Someone who can call up their own number and make those plays in those critical moments, but you're not out of the woods by any means. There is threat around every corner, as you can literally see on short. You can see it towards middle. Maybe finding Ordaz there might be an indicator something's a little awry. Maybe something's a little off, but they're still going to spring the trap. Koshmaras is having an absolute tear. 3 kills again, farming here today.
Ult already to hand. The timeline thrown off kilter a little bit here. But Izzy straight on that operator. So we come into round 4. Great crunch here. And again, Eternal Fire looking to get extremely proactive. 2 freebies here for Koshmaras. The clean up onto Neki.
But that does a world for your confidence level, right? That gets you feeling like you got that hot hand in the game, that you can take these sort of fights against a team who is aggressive. Operators in play for Izzy, though. Oh, that's going to sting.
Right on the money there. It's Benji to take the brunt of that. Trying to clear through. Echo trying to spam in, but will be tagged up.
There's an extra player on the back of the site, though, but it's easy to go down first. How did we find that? Maybe just in market, digging a little bit deeper. He's got them pinned towards site. That's going to be harder to clear with no darts, no anything, really. Util-wise, they're limited here. So Echo stood his ground. So has Neki. This makes it tougher, but the trades are good enough, but it's still a 2v2. Boo on the double down. Going to catch him on the stairs. It feels like they're starting to get the read of the tempo the Eternal Fire like to play at.
Certainly winning out more of these scrappy engagements. Boo to clean up with a 3rd. Number 3 on the board for Heretics as well. Keeping Eternal Fire at bay this first half. And the desk highlighted as well. This is absolutely what you want to do. Izzy's just completely blinded up here. Tries to get out, but caught.
Boom! I swear to God, you're insane, bro.
Everybody gassing each other up on the side of Heretics. Koshmaras and Boot, ults available now. Sheriff's upgraded pistols at best here. 2 light shields for Eternal Fire, but Fabian and Neki do have ults to consider. Eternal Fire haven't found. They're going to read heavily into eventually being an A round for Heretics, but still 3 players committed on this side. And they're not going to find what they want here initially. Spike not committed just yet. This is Heretics trying to get a feel for the map.
And again, I don't want to say they've tempered Eternal Fire, I don't think they have, but you have to dig deeper to find out where these stacks lay, and you can see that Eternal Fire want them to go that far for this. Incredibly deep hold. So Heretics might become a later affair in this round as well. We're not going to break that trip, I imagine. Won't probably fact find far enough. Looks like they want to finish towards B. Because he doesn't have the blades to bring out. And Ordaz by his side, but weaponry is light. clear close, need to be meticulous in this approach. And Woot's already got Neki. That's the rotation punished. That should be pretty telling, seeing Woot in this sort of position, hearing this utility. You've got to know it's coming towards that B side.
Knock-on effect really of the deeper trip here that with a bait out of rotation just off the drone. Puts Neki in the line of fire. Woot now looking to find another, farming things up now. Izzy will fall and Benji to clean up Ordaz. Certainly hitting their stride now. It's just Echo left, Sheriff in hand, a 1v5.
Are they sending in to go farming re-ends? See if you can get that ult going. That would be a nice outcome for him. I mean, he's only one away anyway. Yeah, exactly. Whichever way you cut it, it's a good outcome. All right, that'll do it. That'll do the job just fine. And in zone flawless. And Heretics, it might just be 4 ults ready for them, but never write out Eternal Fire. Never. We've got to have learned better than that by now, but the stars are aligning here for Heretics.
Maybe they switch things up in terms of his initial defensive leans. See now.
Hey, come on now, come on. Guys, amazing. Good job.
One lighter in terms of the head count towards A. Neki just wants to lean into the Hunter's Fury here, and Heretics now flipping things on their head. They will pressure towards A.
Does the flash help? No, I mean, Woot, it's a gift from the gods. How's he come out with 2 there? Tell me, how? 3 bullets, he's still progressing. He's still winning these fights. These guys have suddenly got a new lease of life I haven't seen them have in so damn long. They forced Izzy off. Echo still digs deep enough to take away Woot. One now gets cancelled, and a fight back from Boo. Spike should be up there now, as this one looks like it's wrapped up with a bow. I'm expecting a timeout soon from Eternal Fire.
Absolutely, they are being picked apart in some of these rounds. Heretics so clean in terms of these team fights. And again, a very, very pacey hit towards A, where Eternal Fire have felt nothing so far in this half.
God,
the catch here from Woot. The first, for sure. The second is ridiculous.
It's more than the stars aligning at this point. Favored by the gods, it feels like. Maybe fated to finally get back to that international form. We haven't seen this version of Heretics in a long time.
You're talking about it being difficult to really temper a team like Eternal Fire. They have to consider some sort of adjustment. They cannot keep feeding into what's happening here. Heretics is so well equipped here on this third map, righting their wrongs previously. A string of rounds to follow on from Fracture. Leading 5-1. Ultimates firmly in favor of Eternal Fire, but the finances not so much. Fabian barely present in some of these. He's been over towards A time and time again. But Izzy, Bladestorm, alongside that, run it back, and the divide to consider.
Both, see them activated.
Both duelist ultimates available for Heretics, so really, really good foundation laid here in the decider.
Let's see if those foundations are rock solid. Another tester on the A side of the map. I don't want to say easier targets, but you can see the buy behind this.
Obscuring vision.
Another attempt to try and step towards Wine. This time they're at least going to get to position.
Cam to take contact here as well, but Woot's going to get ahead of it.
That's, a lovely pickup for Ordaz. Do they check for
No
Echo?
way. No way they clear
is a
this
lack
now.
of focus. This could have been just a check, just a glance, because Echo gets played in. He gets an upgrade. He gets a kill. He doesn't get a second yet, but Neki does. They try and fight together on this, but Benji trying to keep it together with 7 HP. I don't know what he can achieve with it now. With the pop of the ult, they try and pause on this, but there should be a dead man on the site. Kosh Moras gets cleared. It's all on Benji. He'd need nothing short of an ace with 7 HP. It would be a miracle, as he's now seen.
7 HP as well.
He's got to know there's someone behind him. He knows it, he tries! But Echo, the hero of the round, played that out so well, played in by Ordaz.
And tucked in here, just testing the diligence on the side of Heretics. Clear towards Wine, much better, and even noting the second player previously as well. Obviously the previous being Fabian caught in the smoke, then Woot finds a cheeky kill. Eternal Fire double down on that. and get their second. Operator in hand for Izzy. A lifeline maybe to keep this just within reach. If you can find number 3 here, start chipping away at the finances. You're not dealt with early enough, so information will play into Eternal Fire's hands.
There's so much presence in market, though. We haven't seen 2 players close to this before. Izzy's going to read that TP, but Kosh Moras has found Neki, so this suddenly becomes a little bit harder to hold. And if they've read that there's a bigger rotation, there was more presence in market, they can exploit that. Maybe feeling that A's more vulnerable.
How quick the pivot is, though, Lauren.
Yeah, you are on the money here, but the problem is that Echo's been good. Ordaz could walk the smoke. Come on, you got to know it by now. They'll give it a go, but they both fall. And other side's theirs. Plant next on the cards, on the horizon. As Fabian and Izzy were the 2 to be a little bit more present on that B side, try to be a bit more active in middle. Now required to go above and beyond. I think that might just have shut the door on this.
Certainly the operator to consider here. Rienzo, he's here so quickly.
No
find that Izzy will fall. Fabian next up to be found. Rien's tagged up, but the information firmly in Heretics' favor. Number 6 found. Eternal Fire cannot string together anything to really keep their grasp on the start of this deciding map.
And the issue is you look where these rounds, even just the 2 that Eternal Fire have won, was a magnificent round from Echo. Don't get me wrong, that was a really nice pocket play, but you don't get away with it more than once maybe. And then beyond that, the pistol. That's what they had to play with.
I'm feeling like prime combo. I'm flanking every round.
That's a reference and a half.
Echo again, though, wants to be the one to instigate. Oh, and it's not happening now. Desperation feels like the answer. That's just not landing.
Fabian, though, very quickly going to get towards Benji.
Should hear this. Yeah, nice, okay. Backline broken. Awareness of it, but still. The R drone from the CT side, so a little bit of information everywhere.
Spike planted.
Nice upgrade for Izzy. They could make a go of this.
This is a hard
post-plant
to break, though. The time's certainly going to become a factor here as well.
Neki wants to set it into motion, though, doesn't he? They get what they need. Rien's already denies Fabian. And Wu spraying into the dark, that's fine. Keeps him at bay. Izzy not getting any connection, at least meaningful one. Neki's done well enough, but yeah, Kosh Moras playing by dice. It rolls on his side. And yeah, this post-plant, solid stuff from Heretics. Set up initially by Kosh Moras. And this man has been an absolute cure to Heretics' woes.
Certainly worth his weight in gold. 12 and 5 here. The opening of this decider. And this is when that sort of proactivity, that aggression, don't have the weaponry to back it up. Things can spiral out of control. Eternal Fire up against the ropes here. And Heretics certainly not letting their foot off the gas in terms of pressure.
This is monumental levels of pressure now.
Cage triggered.
Eternal Fire, it's a terrible time to realize you're human, isn't it? That last map did so well in that lower bracket, looking near on untouchable at times. But here, reality starting to appear. Still with a buy in hand. Izzy on a deeper line on B.
But still just looking to sponge wherever Heretics decide to descend upon. And just requires individuals from Eternal Fire to go huge. It's 3-player stack towards A. But it rides and dies on Fabian and Ordaz here. Hunter's Fury to potentially clear the space. The paranoia is perfect. The Hunter's Fury will land.
You could not script it better for Heretics. It is poetry in motion. It's simply too easy as it stands, which is not something I expected to be saying today. Not here. Not on Ascent against a Turkish team who have been untouchable themselves.
Right here.
But the stars align. As Izzy.
One enemy remains.
A little laboured from Boo, but job done, I guess.
And they spotted Neki earlier as well. He's not long for this world with a couple of players from Heretics. I mean, close by, they're going to hunt him down. They do have the funds to allow that. Dealing with a trip here. Actually will reveal his position. And Boo to clean up. Number 8 on the board, Lauren. We are witnessing Heretics truly excel in terms of form. The Blade Storm, the Neural Theft, one away from a TP, looking solid in terms of this ult cycle, but again, with a quieter early round, there's just so much util to remove these players that are posted up.
One enemy remains.
Looking to crunch into tree. As you said, so well choreographed from Heretics.
They're not missing a beat. They are not missing a beat today. And it's going to have to be a big conversation here, right? Whatever is said now. Because again, this is what we were waiting to see, if they could return to the degree of form we've seen in the past, because you can see where the woes began.
Absolutely. I mean, roll your minds back all the way to Seoul and Shanghai. Very few, I mean, times of success, or high times, I'll say, for Heretics outside of that. Certainly looking as if they're building up to such a moment once more. Like I said, there's one individual that would mean the absolute world to, but surely the rest of the roster behind that.
Yeah, on an individual level, you can absolutely see it with Benji. I think you saw it especially on Fracture there. But beyond that, as you said, this team has been plagued with issues in high-stakes games. It was always that best-of-5 curse. They're never going to win the final,
We always talk
second.
about on paper Heretics, and it's just, the consistency's just lacked.
And I'm amazed that Kosh Moras has hit the ground running like he has, because I think a lot of us were question marking the change of comeback when it happened and how it happened. But now you can see that kind of complete vision. However, Benji's going to be removed from this occasion, as Izzy's isolated him on the other side of the map. So the inside going to be swarmed.
Yeah, first real exploration here and rewarded. Woot though, not shied away by the drone initially. We'll still get the plant here, but man advantage. Lesser weaponry. Izzy found another one though.
I mean, Izzy, Echo, there we go, fired up again. Whatever happened during that timeout, a heartbeat on display, and maybe a piece of silver lining, and just enough to remind Heretics of who they are.
They're banking on ultimately finding another here to follow the mode of Thrifty.
One enemy remains.
Like I said, first real exploration we've seen. Izzy rewarded. And even with lesser weaponry, put themselves into a position now. One away from a Blade Storm for Izzy, but plenty of other ults to consider. Fabian as well. But he's currently sitting at 3 and 8. Haven't seen the value from that Phoenix here, just due to the numbers. On the other side, Kosh Moras missing one. Boo, Woot, and Benji, all with ults to invest here in round 12.
Get out of my way.
Pace. Looking like they want to start out towards tiles. This time it's Benji to catch the push out towards B. So Izzy's gone off the rip here. Bit of a fumble on that, but a chance with the Hunter's Fury. Does it connect? I mean, nothing to write home about.
A little desperate there in terms of investment. Echo identified
They're
now.
on your heels, man.
Yeah.
Look at the pace they're trying to fight this out with. Kosh Moras is absolutely going nuclear. Trying to fight just about everyone. Big info found. Benji going to try and keep his head down here. Trying to catch these players as they push out. Has a little bit of a look. Gets a glance on one. Paranoia comes in. Going to know the second. Benji on 3 already. Almost with that 4th.
Spike planted.
Ordaz. Going to make it down here pretty quick. Re-ends. Yeah, perfectly positioned. Heretics punching right back.
A 9-3 half hit. Heretics firmly back in control and looking to seal the deal here on the decider.
Yeah, and we've had an open mic night here in Berlin. Let's see what the Team Heretics fans had to say. And also, I guess, Mitch fan.
Why'd you find it? One enemy remaining.
Where's Liquid? I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm supporting Team Heretics Boot today for Minibu. So yeah, that's all.
I'm just here for Benji Fishy.
Benji Fishy!
Hear me out. Quick take. Heretics 2-0. That's all I have to say.
Good luck to Team Heretics.
So, Heretics, please, just win.
2-0. I've been here. First game, 16-17. It's been a hard watch. I've had lots of heart attacks, like little heart attacks, please. Just win the game, take it to 2-0 home, and let's go to London.
I just want to say, I think it's pretty messed up that people like Tombiz go around claiming that they're bald, but you look close enough, there's actually a lot of hair there. It's not on.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you want to take that one, or?
No, actually, I'll just roll back a little further. Actually, a hard watch at times.
The Heretics fan, like, you can tell he's been here.
I thought he was going to be, I've been here every game, man. Please,
Just please.
I'm begging you.
Oh.
But,
well, 9-3? I've heard of a curse,
saying there's a chance.
This one would hurt even worse.
Think
Could you
about a
imagine,
previous
though?
9-3.
Could you imagine?
I don't want to, actually. I'm just thinking
Fabian
of...
remembers how to use his mouse suddenly. We're getting back on. I don't know, man. Starts with a pistol.
It all starts with a pistol.
Yep.
See here, Eternal Fire. Leaning heavily outside A right now. Koshmaras won't spot anything over the top here. Fountain, but two players still in position. It's Benji alongside Riens.
All right.
To slow things down, Benji rewarded and gets underneath that one way.
Needs to keep his calm here.
Though.
He's got Koshmaras to back him up. Izzy's going to clear sight. Echo on the follow-up. Koshmaras still with the say in the matter. Somehow. Plant's yet to go down, though. Neki trying to buy his time just to make sure he can get this done. Fake on the tap. Izzy. Gonna get a little interested. The paranoia sent through. Woot quick on the case here, dropping towards sight. Neki gonna find Boo. And the first step looking to be made by Eternal Fire. It is Neki with 3. And the first one found in the second half.
Another pistol conversion here for Eternal Fire, much needed. Can they right their wrongs from the first half? Initially, it looks like Benji's gonna do enough to just slow things down, but the trades are so fast. Neki the one to find the crucial kill there to cement their control of sight. Koshmaras, the other one to be enabled here in a round 2. The one to really open up the second round in the first half.
Cover going up.
Who can't deal with the dart here, but smoke to try and slow things down will be found by Izzy. Now actually the bucky in the hands of Koshmaras. It'll be difficult to find value here.
Spike planted.
All 5 alive. All the side of Eternal Fire.
Here.
They just concede here and look for maybe some damage on the way out.
They're getting quite active quite early, but I feel like Izzy's on the case. Yeah, maybe feeling there was a bit of a position from Benji there, so didn't want to give it too much room. Fabian, again, on the Phoenix, so it makes a bit of sense to go forward, try and make something. And Woot's going to find 2. Neki goes down. There is still time here. There's still time on this, and they were far away. Oh my God, you're going for the block. Oh my God, hold on, Koshmaras is still going to give it a go. Wait,
no way. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That was insanely close. I'm not going mad, right? Like, there was almost.
I couldn't quite hear the beeping, but I thought there was a chance. I mean, Echo has to come back and check this. I'm not sure the timing's here. Maybe a bit cleaner, or clearer, sorry, on the replay. But initially looking for damage.
Standing.
I think he almost has that.
I think he almost had that too. Look at the shot that he had to hit.
Hold it.
I mean...
All dead though, yeah, I guess.
Damage done. Izzy's buying right back into this with an operator.
Oh my God, my heart is beating right now. Koshmaras. What is this man made of?
Look at the crunch, man.
For it.
Operator kept at bay here. but noted at least. A shot will ring off from Izzy. Now Heretics have a chance to reset. Get onto this angle though. Koshmaras is going to try and thread the needle.
That's gorgeous.
Oh, it's easy to find it though.
It almost plays in Wu if they're not heads up about it, but I feel that Eternal Fire have been solid if they get their spacing right. Oh, that's really nice from Wu though. He's been sharp today. Operator stays in hand, which is a small benefit, but it is back down to a 4v4.
Now Echo and Ordaz have to try and make a go of things with a Sheriff. Said weaponry-wise, still favouring Heretics. NG. And finally, that's the spike actually. Can't hold on to the control. You have to give up initially this space outside main.
Trip should show that Echo's the one rotating too, so they should be able to put this together quite, I don't say comfortably, but they should have a good idea that they're still obviously going to go towards that B side now, spike in hand. And you are spot on. Riens was very quiet about this 13 seconds. Eternal Fire needs to get a move on. Echo's done exceptionally well to find Woot, and Benji holding the line goes down. Suddenly it's game back on 1v1. There is time on this plant. The plant is going to be in, and now we're in a 1v1. It was never meant to be a 1v1, but Eternal Fire never wanted to back down from a challenge. But Boo, the captain, dives towards sight. 8 bullets. Ordaz just has to keep his nerve here. A necessity for Eternal Fire. And Boo looks left. Opts to go left, and Ordaz! X-Factor impact there. 8 rounds. And the scoreline's starting to feel a whole lot different.
Comes right down to a 1v1. Absolutely insane. And the investment kind of all over the place. Izzy throwing an operator in the mix, but noted early on, they just can't hold on to the B site long enough.
6 to 9.
Early progress made here. Neki and Ordaz will have ultimates. Heretics reset in terms of the finances, but Woot one away from a Blade Storm. Certainly a chance to do damage here once more. Really over the initial hurdle here to get up to 6 for Eternal Fire.
That 7th would be huge.
A clean 7th as well.
Yep. There are still those light shields, so not super easy.
Eternal Fire, again, just operating at a totally different tempo now.
Yep.
Conscious of the pressure that they are under right now. What's at stake? Stacked up, trying to bait in with the camera here. Rien's played in, but is he? Discipline on the clearance.
I mean, yeah, this is good. This is good, step by step. Doesn't need to be overly complicated. Just need to keep it clean. Koshmaras on 5 HP, probably not going to get a huge outcome from this. Probably love to catch Izzy, but even that seems unlikely. And there we go. It's the step that should start calling some attention from Heretics now. 7 to 9, and in-zone flawless to get there. And they're starting to get those ults on. They're starting to get that ball rolling, and that is why we're seeing a timeout.
Yeah, and that's the one that really gives Eternal Fire a foothold in terms of this ult cycle. The finances behind it have a buy to hand. Only missing the neural thefts at all of these key ultimates in terms of this composition at hand for Eternal Fire. Chipping away at this lead that Heretics had from the first half. You're coming out of this, like I said, Blade Storm available, neural theft for Benji as well. Koshmaras just missing one. But still hanging in the balance. Eternal Fire still breathing down the necks of Heretics.
And they're happy to be the villain in this, right? They're happy to bring this back, to add that element of fear. Eternal Fire have been that scary team. Hard to characterize, hard to put in a box, hard to keep down. Always able to pull back these games. So Heretics going to be held on 9. Still with a good purchase to come into play with this, but they need a bigger solution than what they were doing right now.
Look at what's left behind this as well for Heretics. Barely 1,200 credits.
Careful here. There.
Seeing similarities, but in reverse to Fracture. 4 rounds strung together here for Eternal Fire. Luke looking to do some damage. This Operator and Fabian looking to maybe be the pace change, but shut down here initially by Wu.
Yeah, but there's the reaction. Rienz gets beheaded. B-side looking vulnerable as Benji playing up closer. Benji, that is big impact, and he gets away with his life. Wu then comes in for a swing. Izzy on the reaction, back and forth, 3v3. Now, looking towards the site, it's Benji still trying to hold on to this. This is his site, this is his home game. Can he make it? Double digits, Fabian.
Oh, the timing!
Benji finding a gift there. The turn from Fabian was a second off.
It's just so much to consider. He's out in no man's land. And Benji, the bold swing, a big risk to take, but delivers here for Heretics to find number 10, to squash, extinguish that string of rounds. A chance to maybe catch their breath, Lauren.
Yeah, but it's just one round. That's the only round they've gotten on this side. Do it again. Find it again. They want to exploit Wood. He came out swinging before, and he's still trying to swing, but it's Eternal Fire again. Excellent trades up middle. Pressure back on Benji. Boo gonna get down Izzy. So it's a 3v3. Benji, can you withstand it again? How many times will you be tested now? More and more. This time you get cleared.
Boo cancelled there. You TP into back site, but Benji, again, falling after the cancel. Maybe just a, I don't know if that's a comm issue or somebody tails him to cancel. Maybe just to force them into an uncomfortable situation. But speaking of, it's a judge here. Ult available for Kosh Moras, but a 2v3 now.
Kosh Moras, X-Factor player, he believes in this. Gonna try and set the tempo and tone for the retake, but Boo the one to succeed, but a quick and an effective trade for Eternal Fire, making it look easy there.
I don't know if I missed the timing here, but maybe it's Benji that calls the cancel. The TP comes through. I mean, at a time where Boo obviously finds one in transition towards market. And just here, he resets. Oh, it actually gets cancelled. I thought he cancelled it. I didn't realize somebody had it. Yeah, didn't have an angle onto it. I thought he was tucked behind that first archway. Absolutely heartbreaking. Did not catch that angle at all on the minimap.
No. 8-10 now. The game getting closer. And there's such a high chance with Eternal Fire on this side. They've started to get it really right. Market cleared. Just got to be careful of a stack. We can see where one is currently. That's going to be Fabian finding Benji. Is he on the follow-up? And they're not looking that phased by this. Comfortable so far. To the degree that, actually, Izzy went looking further.
I think noting Woot there, but unable to confirm that kill just yet. Kosh Moras does have a Bucky, but he's not going to have much company this round. Eternal Fire have been right on the money in terms of not playing into some of these positions, controlled by a judge or anything else for that matter. Still 5 strong now. Woot going to be called upon to find a miracle. It's just one. Echo will fall. Eternal Fire will swarm the site.
30 seconds. They're knocking at the door, man. This is going to be 9. It has to be. How are you meant to gap close with that Bucky? How are you meant to bring anything in for Boo here?
Spike planted.
I'll give it a go. But yeah, maybe not held on 9, but held on 10 now. Potential upgrade, sure. No shield to go with it, though. And you can see the stack up on Cat. Fabian, Ordaz, both there. Kosh Moras, want to be cresting the corner. And they're trying to make a late go of this, and it's just done nothing. Fabian, the spray was there,
Yeah,
a little wild, but it's there, even while blind. 9-10, Eternal Fire have taken every necessary step. And we said it, we've seen this scoreline before. There's a real reality, and this team on the attack, come on. You know what they can do.
One enemy.
We're
But
seeing it here.
they're playing with the tempo perfectly as well. Heritage, you can see, are just caught in between decisions in some of these rounds. Certainly what's going to be discussed here. The final timeout called in this series, at least in regulation. Dare I speak too soon? Just one round separating these teams, and Heretics just up against it now.
Yeah, that momentum. We were talking about, well, the desk, us, just about everyone talking about it. Momentum now is in the hands of Eternal Fire. Scoreline, be damned. They've had, what, 6 rounds on this half to the 1 loss. It has been just magic to watch for them. And it hasn't just been one player over-excelling, it's been a collective effort from them. They've got that tempo just right, as you said, kind of causing indecision among Heretics. So, I mean, this is really, when you look at the coaching staff for Heretics, what do they have up their sleeve here?
And again, take nothing away. Boo is being tested in some of these rounds, right?
Yeah.
That initial setup doesn't really garner control or value or even a couple of kills. Things just spiral out of control so quickly. And this is the one to tie things up potentially. Certainly a couple of rounds needed for Heretics to get back in control of the finances in terms of some sort of advantage. Hunter's Fury here for Rien's only thing on the cards. On the other side, Fabian and Ordaz. An opportunity to invest and solidify this comeback on Ascent. And put Heretics, honestly, in a hurt locker.
Yeah.
In terms of the scoreline.
Well, this is when it comes back to those old questions, those old concerns about Heretics. That when it matters, when the pressure mounts to this degree, can they keep it together? Can they still stay as on the money as they were before? Play towards Wine. And actually, Fabian should be sent back here, cleared. No, Woot still lives, does go down on the trade, but then you look for the burst through door, and then towards Hell is Boo. Playing in Kosh Moras up in heaven, but they've lost control of Tree. It is a concern.
And that's going to block off the operator, at least here. Kosh Moras tries to catch somebody on the timing.
He's seen the update, Boo. He wants to, he's thinking like a mad swing, might be on the case here. Kosh Moras just dancing with danger.
Look at the clearing.
Oh, they actually do. They fly in together. Eternal Fire. Play as a pack. You don't get fair fights. Kosh Moras tried to be on his toes in this, but down to 2 here. Benji and Rienz. Can they find any of these 3 players? Drop down. It's Rienz to find 1. There's the trade. Tied all even. Never down, never out. Eternal Fire bringing this back.
Absolutely stunning performance here from Eternal Fire. Yeah, playing the timing to perfection. They allow Boo to just rest on his laurels here till the last moment of the divide dropping.
Enemy remaining.
And they bundle as 3 into Hell.
They've broken the buy.
Yeah, I mean, they've reset him again. Like I said, this is the one that really puts Heretics in the hurt locker. It's gonna be 11. You have to believe for Eternal Fire here. And even then, it's like you consider the purchase and what's to follow then if Eternal Fire find 12. I mean, really a crucial round with nothing in terms of inventory to really feel confident about. It's a Bulldog, it's an Ares.
God.
Woot 2 from Bladestorm,
yeah.
You can't throw that in the mix unless he goes crazy with no shield and a Bulldog.
Not heard that one before, so we'll see. We'll have to wait and see.
Not usually the go-to.
No. And they are heading towards the site with, I guess, Kosh Moras here. Rienz playing towards stairs. Got to be careful.
Oh, he's just caught him.
Izzy got him dead to right, and he looked so spot on for Benji on the follow-up. Kosh Moras checking towards middle, sees nothing. We can see where the spike is. They might change their mind. They've had success on the B side.
Oh, I'm worried here with the spike going on the lighter side of this split.
Woot.
Now there is a chance for Woot. I mean,
he's
do they
played
read
one
into
before.
a lesser, but a lesser buy?
I think he's still got to, but 30 seconds. Boo? Boo's just bailed him out. Boo's just drawn their attention away. This plays in Woot. He succeeds. It ain't over yet. Oh my God, Woot! Who are we to doubt you here? But still, Fabian in a 1v3. Players left, players right. Spike
Time.
the issue, 14 seconds. He's got to make a move, and Woot might have done enough here. Boo playing in the smoke, just on the edge. Heretics break up to 11.
Oh my word! Like I said, the only thing here is for Woot to play. Doesn't even need the Blade Storm.
But
Boo
that
with a bailout.
just enough to keep Audaz's attention away from
And
Wine.
like I said, the Spike being on the lighter side of this split makes it so difficult to recover. Oh my God. That one could really turn the tides. The pendulum will swing.
Ults now.
And look at what's behind the buy now for Eternal Fire.
Oh, this is on a knife's edge. Gosh, Morass, you are a madman.
So much damage!
Woot's right there! Side by side they stand, and again, he's given them a brilliant beginning to this round.
Oh my God. And it's so early in the round now, as 3 Eternal Fire have to try and piece together some sort of recovery. Heretics still comfortable in terms of this site hold.
Woot has elevated. He's gotten better, he's gotten stronger, he's getting scarier. Gonna note one by Dice. And it is all through main, all 3. Smoke drop. Woot doesn't want to go down for
Still
this,
a
but
judge here.
Crash, yeah, you're right, and how do they even clear that?
I mean, the drone's gone, the dart's on cooldown. There's no fact finders to send out here. And they're not going to catch anything elsewhere in the map either. Echo won't even be able to show to the drone. But he will be walking into that judge in tree now.
Good reposition, but Echo's been clean. It'd be really surprising if he wins this fight, though. Yeah, he won't. And it's starting to feel real. It's starting to feel like 12. It's starting to feel like Woot is coming alive. 12 to 10. Heretics making it up there.
Combined, I think they had maybe 1,900 credits coming out of that. This is going to be a hideous buy as Heretics hit 12. The pendulum truly swinging back in their favor. Heroics on display.
Wow.
In the final hour, the culmination
A little small fist pump.
of this decider.
Job's not done yet.
Job is certainly not done yet. A Hunter's Fury, is he missing one for the Blade Storm?
Don't think they're out of this Eternal Fire, that team.
We talk about these buys for them.
Gosh, Morass. Shouldering. 3 players already making it up. Cat, they still have a trip there. It's going to come down to the main man of the moment, Woot, the man of the hour, the man of the game, and potentially man of the match. Pops knives. He wants this one done. Can't manage it himself. Needs the rest of his team. Boo doesn't want to overextend. They've got the site here, Eternal Fire. They've made something out of nothing.
You want to fight it?
Well, that's down to 25. The divide will go in. Will cement this site hold for the time being. But still, even in terms of head count, Heretics have to find one here, have to deal with the door.
Fabian finds one on the corner. Good trade, though. Back and forth down to the Sheriff of Neki. The very little remaining. The HP looking woeful. But Neki going to find Benji. Boo in response. Now on the drop down. Boo on the cliff.
It's just Neki.
Heretics in touching distance now. Neki would have to go wild. It can't be done. Heretics claiming the final ticket to London.
What a way for things to finish. Heretics, after being dictated to in this second half, the resilience that we always talk about with this roster that's in question, it hangs in the balance, certainly on display today.
And it is that resilience that comes to mind. Their ability to bounce back to, problem solve under so much scrutiny from Eternal Fire, who were a terrifying team to face.
The worst
Truly.
sort of team to play here with what's at stake, and I can't believe it. I mean, what a valiant attempt here for Eternal Fire.
Oh, I've enjoyed this team from start to end. Honestly, One of those to watch, firepower in droves. But it hurts the most when you get this close, when you're within that touching distance. At 10 to 13, a map 3, lower bracket run. But it's a reality check as Heretics look to be starting a new chapter for themselves here. An international event now on the horizon, a new lineup that looks damn good.
Woot across Maras for me today, just truly delivering when required. And certainly feeling a little more exciting in terms of the prospect ahead of London. It would be great to see them continue on this trend into an international event.
Oh, that has got to mean a lot. To be able to do it in that fashion, it's got to feel so damn good. You had to work for that. Lotus, 13-11, Fracture, 10 to 13, and then another 10-13 here. We're going to pass it down to the stage for Niels and Benji, joined by Nat.
I want to let you guys soak up this moment because it feels like it has been a long time in the works, not just this best of 3, but everything that's amassed over the last week and a half. You guys went into that lower bracket so early in the playoffs, and now it's it. It's locked in. You guys are going to London. So Benji, I'm going to start with you. Popping off, having a big hug with your team. How great does that feel?
Yeah, I feel amazing. Thank you to the crowds. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I worked really hard. The whole team worked really hard. I think we put everything that we could into it. And yeah, yeah, I mean,
that speaks for itself,
yeah,
right,
Benji?
I think you guys can see how much it means to Benji. And I'd say even meant just as much as getting to champs in 2024, like in the finals. So yeah, I'm just happy we could pull it across the board.
Well, I'm going to focus on this best of 3 a little bit as well, because it wasn't like it was an easy fight by any means, right? It was a big uphill battle, and I want to talk about the big turnaround that happened in game number 2. We listened in on what that coach pause was for you, so I want to hear from your point of view, Neil, like, where do you draw the line of being too harsh with the guys and knowing that that's what they need to be able to book that ticket to London?
Yeah, I think we have been together for so long as a core, we kind of know when tough love works, and I think me and Weber gave them some really tough words. Weber especially, he was kind of sending it, but in a really good way, and I think it was a positive reaction from the boys. And honestly, it's not the first time it's happened, so I think these guys are used to it. And I mean, everything we do is to make them better, and it's always for them, so there's never any malicious intent, you know?
Of course.
We just care a lot for them, so.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, it's always that fine line there. But Benji, if you feel like you're ready for it,
Yeah, I'm okay.
I mean, it's fair, right? Like I've said, it's been a big week and a half for you guys, and that's just playoffs. You're factoring in as well, like the other 5 weeks you have for your regular stage. So I get it. There's a lot of emotions, but whatever you're willing to give me right now on how you're sort of feeling.
Yeah, I mean, man, it was so hard. Like the games that we played have been so hard against Fnatic, against BBL. Like these games have been so hard, but I think the experience that we got over the past few years, and now with Koch coming in, he's been so good. Like he's been absolutely amazing, and without him, like I don't know what would have happened. Like I don't think we would be here right now. He like stepped up so much, and yeah, I think it was a bit scary when we were so down on Fracture, but I think our mental stayed strong, and that's what I'm probably the most proud of for our team.
When we see those last few rounds play out, right, on map number 3, is it like they're kind of flying by, they're the fastest rounds ever, or does it feel like they're stretching on for an eternity? Like, which way does it lean?
I'd say it goes super quick, to be honest. Like, it feels like, I don't know how long it's been, but it must be pretty long. Like, it doesn't feel like anything, when you're in the zone, when you're on stage, you don't feel the time going by. You're just playing, you're doing everything you can. You're kind of just in the game, You're not worried about anything else, you're just focused on the game. And yeah, for me it goes super fast, to be honest.
For our coach, it's the opposite. Literally every round feels about 10 minutes. It's horrible because you can't control anything, but yeah.
And look, we're going to get to see you guys play tomorrow as well, so how does the reset look? You as a coach staying up a little later, you as a player going to bed early, like where's that mix as well?
Yeah, we don't get much sleep as coaches, but it's fun. That's why I do it. I love the grind, and these are the kind of games we thrive in, like where we don't have much of a break. Honestly, I hate having 3 or 4 days off. I just like playing day after day after day. So that's why we always go to lower bracket.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you just want more games.
I mean, it helps us like ride the momentum, you know? Like we've got a lot of momentum right now. I think people should be scared of us, and we'll bring it for tomorrow, so yeah.
Well, I feel like that's the perfect note to end this on. Congratulations again to you guys, not only a win here, making it to London. So much has happened for you, and more will continue as well. That's not going to be today, though. We've gotten 6 maps of joy. Heretics looking into London. We'll see you guys tomorrow, but for now, thank you for watching and enjoy the Razor end of day highlights.
Both of these rosters had downs and are now on the upside trajectory in VCT EMEA.
The defenders' numbers falling. They had so many players here just moments ago, but a sea of red.
Nice solo! It's a little bit of an awkward battle again to start off, but Sayonara comfortably dealing with Sop and Zeus. And as always, the Sayonara shot darts are on point. Slightly more bullets, and Yedajay has just found one through the smoke. Make that a second. In fact, he's just cleaning up. Yedajay to give them the lead.
Durka could delete Sop any moment now.
The spidey senses begin to tingle, but it's not pretty. The remainder about to be revealed, and it's left all down to one. Whoever's on the other side, and that might be dangerous.
Seconds now, and Under's Fury's caught him. They can still get the plant, but Under's Fury fires out once more. The round is over. No, but he doesn't think they'd be that close already. Now they're looking at the side, thinking about the defuse. And Cristalli strikes at the right moment possible to deal with, and it doesn't look like he's gone anywhere.
Nice scrum, you're the goal. It's such a nasty spot. There's no reason for that to be checked.
Overtime after overtime. A hell of a series, but Vitality from the bottom to the top. Your first grand finalist.
Wish one of these two teams will take up the final ticket to go to London.
For Heretics, you've got to be on the money today. There is no chance to miss or make mistakes. There's still stall here. 10 seconds, they need to stabilize.
Nice! Nice! Let's go!
Stasland.
Nice follow-up. Oh my god. At least have the flank position for Echo, so they are cornered. Oh, again!
Nice!
And there's nothing he can do about it. Eternal Fire. Ordaz, though.
Nice!
It's giving it a go. Nice try, but there's the lead.
As I said previously, strength in numbers.
I walk right into the rotations. If anything, there's a lovely ult to go, but Izzy still wins. Deliver the outcome here, and it looks like it is Boo. No! And last time it worked out well, but it's Izzy already going to find Moras. And there we go, it is Pacey from the get-go. Izzy, Eternal Fire. Oh, it's Neki all day long.
They want to give him the ace. He's got it to seal the deal on a 9-3 half.
Daz here, still looking. Not gonna happen, Woot! The hero of the hour!
Let's go!
Moras, Benji, desperately holding on. What? Trying to deal!
Oh my gosh!
Nightmare! He knows it, he tries! Now on the drop down, on the clear!
It's just Neki!
Heretics in touching distance now! It can't be done! Heretics claiming the final ticket to London!
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing,